And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, happy Friday. Oh, wait. Did I just gloat in front of everybody? That's bad form. That's bad form. That's bad form. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Some of us, though, are so devoted to the San Francisco Giants cause that we're willing to leave our place of employment to go down to Dodger Stadium to cheer on the boys, which is what I'll be doing, or to attend a funeral, to attend a burial, to attend a mercy kill, because that baseball team that thrilled us all the way up through the first inning of Saturday evening have collapsed right in front of our eyes. So happy Wednesday, everybody. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, happy Wednesday to you. Happy Friday to me.
Yes, it is a Wednesday for me and a Friday for you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, buddy.
But you do say every week, every day around 7:15, not to give the guests away, young Tony starts asking questions and you start sniffing the weekend. So you will literally have your nostrils in the weekend as soon as young Tony starts asking questions. But I'll start getting ahead too, getting ready for the Dodgers and Giants series.
How do you anticipate the vibe I'm going to walk into Thursday at Dodger Stadium? I mean, what am I doing? I'm going to go. How many hits will the Dodgers get? Actually, it's Logan Webb that day, and you would anticipate, hope, pray, anticipate that he will have a better outing than he had his last two. But then again, it's been two in a row that the Dodgers have smacked him around. Listen, if it's anything like what we saw last night and the night before and the night before and the night before, we can talk all about the last night and the Arizona Diamondbacks and just outrunning and outbunting and outplaying the Giants in a loss. In case anybody missed it, Giants lost in walk-off fashion last night, 6-5. There will be no call-in. There will be no walk-off package. There are no blueberry muffins for you today, Marcus. Only death.
What?
Yes.
I wanted blueberry muffins.
I know. This is a deep, deep, deep pull that I've broken out in an early Happy Days episode. Happy Days, anybody? They went to a beatnik poetry reading, and they were stunned because they're a bunch of nerds from the Midwest in their Letterman sweaters and their crew cuts, and they went to a beatnik because one of the guys had a crush on a beatnik girl. So they went to the beatnik poetry reading, and the beatnik poet said, "Little boy, with your nose pressed up against the bakery window, there are no blueberry muffins for you today. Only death." And then everybody snapped their fingers. Snapped their fingers like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is this, slam poetry?
It was funny. It was a sitcom.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, San Francisco Giants, there are no blueberry muffins for you today.
Okay,
Only
can I at
death.
least get a chocolate muffin or something else?
Snap.
Yeah, you got any scones for me? So I'm looking for something.
Here's the stat. Forget the details of last night. The stat is over the last 4 games that the Giants have lost in a row, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, their pitching has allowed 57 hits in 4 games. And if you want 37 runs, you want averages?
Sure.
So that's over 9 runs per game against the Giants in the last 4 games. And over 14 hits per game, just shy of 15 hits per game by the opposition. Marcus, their pitchers aren't getting guys out.
No, and even when they are getting potential outs, they're not making the outs, Murph. So the Giants are now finding themselves with a bit of a problem when they try to establish an identity of pitching and defense, and right now they're running out of pitching and defense.
You're talking about a man stepping on first when first base isn't under his foot? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about Wilmer Flores never even attempting to touch first base. Like, there were multiple cases yesterday where they were biffing plays.
That's right. You talking about that double play. Yeah.
When Wilmer Flores could have turned double play, they were able to get out of the 8th inning, but still, what are we doing? Touch the damn bag.
How about the climactic play, a dribbler back to Ryan Walker that he chose not to field?
Yeah,
Yeah.
What about a Jose Puto launching a ball in the right field?
You know why he was launching the ball down the right field line?
Because Andrew Kisner didn't damn call him off for that ball.
Why was Andrew Kisner in the position to call him off for the ball? This is like a quiz. Marcus, open your book to page 75. Why did the United States have a civil war in 1861?
And I'm stressing out. I'm like, Murph, it's early. I didn't study last night.
Because the Diamondbacks bunted the ball.
That's why.
Because they bunted the ball over and over and over again, which Bob Melvin refuses to do. You got to create chaos. You got to move runners over. You got to force the action. This is what I thought Bob Melvin and Matt Williams were going to do when they got here. Roger Craig, hum baby baseball, constantly annoying the opposition with squeeze bunts and sacrifice bunts and making them make plays. Make Jose Buto pick it up and chuck it down the line. Make Casey Schmidt miss first base. They dropped down 4 last night. Now, 2 of them, while successful, did not result in runs because the next guy struck out and flew out. But the other 2 did result in runs. The 5th inning, I wrote it down here, buddy. In the 5th inning, a McCarthy bunt led to a run. And in the 9th inning, Blaze Alexander's bunt led to everything. And by the way, blank Blaze Alexander. I went to a Giants Diamondbacks game last year, and it was like one of his early games in his career. And he had a legacy game. He went off. I was like, who the blank is Blaze Alexander? Well, he's a big prospect for them.
Yeah, he's a good player. I mean, young Tony and I were out at the ballpark a couple weeks ago for that Giants day game against the D-backs.
Was Blaze going off?
Blaze was making phenomenal plays over at third base, and that's when Eduardo Rodriguez was dealing against the Giants. But then, of course, because this is baseball, the Giants get, 4 runs yesterday in the first innings off Eduardo Rodriguez? And then they blow it by, the third, fourth, fifth inning?
Tristan Beck just handed it right back. Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to attack bigger picture issues like, this is Buster's first year. We all had high hopes. It was the memory-making business. He traded for Rafael Devers. He signed Willie Adames. The big picture was that Buster was here to create an everyday lineup, and it showed in the marketplace. It showed in the gate. Their attendance went up dramatically. I think people were happy that Buster was back running the club, I think that attendance of it. But as some people brought up the day he signed, October 1, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary, is what if this doesn't go well? What does this do to Buster's legacy? And we kind of kicked that around. We're like, why would you even bring that up? Yeah, why would come on, man. Let me enjoy the moment. And of course, it's only year 1. You're going to give a guy that you gave Farhan, 6, right?
Yeah.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, 6. You give him 6.
Yeah, we had 6 years of 500 baseball.
Well, guess what? 75 and 76, bro. Gravity. Actually, they're underground, sub-gravity right now.
Which means good news for the Giants and all my degenerate gamblers out there. Put the house on the Giants today. They got to win. The gravitational pull is going to come back. Water's always going to find a level.
Because the last guy with any cojones on the mound is pitching today.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Verlander.
Yeah,
and that's a guy that's a guy who's like, all right, you guys need me to go out and show you how to do it? I'll go out and show you how to do it.
Yeah, watch this, kids.
But credit to the Diamondbacks who traded away Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Shelby Miller, and have passed the Giants in the standings.
Yes, they have, Murph. They've passed the Giants in the wild card standings, and now, if it does matter, which it probably won't with the way the Giants are playing, they now hold the tiebreaker because they've won 7 out of the 12 games that they've played against the Giants.
Yeah, listen. I said it a couple weeks ago. I don't need the Giants to make the playoffs for me to be happy at the end of the year. What I did need them was to finish strong. And they were doing that. We were pretty darn happy going into Friday night. Bailey hits the granny, and they score 4 off of Kershaw in the first inning. But right now, last 4, currently not finishing strong, boys. 4 straight losses have plummeted now from 75 and 72 to 75 and 76. And you're not only going to have to try to get past this pesky Diamondbacks team that every time you look up, Perdomo's up. And if he's not up, Marte's up. And if he's not up, Corbin Carroll's up. And if he's not up, some guy named Blaze is up. By the way, who would you rather smoke a lunchtime joint with in the back parking lot than your buddy Blaze?
Oh, yeah. Balmy Blazer. I mean, that's a sick baseball name.
In 4th period, right before lunch, I see Marcus giving Blaze the high sign, like raised eyebrows.
That's it, dude. Just Blaze me, brother.
You guys are in math class. The teacher's not looking. You just catch his eye. You just give him the nod. He's like, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Blaze? You want to get a sandwich? Wink, wink.
Exactly. So if it's not Perdomo, Marte, or Carroll, it's Blaze, and they're dropping down bunts. Throw down to Jake McCarthy. Who's their center fielder who ran? There was a play when a Giant hit a sinking liner to center.
Didn't matter.
And it wasn't like, Hall of Fame play, but it was a really nice play. Their center fielder was Alec Thomas.
Alec Thomas yesterday.
Just looked like an athlete. Like a young, fit, capable athlete with like flowing hair, sprinting beautifully, and just sliding gracefully as he caught the ball. Again, it wasn't a top 10, ESPN top 10 play. But it was a very nice play done casually and professionally like an athlete would. I was like, well, we don't got guys like that.
No, I mean, it was just
we don't got guys like that.
Defense, but that's the way that the Arizona Diamondbacks have tried to establish their own identity. When the rules changed and people started to get more aggressive on the base path, the first team to truly take advantage of that, in my opinion, was the Arizona Diamondbacks. and it got them all the way to the World Series. Now, of course, it ended up losing to Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers, but they looked at the shift in baseball and the approach and how they don't need to rely on the long ball to win ball games. Now, obviously, you could put it last season as an example of them dropping off a bit, but here they are taking 7 out of 12 against the Giants.
No, you're right. They play that. And I got to give Torey Lovullo a lot of credit. That's my guy. About time, dude. 10 minutes in. He was at UCLA the same time I was, and we used to do a Athlete of the Week for the Daily Bruin. I remember on more than one occasion making Torey Lovullo the Athlete of the Week. He could mash. He was a good player at UCLA.
You're a big Torey guy, huh?
I've always liked him. Listen, the guy mashes baseballs for the UCLA Bruins, then turns around, and he's also great with the media, and he'll throw down a bunt.
You think he run a 2-minute drill for UCLA's offense?
The football team?
Heard you're looking for a coach.
Bro, we're not even talking.
I just wanted to drive off the road for that shot.
If you give me Torey Lovullo head football coach, I sign on the dotted line today. Oh, man.
Touchdown, Terry.
How's the rest of your Tuesday, buddy?
Besides that, man, it was good. It was chill. I just literally just watched baseball. That's about it.
I went to a big, high-stakes high school water polo game. Do you remember our great call that we got from Coach Poser? Remember my fellow coach who called in, had all those takes on the Warriors last spring?
Yeah.
His connection was great.
Yeah.
His takes were great and all that. It was his son's team against my son's team, and we've been friends for a long time. Redwood versus Tam, the ancient rivalry.
Big rivalry.
Gavin Newsom versus your boy.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Carroll versus your boy.
This is all true.
And they got us 9-8. So yesterday was a bad day all around.
It's a bad day for the Murphy household.
It's a bad day for the Murphy household, which is why I had a weeknight beer.
Yo!
I had a weeknight beer.
Nice. Non-alcoholic or regular?
Oh, I had a regular.
Oh, yeah, you need it.
Fully leaded.
You need it, Murph.
I said, you know what? To the lovely Candace, I said, you know what? I think I'm getting a beer. And she said, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Make it 2.
Well, 2 we'd have. Yeah. 2 I would have woken up with a little headache.
I don't know, Murph. Headache. You always need something to kill time before your second beer. How about a first one?
Well, I mean, not to just continue to rub in the opening theme, but this being my Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Now we get going here.
Yeah.
Maybe during the show.
Hey, why the hell not?
All right, listen, we turn our attention to the 49ers, who are going on Sunday against, of course, the Arizona. Oh, here we go. We go from Giants Diamondbacks to Niners Cardinals doing their thing. We will find out today if Brock Purdy is practicing or not. The 49ers remain. That glitch is back. The 49ers are 1.5-point favorites.
Not that glitch.
I briefly touched on the glitch there. 49ers are 1.5-point favorites. And you'll hear from a 49er very soon, I believe, once we get the guest list from young Tony on a Wednesday/Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. That'll cheer you up after that Giants loss. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Today, we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Bunted out in front of the plate. Out to pick it up is Walker. He throws to first, not in time. Casey Schmidt was covering first, and the problem was Casey's foot was not on the bag. Schmidt was there, and his foot was 4 or 5 inches off the bag. Little tapper back to Walker. It goes by him. To Wilmer. The throw home. Too late. Walker came off the mound and reached for it, and he fanned on it. He never got an out in the 9th inning. Arizona 6, the Giants 5.
Well, I am going to need something to kill time before my second beer. How about a first one? You got it.
Hey! Hey, bring back Norm. Oh, man, we missed George Wendt, but I'd like to be drinking a beer with him right now. And yeah, I'm going to need time to kill something before my second beer. Thank you, Normie. Very, very good. Yeah, you heard that final play there. John Miller. Casey Schmidt did not have his foot on the bag. Unusual. He's a good defensive player, but this is what bunts do. They cause chaos. And Padres I just looked it up. Which teams lead Major League Baseball in sacrifice bunts? The Padres have 45. The Diamondbacks are second in baseball with 33. So forcing stuff. Those are two teams, by the way, ahead of the Giants in the standings.
This is all true.
Coincidence? I think not.
Now, do you have the entire list right
I
in front of
do,
you?
and it's actually a little surprising. The Giants are fairly high up.
Oh, wow.
That surprises me.
How do you feel about that?
I need more.
Yeah, you need more.
I need more shows, as the soundboard used to say.
I need more bunts.
Yeah. So yeah, they are high. They are actually 8th in baseball with 22. I need more. Sorry, buddy. They just don't do it enough for my liking. The Padres and Diamondbacks play more my style, and I like the way Torey Lovullo does it. He forced the action. Listen, we talked about it a lot. What's going on right now with the pitching? It's unfreaking believable, bro. It's unfreaking believable. How does Buster Posey wind up building a team that runs out of pitching? Like, this is his whole thing. Like, I know what it takes to win in this park. I won a park in 10, 12, and 14. And he has said to us on a number of occasions in our interviews, and I think we have him tomorrow. Yes. I think. He always says to us, guys, in this park, it comes down to pitching and defense. It comes down to pitching. And yet he presided over a team that ran out of pitching.
Yeah, but I don't know if we can put all the blame on Buster Posey. I don't think we can blame Buster Posey for Landon Roop taking a line drive off his knee and then getting knocked out for the season. I don't know if we can blame Buster Posey for Hayden Birdsong just magically not being able to throw a strike anymore with the injuries to a Randy Rodriguez. Of course, you could point a little bit of blame for trading away guys like Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall. That he did take part in. But Buster Posey did put this organization in a position where we started week 1 talking about 6, 7, 8 different options for the starting rotation. But you know, in baseball, you can never have enough pitching. And maybe that's one of the biggest lessons that Buster Posey is learning this year. Even going into the season with 7 or 8 different options, you can never have enough pitching. And you can't rely on the inexperience of guys like a Carson Whisenhunt or a Landon Roop or a Hayden Birdsong when they haven't proven to be Major League pitchers yet.
Yeah, by the way, add Wiz to the list of injuries, right?
There's another one.
And I'm not even sure this guy could do it on a big league level, but he was trending this way. Is Blade Tidwell, right?
Yeah.
So
Arizona's Blade.
Arizona's Blade. Arizona's Blaze. We're Blade.
Yeah, we got a Blade.
All right, Blade and Blade. It's the Blade and Blaze show, buddy.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are 5 guys. You just mentioned Root, Birdsong, Randy Rodriguez, Carson Whisenhunt. I'll throw in Tidwell. I know he's never gotten a major league out, but he was trending. We can add Eric Miller to that list.
Add another one to the injury list.
So
of
are we saying Buster Posey's like John Lynch and Kyle, just a victim of injury? Is that what he is?
I mean, when you lay it out that way, I would have to say yes, because even with all those young options that we were all excited about back in spring training, Buster went out and signed Justin Verlander to a 1-year, $15 million deal. And I remember people texting in and calling in and saying, what is he doing? He's blocking extra innings for these guys. He's not giving them the opportunity. Now we're begging for guys who just started the season on the 40-man roster to be out there on the mound, Murph.
Yeah, last night, Tristan Beck, Trevor McDonald, Joey Lucchesi, Joey Buteau, Ryan Walker. Those are 5 guys. I think only Ryan Walker was on the opening day roster.
Yeah.
I don't think Beck was he? So 1, 2, 3, 4. And yesterday we had 5 guys who were not on the opening day roster. So for the last 10 pitchers, only 1 was on the opening day roster. And it's not because these guys are phenoms that you have to call up like Tim Lincecum or something. So, all right, let's go guest list on a Wednesday, September 17, 2025. I say Wednesday. Friday for some of us who savvily booked a beach house in Southern California Thursday, Friday, Saturday. By the way, it's supposed to rain in L.A. tomorrow. What? I would love to have a weather person find. When's the last time it rained in September in L.A.? Dude, it never rains.
Has it ever rained in September?
First of all, LA just doesn't get rain, period. It's a desert. It really is a desert. Young Tone, did you know that? Good morning, buddy. Good morning.
Is it? Yes, I did know that. It's a desert. By the way, it's going to be nice here this weekend, dude. It's going to be like 90s.
Yeah, why are you leaving, Murph?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Portola's this weekend, too.
Oh.
Or Portola, as the locals say.
Well, yeah, 2 different things, right? The one's the neighborhood is Portola, but the festival is Portola?
Yeah.
There you go. But you know what's really crazy about the Portola stuff here is that Brandon Pfaadt is pitching today.
Hey!
Isn't that the jersey you wore?
That was last year, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to rock the Stetson Bennett this year.
Stetson Bennett. And do you expect this to get you the attention of a young lady?
Absolutely, man.
Okay.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them out there.
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
Okay, Stenson.
Absolutely, man. According to my weather app, it's going to rain Thursday morning and hopefully stop by 10 a.m.
No, hopefully it keeps raining. It would be hilarious if you go down to L.A. for a Giants and Dodgers game and the game gets rained out the day you're supposed to be down there.
Shades of when Superfan took me to the your lucky day, dude. Halos, pale hose. One of 10 rainouts in Angels history was that day. We're inching through the rain going down there and sitting in the rain at Anaheim Stadium too. There. All right, Young Tone, what'd you think of those Giants last night, bud?
Oof, man. Marcus and I joked about this every day, it feels like, for the last couple months. Like the season ended for the 10th time.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Seriously.
Not bad. Yeah. It did
Over
end
and
for
over
the
again.
10th
It's
time.
Groundhog Day with the Giants.
I mean, if you care, they're 3 out with 11 to play, and now there's Arizona ahead of them with the tiebreaker, in addition to the Mets ahead of them with the tiebreaker. So now you're just
Well, if they go
making it-
sweep the Dodgers.
Well, I mean, there you go.
You were throwing it out last week. Why not again?
And how was I looking after they won Friday night and were up 4-0 in the first inning, or 4-1 in the first inning on Kershaw?
a lot's changed since last week, Tony.
Last night when they jumped Eduardo Rodriguez, I was like, okay.
4 runs in the first.
Did you know the last 14 Giants went down without a peep?
Oh.
Last 14.
Oh.
Last 14.
Brutal.
I know.
It's a good thing they had Bryce Eldridge on the bench, right?
Devers has cooled off, guys. He's cool. He's hitting 239, which I think will be easily the lowest batting average of his career.
Overall, he's hitting 230
Yeah, overall.
this season. Oh,
For
yeah,
the
for
season.
sure.
He's hitting
Off the top of my head, he's a career 275, 77 hitter.
By the way, his Red Sox, by the way, are now, after having that really nice surge after they traded him, and everybody's like, oh, he was the problem. They're hanging on for dear life.
Mm-hmm.
They're now barely hanging on to that third wild card. You know who's coming for him? Stephen Vogt's Cleveland Guardians. They've won 5 in a row, and they're only like 2 back in the loss column on the Red Sox.
Stephen Kwan's Cleveland Guardians.
Ooh, Stephen Vogt was a guy. I think a lot of Giants fans were like, yeah, and they didn't go with him. Yeah, but I'm just gonna give you
No.
the batting average. Rafael Devers, did a career 276.
Yep.
So that's almost 40 points below his career average.
I felt like I was just like playing that Price is Right game where you have to like try to like slide and get the numbers in between.
Lower.
I went 275, 277. I was right in the sweet spot.
You know your Devers.
I know my Devers.
All right, what do we got today, kid?
All right, well, coming up at 6:30, if you missed it yesterday, Mac Jones joined us. We're going to replay that for you at 6:30.
Who joined us?
Mac Jones.
Who? These questions are addressed with him, too.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Mike Jones, Mac
Mike
Jones.
Jones joined us yesterday.
Mike Jones, I should say. McCorkle Jones joined us at 6:30, or he will join us at 6:30. We're going to replay that for you. What did Young Tony ask today? The 52nd edition. How about that?
52nd.
September 18th was the first one we did, 2024.
We're going anniversary.
Yeah.
1-year
Should we
anniversary.
Pay tribute to you like we did to Thin Tim?
I have
do a
some of
whole
the
tribute
sheets.
show.
I have some of the sheets, too. Like, I looked up, we had a Blake Snell question on there, Otani
good.
50-50
Damn.
season, McConaughey song.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have people calling and leave voicemails. This would be great.
That's funny yesterday. Mike Kruko's going to join us at 7:30. The big hit's going to be at 7:50. Tracy Sandler at 8:15. We will have cooler content at 8:30. Ron Rivera going to join us after a 3-0 start for the Cal Bears. He's going to join us at 8:50. And then Larry Kruger, the showdown between Krug and Murph at 9:15.
There's no showdown, bro. A grown man wants to talk S about his fantasy football team after 2 weeks when he's the 7th highest scoring team in the league. That doesn't qualify as a showdown, bro.
Murph and Kruger haven't even played each other yet.
He's just Larry gonna Larry.
At 2 in the morning, he's thinking about you.
Krug gonna Krug, living rent free in his head.
Are you saying that Murph is Larry Kruger's 2 a.m. Angels?
Very good. Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones. Next on the Sports Leader. El Cerrito Honda drove my beautiful 2025 Honda CR-V hybrid from El Cerrito Honda to work today. Happy to do it. Love my El Cerrito Honda. Love the service at El Cerrito Honda. Love the people at El Cerrito Honda. Love the selection at El Cerrito Honda. I'm talking about fuel-efficient hybrids. I am getting good mileage with that bad boy. For your fall commute, spacious SUVs for upcoming holiday travel. We got the perfect fit for you. World-class selection, world-class service, second to none. Make this the season you upgrade your Honda this fall of 2025. So visit El Cerrito Honda. Seriously, put your foot on the ground. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Easy to find. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. If you want to start looking online, go to elcerritohonda.com. That's elcerritohonda.com. And make sure you tell them I sent you. Say, hey, man, the dude Murph from the morning says he likes to go here. They say, that's right. He's welcome here. You're welcome here. So experience the magic. El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What are we doing here? Talking over rejoins? What is this, my first day on the freaking job? Man. My God. For some reason, that rejoin sounded wrong, or I don't know.
It's all right.
I'm in a Friday headspace.
I'm sure you'll figure it out by your 20-year anniversary.
My gosh. Yeah, our 49er player of the week. Already we're bringing you guys high-level names. Mac Jones, after his big win in New Orleans, joined us yesterday on the UMA guest line. Number 10, not Jimmy Garoppolo. Mac Jones joined us, and we got him on a Tuesday morning on his way to work. We said, hey, man, how's your Tuesday? Hey, Mac, good morning. After a first start in the NFL in a while, how's the body feeling, Mac? Good morning.
It feels pretty good. As always, in the NFL games, you're going to be sore after, and obviously play a little bit in the preseason, but when you play a full game, you're just a little bit more sore than you would be if you didn't. So definitely have a lot of techniques to get back and be ready for practice on Wednesday.
Yeah, and now here you guys are coming back to Levi's this weekend, 2-0, starting out 2-0 on the road. But talk to us about the process, how everything played out for you last week, getting the news that you would be the starting quarterback, and how it all played out down in New Orleans.
Yeah, obviously as a backup, the only thing you know is you're not going to play the first snap. So in Seattle, obviously, I knew that, and other than that, I was ready. And last week, obviously, knew I was going to be playing the whole game. So it was good to get the preparation, and Brock was great helping me get ready for the game. And I was just trying to go out there and play as best I could to to get a win. So the guys did a great job, and we obviously can play a lot better too. Yeah, after you watch it all, and that's what it's all about, is having a starting point and then figuring out what you got to do better.
All right, Mac, we're going to ask the important questions first, man. Tell us about walking out with the boombox. It seemed like you were near the front of the line. Give us the breakdown on that strategy. You're like, hey, man, hold up. I'm up there with you guys. What was the breakdown? Are you going out there with Trent, Demo, and even your buddy Kendrick Bourne?
Yeah, well, I did it in the preseason. I really liked it, and everybody kind of was like, hey, you need to come up to the front. And I'm like, all right, I can definitely do that. So it's fun. Like, it's something I haven't been able to do since forever. Probably like Pop Warner, we used to walk out youth football with like a boombox kind of sometimes and get turned up before the game. So it was good to get out there and just get loose with my guys and continue to do that before each game, because it kind of just calms you down and lets you go play with your boys.
Definitely look like you're having fun. Can you reveal the tune? What was blasting? I didn't get to hear it.
I think we were playing NBA YoungBoy, so
okay.
It was a rapper. It was good stuff.
Yeah. Now, Mac, we've been messing around a little bit here on the Murph and Marcus show. We've made a couple Mike Jones, Mac Jones mashups. So is there any chance that maybe Mac Jones can get the aux cord from Trent Williams, and maybe you guys can walk out of the tunnel with a little Mac Jones?
Yeah, we'll see. I definitely, I actually know Mike Jones, not personally, but we've talked on the phone stuff before. So it's pretty cool. Kind of, my real name's actually Michael too, so I'm actually Mike Jones.
You are Mike Jones, dude.
Now, Mac, I have to ask, if you've talked to Mike Jones on the phone before, I'm guessing you know his phone number off the top of your head.
Yeah, it's funny because he actually does have that number. That's like, he actually uses that number. You call in and then that's how you can talk to him, so it's pretty funny.
Well, I mean, this is what happens when you go on morning radio shows. So this is the we'll just played 5 seconds of it for you. This is what we've been playing here on KNBR. Here, listen up.
Mac Jones.
Here it goes.
Mac Jones.
There you go. What do you think, man? What do you think?
Oh, that's a pretty good mix right there.
Well, good, man. This is what we do, man. We got to entertain ourselves. We got to get people through their commute. You know what I mean? So we're trying
I feel you on that.
We're trying to distract them from the traffic is what we're trying to do, dude. So, all right, man. A little bit more on you, the person, man. So I want to get back to March and getting to San Francisco. So you're a free agent. Tell us about like the options and how attractive San Francisco was. How much was it like, man, Kyle, that's my destination? How'd that go down?
Yeah, it was my first free agency, so trying to take it all in and how crazy of those couple of days it is. But I really had my sights on a few teams, and obviously Kyle had some communication with my agent and everybody. So I was really excited to hear about the 49ers, and I really wanted to learn about how the system and just how quarterbacks have played really well and how Brock's played so well in it. And I thought it was a great chance for me to kind of rehab a little bit and come out here and just learn from people that I haven't been with before. So it's been good so far, and it's a lot of work that we put in since then, and we got a lot more work to put in too. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, want to know and more to come. So now it can be told, spring of 2021, how much were you certain that Kyle Shanahan was going to pick you?
Yeah, I get this one a lot. I mean, honestly, on draft night, it's a day to be with your family, and it's a great day, but it also can be a tough day. And for me, I was just excited to be in consideration to go in the first round, and I knew that I really had put in all the work, and at the end of the day, it's out of your control. So I feel like everything fell the way it fell, and I'm back here now, and there's a reason I'm back here, and I'm just excited to continue to work here.
Mac, I want to go back to your days at Alabama too, but I want to spin it and ask you about your relationship with Brock Purdy, because I believe that I read that you actually hosted Brock Purdy when he took his official visit out to Alabama.
Yes, I did.
So that's cool. So that's got to lead to your guys' relationship. Did he help you kind of prep for this week, or how's that relationship and that bond between you two?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Brock's just an awesome guy, and he's funny and very intense on game day and very competitive. And it's just interesting to see how he works. He works really hard on his body and his game and his everything. So he's definitely an ultimate pro, and I've learned a lot just in OTAs watching him, and he's a perfectionist, and that's what you want in your starting quarterback. So it's been awesome just to learn and watch him, and I know he wants to be back out there, and he's just doing a great job helping me while he's not.
Do you know your plan for this week? Do you know, are you starting Sunday against Arizona?
I don't know the plan. I'm obviously going to be ready, and that's, like I said, my job. I know as a backup or starter, you just got to be ready to play. So I'll be ready if that's the case. That's
probably the way to go. Now, you said something interesting after the game about working with a mental coach, like a positive attitude coach. It's funny, those of us who play golf, it sounded like you were given there's a guy named Bob Rotella who talks about being process-oriented, not result-oriented. And it seemed like that's what you were sort of echoing. Tell us a little bit about that. Who are you talking to? And, I know you don't want to get into we're not taking you inside behind closed doors, but just in general, what you guys were talking about. Am I right? Is that like you guys are trying to focus on process, not results? Is that what you guys were working on?
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously went to Alabama, and Coach Saban was like big on that, and that was our slogan was just process over results pretty much, and the results were pretty good for him. So I just bought into that, and recently obviously been focusing on that and getting back to kind of just focusing on the day-to-day and stacking up good days one day at a time, and that's how you get results. So it's obviously a work in progress for every athlete, but you definitely have to spend time on your mental game, and I've definitely done that.
Yeah, and I got to say, I really enjoyed hearing you talk about the mental advice that Trent Williams gave you before the game and how he told you, just go hoop. Now, Mac, I got to ask, if the 49ers had to just go hoop, who is your all-time 5 starting pickup lineup from this current roster?
That's a great question. I know just watching sometimes guys beat the ball around. I mean, like Ricky Pearsall is pretty nice with it, so he's definitely on there. But I don't know. That'd be tough to get all 5 guys. If I say the wrong names, they're all going to be mad at me. So I know Ricky can shoot, so I'm taking him as a shooter.
I got to think Trent's got to be down there somewhere grabbing a few boards, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we got some big boys that can get some boards and throw some dunks down.
Yeah, who would be the best dunker? Who's the best athlete leaper?
That's a great question.
Probably a safety.
Juwan's probably pretty good.
Safety or a receiver?
Juwan James.
Yeah.
Juwan.
Someone could go high pointer ball. Yeah.
Yeah, high pointer, just go up there and slam it. Probably Juwan.
Good stuff, man. Hey, as we continue sort of just to get to know you, I know we're going to let you go in a few minutes here, but I was always fascinated by your tennis background, and I'd just love to hear like a story, like growing up. Like, how big a sport was it for you? How far did you play? How much do you still love it? Like, what role does it play for you?
Yeah, I mean, my family is just a tennis family, and my dad played in the pros for a little bit and played in college and won a national championship in college, and my sister played at College of Charleston in South Carolina. So really just I was always, and my mom played too, so I was always out there with them on Sundays and Saturdays just hitting the ball around, and I mean, I was the worst one, and it really pissed me off. So I worked hard at trying to get better, and I have a really good forehand, and I still do when I play. I don't play often, but it's fun to just go out there with my family every once in a while. And obviously, like I said, I'm not as good as my dad or my sister, but I can go out there and hit with people, and it's kind of just a relaxing thing.
We need somebody to rip a forehand. You're our guy.
Exactly. Call me.
Now,
Hey,
Mac, have you dabbled into the world of pickleball now?
Yeah, I played pickleball in the off season a little bit. I'm pretty good.
Okay.
It's a very fun game. I think it's interesting. I'm trying to get my dad to play more. I'm like, you need to go out there and play pickle. And he's pretty good. He's a tall guy, so he sits at the net. But I think it's a great game, and obviously tennis and pickleball are similar. And I think a lot of people are catching on to it now.
Do you follow tennis right now? There's pretty good stuff going on with Alcaraz and Sinner and all that. Do you still follow it?
A little bit. I know I used to watch the tennis channel all the time, like my parents and stuff growing up. But right now, pretty locked in. But I definitely follow it when it's on TV, and I know some of the guys. So.
Meanwhile, we following your Crimson Tide. How are we feeling? What can you tell the Tide Nation out there in the Bay Area about a little bit of a slow start, but you kind of smacked Wisconsin around maybe to put the wheels back on a little bit?
Yeah, I think we're hopefully getting it back on track. They're doing a good job, and think, I don't know what their next game is. They might play, Georgia next? So I think me and Michael are going to have a little competition going on, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It'll be good. You and Michael. Just in general, though, Mac, before I let you go, just the Bama culture, like the one thing. So listen, we all love living in the Bay Area. We love the fresh air, the mountains, we love the Bay. We love everything about it. We just don't have college football the way you guys did. It's just not part of our. I mean, Cal and Stanford are cool. We pump them up. You know, we like going to their games. It's just not, as you guys say down there, it just means more. That's the slogan, right? Can you just explain to us, like, what it was like to be in the height of that Saban wave, what it was like around town, what it was like around campus, what it was like on Saturday mornings, what it was like walking into that stadium?
Yeah, I mean, it was just that's the whole reason I went there, to be honest, was to play for Coach Saban, and he's just an iconic person and player and coach, excuse me. And yeah, it was surreal just to be a freshman there, and you're walking down on game days or just going to practice, going against NFL starters in practice. So it was all a good experience, and college football is a big deal. And I do like out here how everybody for the Niners, like, it's all in on NFL ball, which is kind of nice because in Alabama there's just college football. So I enjoy that here, and yeah, there's a lot of similarities between the fans and stuff, and just really being all in on the team.
Yeah, given that you're a Florida guy, how is the Bay Area treating you in general? What's your take on, like, the land, the culture, the weather, the people? What's your take early on?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the weather, you can't beat it. Definitely cooler than Florida overall, and the sunshine every day. I mean, you can't take that for granted. So it's been good, and I've enjoyed the guys in the team a lot. It's really been good to just get with the guys and hang out and go around and do some stuff. But it's definitely a good place to live.
Last couple personal ones. You went to a famous high school called the Bowles School. Did I pronounce that right? The Bowles School, is that right?
Yeah, Bowles. Yeah.
Among your alums, Chipper Jones. Okay, a swimmer here at Cal named Ryan Murphy, big-time gold medal swimmer, and then our former Giants outfielder Austin Slater. Do you guys all know each other? Maybe for the sports alum connection.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of people think that Chipper was like my dad or something because we both wore number 10. They're like, "Is that your son?" or whatever, and he's like, "No." So I kind of know him a little bit, and we have a lot of Olympians. Like, I know Ryan. Obviously talked to him before, and yeah, there's a lot of swimmers that come out, and then I keep up with like Hayden Hurst is in the NFL, so like he's a tight end for the last couple of years. So there's a bunch of alumni, and I think this school does a good job just putting out really good athletes every year. So it's always good to be around really good athletes.
Listen, it's been nice catching up with you. We haven't talked a little bit, just to have to get a question in on that game Sunday, on the win. First of all, you mentioned Niners fans you like the fact that Niners fans are in the Bay Area and rooting NFL first. How about Niners fans in New Orleans, dude? How shocking was that?
Hell yeah, that was crazy. That was because I was thinking it was going to be, a lot in the games I've played in the NFL. It's just away games. It's a lot of the home team fans, but I mean, it seemed almost like 50-50. So it was crazy. But I really, really love that part of it, to feel that from a quarterback's perspective. Like, when the defense is out there, I'm like, wow, they need to go on silent count because it's that loud. So it was good to see that and experience it. And I know that the fans are diehard, so it's always good when the fans have the team's back.
And then just in closing, like the way you dialed it up to 3 different receivers. You threw one to Luke Farrell, who had never caught a touchdown in the NFL. You threw one to Christian McCaffrey, who's maybe a potential Hall of Famer. And then you threw one to Juwan Jennings, who we weren't even sure was going to play on Sunday. He was banged up. Tell us about maybe spreading that love around. Like the way it was drawn up, the way you like to spread, the way you read it. I mean, it's kind of neat that you threw to 3 different guys.
Yeah, I just like to go through my progressions, and honestly, the ball just goes hopefully to the open guy. And honestly, I felt like I left them out there. So looking forward to just fixing that and getting better in practice this week and getting some more of those.
Good stuff, Mac. Listen, it's been nice getting to know you. You're welcome anytime on the Murph and Marcus show. And if you want to hear any Mac Jones, you want to play him out here? Tony's what we do in radio. You got to play him out here. Check it out. Yeah.
Mac Jones.
Yeah. One more. Just hang tight here. Listen. Wait.
Mac Jones.
There you go. Just for your head, buddy. Just for your head, all right?
That's awesome.
All right. Have a great Tuesday.
Thanks
for hopping on.
All right. See ya.
All right, we're back live Wednesday morning. See, it's always sometimes it's fun to play those songs for him. I remember Paul used to play songs a fair time. We got Steph Curry. He was very nervous to play his Steph Do What You Do. And as soon as the song ended, Steph came online and said, I need it on my iPhone. I need it on my alarm. I need it in my car. You know what I mean? So these guys, they get a kick out. Although the one guy who never really vibed, we played Sherm Baby Sherm.
I remember that.
And Richard Sherm was like, yeah, you guys are crazy, man.
He was like, what is this? He's like, am I still connected? What am I
were
listening
you on the
to?
board that day?
I think I was on the show producing. Not on the board, but
Stuff.
producing.
All right, well, listen, hope everybody enjoyed a little visit with the 49er quarterback. By the way, just right now, what's your gut instinct? I know we're not making any proclamations, just for fun. Do you think Mac or Purdy this weekend?
I think Mac Jones will be out there flossing in the candy paint out in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
I think they're going to play it cautious with Brock Purdy, give him another week. Of course, we'll get an update today from Kyle Shanahan, but that's my guess. That it would be Mac Jones this weekend. How you leaning?
I mean, again, what we say doesn't matter. It will be determined in the next couple of days. But just for fun, I actually think there's probably a 50-50 chance Purdy goes. He's a tough dude. He's a fast healer. I wonder if part of him didn't like seeing Mac get that win, you know? But again, he's got 53 million reasons to be fine with his sleep like a baby at night. But, I think yours is the prudent move. It'll be interesting. Arizona gives them trouble, man. Arizona gives them trouble. And Mac Jones would not be an easy, even though it's at home, in front of a home crowd, and there wouldn't be a surge of Arizona Cardinals fans at the game. It's going to be a challenge. Jonathan Gannon ain't bad, and I know their records haven't been good, but they have given the 49ers and Kyle some trouble.
Yeah, and there's something about Kyler Murray, too. Just him being that squirrel in the pocket. Seems like he always gives him trouble.
You know who I heard talking about him yesterday? Somebody we've gone 51 minutes without even acknowledging the incredible return of Greg Papa yesterday. That was emotional. I thought his opening segment was just about the best thing I've ever heard on KNBR in terms of, like, you want to talk about Tony Salvador goes, magic comes out of that box. That was one of the most human, like, real, honest, funny, poignant, affecting segments I've ever heard. And I know KNBR Social put it out. If you guys want to go visit it, it's out there on our social media channels. I just thought that's radio at its best, where you are just people. We were all, our entire staff in the morning, we were riveted. We all stood together and watched it on YouTube without saying a word. So that was great radio. So,
I mean, we got Murph to stick around for 10 minutes after the show yesterday. That's how you know it was great radio.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. And today I have to do this date in Giants history. All right. Okay, that was the good vibe. The 49ers, they're 2-0. Back to the bad vibes. Bryce Eldridge didn't play last night. Let's get into it on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Delivers. Little tapper back to Walker. It goes by him. To Wilmer. The throw home. Too late. Walker came off the mound and reached for it, and he fanned on it. He never got an out in the ninth inning. Arizona 6, the Giants 5. Corbin Carroll, one of the fastest of all the D-backs, and he scored and put the heat on. And Walker, even had Walker picked that ball up, he was going away from the plate and would have had to have spun around and made a good throw to the plate. He would have had a force out, at least a chance for it.
John Miller describing what we saw, slow motion death for the Giants as they lose their fourth in a row. They peaked last Friday night, going 3 games over 500, and then briefly pulling into the wild card lead early Saturday when the Mets lost, only to lose 4 in a row. This one particularly bad because they had a 4-0 lead in the first inning against Arizona, and their pitching absolutely collapsed. In fact, they probably should well have lost the game in the 6th, 7th, or 8th innings when Arizona stranded multiple runners in each of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th innings. It was like that was a deserved loss. The Giants sent their last 14 batters down without a peep. Ryan Walker didn't record an out. Casey Schmidt didn't put his foot on first base because Torey Lovullo and the Diamondbacks forced the action with well-placed bunts that the Giants just don't do enough of, and you're seeing a team crater right before your eyes. Other than that, good morning, everybody.
Hey.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We got Young Tony asking us questions in 15 short minutes. We got some fun stuff today. Mike Krukow at 7:30. Some Ron Rivera at 8:50. Bears are 3-0.
Roll
their
on,
thing.
you Bears.
Yeah. And some 49er talk with Tracy Sandler and Larry Krueger, and possibly a mystery guest. Possibly.
Stay tuned.
Mystery guest.
This known mystery guest is sometimes moves on it. I'll reveal it's a man. Sometimes moves on his own schedule. So I could see him calling the show after the show's over. That's the kind of guy he is.
Good possibility of that.
But anyway, just stay tuned. We might have a special visit. But I teased not the crater, not Ryan Walker, not the bullpen, which has given up 57 hits in the last 4 games. I teased Bryce Eldridge. And we talked about this yesterday before the game. And we talked to Andy Baggerly. We talked to Dwayne Kuiper. And they all told us to get ready for the fact that Eldridge was not going to play against a lefty. And he didn't play against a lefty. Now, we should say that the man who took his place in the lineup, Wilmer Flores, kind of had a good game. He went 2 for 4. He scored 2 runs. He drove in 2. He even hit a home run.
Yep.
And so he had a productive day. But there were people, when you lose a game, you start to gripe and point fingers. And you start saying, I mean, one of the first cuts after the game was over, Marcus, was into the dugout. And you saw Bryce Eldridge picking up his bats and walking away with a clean jersey and clean. He didn't even get in even after the lefty left the game.
No, I thought he was at least going to get a pinch hit opportunity, but I'm not going to sit here this morning and say the reason why the Giants lost last night is because they didn't play Bryce Eldridge. Because even if we want to look at the positives of Wilmer Flores and what he did offensively, I thought he was a defensive liability yesterday at first base, but we know Bryce Eldridge is not going to come in and play Gold Glove defense. Hell, we don't know what kind of defense he's going to play at first base. To me, really, last night, you missed out on Dom Smith with those defensive opportunities late in the game, but Dom's injured right now, and that's the reason why Bryce Eldridge is on the roster. But even before the game, Murph, I was upset. I said it yesterday. You didn't call up Bryce Eldridge to sit on a bench. Like, he is known for his bat. He was drafted as a two-way player. We've gone over this 1,000 times. Didn't play a position in high school as a pitcher and a DH. So that tells me if your future kind of progression and track to the big league level is for you to be a DH, you can't be a platoon guy. And Murph, I did a little bit of research, surprisingly, and I looked at his AAA numbers this year. I think most people will be shocked to figure out that he was a 255 hitter against righties. Against lefties, he was a 270 hitter down in the minor leagues.
Well, it's interesting. That's a great number, and that is interesting. It's an interesting decision by the Giants, but they kind of called their shot. They said he's up to hit righties for us right now. I guess they don't want to put too much heat on him, but you bring up a really good point. I mean, he's here. Why would he sit on the bench? I know JT Snow was making remarks last night, some others too. Again, defensively, so you would rather have him at DH and Devers at first?
I would rather have Devers at first. Like, I think now I'm at the point where I feel more comfortable with Rafael Devers playing first base than Wilmer Flores.
But Flores did go 2 for 4 with a bomb and 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored.
No doubt.
FP
No doubt about it.
Santangelo was defending the Wilmer start because he was part of that first inning rally and he hit the bomb later in the game. So it is open for debate. And now I think the rest of the way, you don't even have to have this debate, because I think they face right-handers for the next 5 days in a row.
Yeah,
I believe.
so get Bryce into the lineup. And I mentioned this yesterday. Wilmer Flores, we could be looking at his finals games as a San Francisco Giant, so give Bryce the opportunity. I know you're sitting here saying you're competing for a wild card spot, but are you really when you're throwing out Kai Wang Tang and Tristan Beck on back-to-back days when you have a tiebreaker on the line with Arizona Diamondbacks?
I'll be honest, Tang wasn't bad.
Yeah, Tang
of all the guys who've pitched in the last few days, Tang was the best.
Yeah, he was. But he only lasted 4 innings.
Yeah. So it is. I mean, listen, when you lose, you lash out. I'd love to talk to. We'll talk to Mike about that, and we'll talk to you guys. Have Buster tomorrow, right?
Yes, we do.
You're gonna have Todd Husak, right?
Yeah.
So we'll ask him. Ask him. Say, hey, when you guys brought up Bryce, what was the strategy on him only facing righties? What was up with that?
And look, we have to also think about what Buster told us just a few weeks ago before the Dom Smith injury, that it was all likelihood that Bryce Eldridge would not be making his MLB debut. So, like, this wasn't part of the plan, at least part of the plan that we knew of, to make a late season push with Bryce Eldridge, or if this is about his development and continue to try to have that development moving forward, give him a taste of the big league level. But those are the questions they're now going to have to ask down the stretch as they're back underneath 500 with only a couple weeks left to play.
Yeah, man, and it's bad, guys. We talked about this as a situation where the Giants are now behind Arizona in the standings, and they've lost the tiebreaker to Arizona in the standings. And listen, I think the bottom line is this. So I think what we've seen now in the last few days here is just flat out a team that ran out of pitching. Just ran out of pitching. And we had played that sound from Zach Manassian yesterday. I mean, setting aside the Eldridge question, it's just I said 57 hits, 37 runs in the last 4 games. I mean, if you want to talk averages, in the last 4 games, the opponents have averaged over 9 runs a game and almost 15 hits a game against these guys. So even if the Giants somehow, some way, I mean, Grant Brisbee wrote a whole piece about this in The Athletic yesterday saying, guys, if they somehow, some way, if the Mets just collapsed and lost out and the Giants beat the Cardinals and the Rockies and somehow sneak it, this bullpen in the playoffs? What, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So it'll be interesting about rebuilding this entire thing and how they go about it. Like we went through the list. Landon Roop, injured. Randy Rodriguez, injured. Carson Wisenhut, injured. Eric Miller, injured. Who do these guys think they are, Marcus? The 49ers? Thank you very much. A little bit of Bo Melvin after the game. Here about the games are frustrating. Cut A here, Young Tone, about jumping on Rodriguez and then not capitalizing.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating. All these games we lose like that are frustrating, especially against a lefty who, we've had trouble against. And had a tough time with them last time to be able to score 4 in the first, get another one in the third. After that, we didn't even feel like we got a base runner.
Yeah, it's true. The last 14 guys went down. Yeah, listen, out at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line before we get to Young Tony, edition 52. Somebody sent in a Billy Joel 52nd Street YouTube clip for you, buddy. Ooh. There you go. But before we get to that, just to check at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 818 says, remember when Matt Chapman promised us last year at Fan Appreciation Day they would make the playoffs? Did he?
Did he promise that?
I think he did.
Oh, he did. I do remember that. We could find that.
Promises. 408 says 4 innings. That's 3 more innings than the openers we were experiencing and subjected to the last several years.
Whoop-de-doo, Basil.
775 says, hey, how's that Jobu false idol clubhouse good luck charm working out? Now, see now? See, now they're coming out.
Yeah, now they're coming for Joe.
Now they're coming out here. 559 says, so basically the golden child future of the organization is a hits rights only designated hitter. Oh, man, dude. 707 says, yeah, why wasn't Devers playing first base last night? 510 says, I don't think Bob Melvin's a very good manager. That's what 510 said. 530 says, post-game, the crew was talking about how the D-backs have their best hitters and speedy athletic guys and always put pressure on pitching and defense. They are built for small ball, and the Giants are not. I think Buster would like to. 650 says, seems like the pitching just ran out of gas. I like the lineup. Maybe a couple tweaks here and there, but one more frontline starter and a revamped bullpen, and I think next year is going to be starting a championship window. Wow. 650 says, I also want to see more Bryce Eldridge. I just want to see him hit. Yeah. And 408 says, well, it was fun while it lasted. Just go ahead and close out strong and pack it in. Start over next year with full chemistry out of the gate. So there you go. Let's do this. Let's get ready for the Wednesday tradition.
You want that Chapman quote, by the way? I found it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, give it to us.
September 29th of last year. Here's Chapman.
I just want to echo what Webby said. I want to say thank you to the fans. You guys give us energy every single day. You showed up. I know that this season didn't end the way we wanted it to, but we're going to go home this offseason. We're going to get better, and you guys bring the same energy next year. And when we end the season like this next year, we're going to be going to the playoffs. We're not done.
Well, technically, what would Marty Lurie say? When you're 6 out with 5 to play, that's when it's
when
over.
you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over.
Nice work, Tony.
Until then, it's baseball.
Yeah, until then, it's baseball. And until they're officially eliminated, get ready to have that curb music ready to go when we play that in a couple weeks.
Oh, man.
We'll be in the playoffs. Dun, 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 dun.
Very good, Marcus. Very good. For a non-curb guy, too. All right, what did Young Tony ask today? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, it's a Wednesday morning, and Steve Moskowitz is here working for you. He's our tax attorney. And, Steve, you want to talk to the good people out there, but what happens if they didn't get their ERC check?
You call us. You've grown a long white beard waiting for your ERC check, and you've been waiting. You know, some people have been waiting years. There's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. Let's go ahead and do that for you before the government changes their mind about the program and decides not to pay you. That could happen. Or you get a letter that says you don't qualify, no ERC for you. The IRS is doing batch disallowances where they disallow them in a batch. They might not even know if you qualify or not, so we have to appeal it, or you're being audited. Anything to do with ERC, you want to call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
That's him. Give him a call. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, yeah, right at 7:15 or 7:16 if you want to let John Lynch and Dwayne Kuiper talk. Well, listen, it's episode 52. Those of us numbers heads, I think 52 weeks makes a year, brother. Ooh. I think we're talking about the anniversary. Wow. Remember we just gave out gold cards for his 50th? Now we give out the single 1-year anniversary. What is it, like paper or something like that? Either way, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. He celebrated by not putting that in the sponsor sheet for my reads, by the way.
It's on me, I know.
That's how you celebrated your 52nd.
Getting comfortable after a year, huh, Tony?
All right, buddy, the floor is yours. Explain to those newbies and those veterans.
Yeah.
I hate the word newbie. I'm going to do 5 push-ups for saying that. Explain to those rookies and veterans out there what's going on.
All right, well, I have 4 questions for you today. Every time I hear the open, it's 3 questions. Maybe we made a mistake by that. I got 4 questions for you guys. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond.
Oh, you know, for the last 52 weeks, I've been getting all my jobs done in less than a minute, Tony.
Oh, my God.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. I got to get it queued up. Stand by. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation. We good to go?
Let's do it.
Do you ring the bell?
You ask me this every time. We do, yeah.
All right.
You guys are a little short.
You
guys don't
can
give.
ring my bell.
Wow.
Okay,
how about young Tony
yeah.
calling us short right there?
All right, let's go.
Short with the time. Come on now, dog.
I know.
I'm
All
ready
right.
for you. Bring it on, Bobby Hurley style. Slapping the floor.
So, friend of the program, Mac McCorkle-Jones, Mike Jones, led his team to victory on Sunday, and as anticipated, the national narrative, you know, Colin Cowherd, Nick Wright, all those pundits, as they say, they all say that this proves the Niners did not need to pay Brock Purdy the $265 million, I do believe, is what they paid him for 5 years, $53 a year. So the question is, did Shanahan and Lynch make a mistake by overpaying for Brock Purdy?
60 seconds for this one, buddy. We can do entire shows on this one. First of all, I love the word pundit. I'm going to give you propers for that, number one. Okay, so we've talked about this, and I will say this to the pundits. There is part of their argument that makes sense. Brock Purdy is not a transformative quarterback like Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes and guys like that, right? It's true. So why do you need to lock up a guy like this? I'm going to say they did not make a mistake, and I'm not going to say it because I think Brock Purdy's going to be Joe Montana or Steve Young. I'm going to say it because this is the world, this is the unfortunate world we live in the NFL, where you got to have a quarterback, and unfortunately, this is the market rate for a quarterback these days. And if the reason why I say this is the other choice is sort of a revolving door. Like the Seahawks picking up Geno Smith last year and Sam Darnold for 3 years at 100, or Mac Jones here for like a year or two. So what do you want to do? Do you want to keep changing every year? So I'd say no to the Moneyball quarterback. You got to hold your nose a little bit and you got to pay the quarterback what you want, and hopefully Brock delivers the goods. So I will grant them. I kind of see what they're saying. But this is the bit. I better shut up.
Yeah, you better shut up,
My
Murph.
bell rang.
That bell is ringing, so it's time for me to give my take, Murph. And I think this is an overreaction, especially when you look at the team that Mac Jones just beat this weekend, the New Orleans Saints, who Vegas had before the season started to win over under 3.5 games. They obviously lost last weekend. He faced off against a quarterback, Spencer Rattler, who's never won a game in his NFL career. And I thought Mac Jones looked pretty damn good in Kyle Shanahan's system. But we've also seen quarterbacks look bad in Kyle Shanahan's system. So does that prove that it's Mac Jones or any other quarterback? Because when Kyle Shanahan is out there without Brock Purdy and without Jimmy Garoppolo, guess what? He has a record of 10-29. So we can sit here and praise the Kyle Shanahan system, but you still need a quarterback to run that system. And Brock Purdy, in my opinion, has ran that system better than any other quarterback for Kyle Shanahan here in San Francisco. But if I did want to play that game, guess what? If Kyle Shanahan did draft Mac Jones all those years ago, and if Mac Jones played in the Kyle Shanahan system, guess what? We'd be sitting here talking about Mac Jones making $53 million per year, and then a backer would come back and someone would say someone could do Mac Jones' job.
Boom.
That's a fair point.
Slightly over 60 and well said.
It's all good. All right, number 2, Tom Brady's back in the news. On Monday night, the Raiders owner was seen in one of the coaches' booths with a headset on, dressed in a full suit.
I love that you're just poking Marcus with this question.
100%. According to the NFL, Brady's prohibited from going to a team facility for practices or production meetings, but he is allowed to take part in conference calls for the teams that he's covering, for his Fox responsibilities. So the question here is, do you think the NFL should intervene and stop Brady's communications with other teams?
Oh, now this is a hot topic. Everybody's been talking about the conflict of interest, but I don't see any conflict. I'm saying keep on cheating, Tom Brady. I've had to deal with this guy being a cheater my entire life. So if he's going to show up in silver and black, I want bad boy Tom Brady. I want him stealing calls. I want him videotaping other teams' practices. Hell, I want him deflating the ball for Geno Smith. Pull out all the tricks that you have, Tom Brady, whatever it costs to get the silver and black back to the days of greatness, Murph. I'm here for it. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Come on, Tommy. Keep cheating and try to win some games.
We like that guy Machiavelli and Sun Tzu. Those guys knew how to win.
Art of war.
Well, there you go, Marcus. Fully endorsed. Yeah, absolutely they should prevent him from NFL. God, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. I understand that they're like, we can't set foot on the grounds, but he can participate in a conference call or Zoom. These guys are always gleaning competitive advantages from anything they get. So Tom Brady gets to do a Zoom with Andy Reid. Tom Brady gets to do a Zoom with Bo Nix or Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert. Absolutely, it's a competitive disadvantage. Tom Brady, you can't have it both ways, bro. You can't take your $375 million and steal information unless your Mark is trying to cheat. So yes, either take your $375 million and stay out of my conference call, or drop your $375 million and get in my conference call. In the meantime, you're fine in the booth. You can do whatever you want in the booth. Do that. Wear your suit. Be in the booth. Just not allowed on the Zoom. They should ban him from the Zooms.
All right. Curly's telling me that he was on one of the calls for a Commanders game, and now the Raiders are going to play the Commanders. They were playing the Bears, and he was calling the game. He's got a lot of, it's bleeding a little bit over.
Wearing the suit, wearing the glasses, the whole deal.
Tom Brady is on the call for the Bears game this weekend. Week 4, Raiders are playing the Bears.
There you go.
Go get us that competitive advantage,
If
Tommy.
you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Come on,
right?
Tommy boy.
The end justifies the means.
Plug your ears, kids.
All
right, last Saturday, the Mets organized a cool event called the 2025 Alumni Classic between Shea Stadium and Citi Field. Bear with me, I got to explain this. Over 40 players and managers faced off against each other. Mike Piazza, Mookie Wilson, Darryl Strawberry, just to name a few. It's like the Yankees old-timer game, Marcus. So if you guys had to pick 3 all-time players who are currently alive and who played most of their time at either Candlestick Park and then Oracle Park to face off against each other in like an alumni game, who would you pick?
So wait a minute, they have to have played in both Candlestick and Oracle Park?
So like Will Clark played the majority of his time at Candlestick. You would include him only with the Candlestick crew.
Oh, so it's Candlestick versus Oracle Park?
Correct.
Oh, so where's Barry Bonds go?
That's a
Which
great
team is he
question.
on?
That is a great question, Murph.
Pick your poison.
Okay, so okay.
I would say let's group him in with Candlestick.
Sure, why not? I played about equal both ways. Okay, fine. Then I'll go. I'm going to go on my Candlestick crew. I'm picking 3 for each stadium. Is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So
for my Candlestick crew, I'm going to go. You stole my thunder. Will Clark. I'm going to go Will Clark. And they have to be living, right? Will Clark.
Currently
and
alive,
ready
yes.
to grab a bat right
Correct,
now. Okay.
yes.
So Will Clark, Barry Bonds. This is my Candlestick crew. Will Clark, Barry Bonds. And you know what? I played golf with this guy, and I'm telling you, I still love. He was only here briefly, but grab a bat, Ellis Burks. Okay, so those are my 3 for AT&T Oracle. It's a lot easier. We're gonna go Timmy. We're going to go Buster, and we're going to go Mad Bum. That's what we're going to do. So there's my 3 versus 3. Ellie Burks makes the team, just because I couldn't think quickly. Jeff Kent's out there, too, if you need him.
I was going to say, Jeff Kent was one of the first names I thought of. Now, this is also an interesting concept because you never play 3 versus 3 baseball.
I know, he asked for 3, though.
We were trying to think, you want to do 9 versus 9, but it might take too long.
So what if I pick 2 pitchers and a bat? I mean, I didn't pick any pitchers from
just your 3 favorite players from each ballpark.
You're going to get Barry Bonds on the bump.
So I stand by my answer.
Yeah, okay. So I think Barry and Will are the 2 guaranteed who are still alive that played at Candlestick. I'm going to throw in Rich Aurelia, even though he played at both ballparks, but I'll give some love to Richie Rich, number 35.
Love
so I'll
Richie.
throw him on the
Always
Candlestick
welcome.
crew.
Yes,
And then, you got to go Buster Posey, obviously representing the World Series era. Oh, man, you're like making me pick between my kids if I want to go Lincecum, Bumgarner, or Kane. You know what? Give me Tim Lincecum as my ace, and then I'm going to switch it up a little bit. Give me Rafael Devers as the 3rd guy representing Oracle Park for the next generation.
The guy hitting 239 as a Giant?
I'll take him, Murph. I'll take him.
You're a Devers guy.
I like it.
All right, 4th on the list is a really fun one. Papa's back after the show yesterday. We all saw his first segment back on air after being diagnosed with cancer on July 16th. It was really poignant, really cool to see him back. He's rocking the beard now, and shout out to him for this one, Mount Beardmore. What 4 Bay Area athletes have the most memorable beards?
4 Bay Area athletes. They nailed it. I mean, the 2 that are super obvious are Jumbo Joe Thornton and Brian Wilson. Those are the 2.
Yeah.
And actually, the 3rd one would be Sergio Romo, right?
Yes, I would agree.
So then that leaves the 4th one open. And we could do this one jointly here, Marcus, if you want. I'm trying to think of Warriors. Any great Warrior with a... I mean, Clay had a beard, kind of a chin strap thingy. Steph sometimes has a little puffy stuff on the cheeks.
Baron
you know what I mean?
Davis has a pretty good beard.
Baron Davis was mentioned yesterday on
But
their
you
show.
don't remember him for the beard, though.
No. Is there another Shark? I don't know. Patty Marlowe never really grew one out. Joe Pavelski never really grew one out. Did my man Mike Ricci used to rock a beard, dude, with the missing teeth out there? Did Link Gates used to rock a beard there? Giants with beards in the... You'd think a Giant from the 70s. I mean, I know they mentioned him yesterday. He didn't play pro ball here, but he played his high school ball here. Dan Fouts had a great beard. He's a St. Ignatius Wildcat. So it's a tough one. You got to fill me out my 4th, buddy.
I've got one nominee, and I'm going to bend the rules a little bit. Now, you said Bay Area athletes. You didn't have to say they were a professional athlete. So I'm going down with the kid that played at Tam High School. Brian Murphy's got the best beard in the Bay Area.
Look at this guy.
For 18 years,
guy,
17 years on air.
Yeah.
Brian Murphy had a clean-shaven face. Now he's got a beard. And I got to say, it's a good look for my guy, Murph.
I like the constant support from Marcus on the beard has been very touching there. So,
Bruce Q. Frazier, your
there you go.
beard idol.
Yeah, that's right.
Put
He is my
him.
beard idol.
Yeah,
I've never
Murph's beard
matched
idol.
his beardness
So
either, too.
put him on the mountain.
What about when John Joe Curley tried to grow a beard earlier this week and then just abandoned it after like 5 days?
I pulled out a magnifying glass. I was like, are those hairs on your cheeks?
I heard about that, yeah.
Is there anything worse than the splotch?
Yeah.
You know
Marcus
what I mean?
goes, can you notice? I'm like, notice what?
See, that's the problem when we talk about Curly's beard, and Tony's like, yeah, I heard about it, just never saw it.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
You'll get that in Ireland, these little splotchies. The Irish are not a great beard people. Some do.
Hey, how about this one? Brent Burns?
Oh, that's a good one.
George Kittle?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's known for his beard.
I heard Papa talking yesterday about the Banjo Man. He did have a little Banjo Man vibe going on right there with the propeller head and the cape and the banjo
100%.
and all that.
Dave threw out Kenny Stabler.
Oh.
Yeah, Stabler's pretty good. Stabler's pretty. John Matuzak had a beard too, I believe, right?
209 is suggesting Dallas Braden. His beard is huge now. Wasn't as big when he was actually pitching.
Good call, 209. That's a really good call.
All right, Young Tone. 52 episodes.
Dude, we went all this time and didn't mention the manicured beard of a Gabe Kapler.
Oh,
dude, he had a perfect beard.
It was like follicle by follicle, just chosen like carefully.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Carefully curated, like a museum exhibit.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
I was gay. By the way, the Marlins have a better record than the Giants yet.
Oh, where are the Marlins
You know what?
at?
Let's give some Tonys for 52 episodes.
Yeah, congrats,
We're going to
Tony.
do audio tributes to Tony. We're going to take calls. Well done, buddy. Well
Hopefully
done.
no sophomore slump.
It's always a highlight of my week because it always means that the weekend is like turning towards the weekend. Except when you're taking Thursday, Friday off.
Look at this guy.
And we're already turning towards the weekend. All right, Mike Krukow. After all the high energy and fun of a young Tony, Giants baseball with Mike Krukow. Next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
Yeah, all right.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, well, didn't go the way anybody wanted last night. Giants had their 4-0 lead, couldn't hang. The pitching just continues to fade. Bryce Eldridge didn't play. Lots of stuff to talk about with Mike Krukow. And, of course, our show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, I wish we weren't talking about 4 losses in a row at a critical juncture. Unfortunately, we're talking about 4 losses in a row at a critical juncture, but it's good to hear your voice. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, happy Wednesday. I'm not feeling happy Wednesday, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, it's upsetting because, you've come a long way, and the nucleus of this team offensively has really come together. We saw it full display when they went 14-4. The offense was clicking, and it was fun. I mean, you look forward to everybody's at bat in the lineup. The one thing that we've taken for granted for all of this year was the pitching, and the one thing that we never really openly discussed because we knew it could possibly be an issue as the season wore on. Is like, what are we going to do when all these guys, these young pitchers, hit innings? They max out on their innings, and what are we going to do when we get into September and these guys who've been in the bullpens in the minor leagues where they protect you, and the big leagues, you're not quite as protected as you are in the minor leagues. But what is it going to be like when these guys are asked to throw 3 and sometimes 4 times a week? And because that's a big deal when you're building up arm strength. When you first get to the big leagues as a young player, you're in awe of the speed of the game, but you're also in awe of the physicality as to just how it is even humanly possible to take the ball 3 days a week and go deep into the year into September, let alone October. September blows your mind when you first get to the big leagues. And that's kind of what's happening. They're just kind of running out of gas. I mean, you heard, Kai Wei Ting when, 2 starts ago, he threw 4 shutout innings and struck out 8, and then he got gassed. And then after the game, he said the one thing you're never supposed to say out loud, I was tired. And that's kind of where it is right now with a lot of these guys. You have to learn how to stay strong throughout a season. It's like a marathon. When you see guys start to train for a marathon, they get to a wall at the 13th mile. They just can't get through it. It's a big deal. And then yet the first time you finally do get through it, it's no longer a big deal. And that's how you build up strength as young arms in a major league season. The 162-game season seems completely undoable, but once you do it, it's never an issue again. When you're building up innings as a starter, when you get to the 150-pitch level, you're exhausted. But once you get through it the first time, it's not a big deal. Next year, you're good for 170 and on and on. Well, I think because of all the youth that's in this club, and that we're seeing basically a wilt right before our very eyes, are experiencing that, and it's unfortunate. I used to think scoring 4 runs in the first inning was a good thing. Now I think it's bad luck. I mean, that's how it's gone here. The last couple of weeks, they scored 4 in the first, and like, oh my God, they've scored runs. This is amazing, and they can't hold it. And they can't hold it because they've got some tired arms in the pen.
Yeah, Mike, I remember at the end of spring training, we broke camp and we were talking about 6 or 7 or 8 different options just in the starting rotation with Jordan Hicks, Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, and now obviously none of those guys are available to pitch for the Giants right now. And you're looking at the box score from the past 2 days, and Ryan Walker is the only guy who's pitched that started the year on the 40-man roster to begin the season. So is this a product of the organization not having enough depth, or do you think it's just part of baseball having to deal with injuries?
Well, I definitely think that at the start of the season they had enough depth. I thought we were pretty deep. I thought we had 8 or 9 guys that could take the ball and go out and give you 4 or 5 innings consistently. And then you had a nucleus of 3 guys, and possibly 4 with the development of Landon Roop, where they could go 6 and 7 innings consistently. But then injuries take its toll, and trades kind of go out. A couple of guys you depend upon, now they're gone, and then the age factor and the inexperience factor kind of catches up. It's it's just what the 162 game schedule does. It wears you down, and then you get to a point of the year because it's pretty fragile when you have young arms, and you can't overexpose them, and you get a turn through the rotation where Logan Webb goes 4 innings, and then Robbie Ray goes 4 innings, and then those become big time bullpen games. And the 6 and 7 innings you count on from both Ray and Webb you don't get, and this time of year it takes its toll. And the other thing too that's kind of slapping this club in the face is they're going through a stretch in the schedule where they're not getting any off days, and every game is a bullpen day, and every day that bullpen's asked to eat 5, 6 innings up, and it beats you up. And this is what they're going through right now. They're just not strong enough yet. But the good thing is, once your young arms go through this, they get stronger, and that's what this is, a development year. It's tough to contend and develop in the same year. It really is. It's almost impossible. But yet the Giants have been able to do it. But right now they're a little exposed.
It's really unfortunate, Mike. We haven't talked to you, though, since Bryce Eldridge's debut on Monday, and then the decision not to play him against the lefty yesterday. We were talking about both those things. So I guess the first question is, his 3 at-bats on Monday, what was Mike Kruko's observation and analysis?
Well, this guy's intriguing because, he's 6'7", but he hits the inside pitch. And not only that, he inside-outs the inside pitch. And his best at bat, he hit a ball to left center that was on the inside corner, and he inside out of that ball, over 400 feet. And the pitcher that threw the pitch for the D-backs, as soon as he hit the ball left his bat, his head dropped. He thought he'd given up a home run. We all did, and then yet it stayed in the park. But yet it was such a great insight to why this guy's special. You just don't have guys that tall that can do that to the inside pitch. And even his first at bat, when he hit an inside fastball and raked it down, on the ground to the right side of the infield, he hit that ball well. That ball was exactly where they wanted it to be. That pitch was thrown right to the scouting report, and that's how you pitch guys 6'7". You pitch them on the hands, but you can't do that with this kid. And the other thing too was how he took against Zach Gowen, who's got arguably one of the best changeups in the National League West. And you can throw one of the best curveballs on top of it, and we watched the big fella go out there and take changeups, work a count in his favor. Now he got thrown a breaking ball that he'd never seen before, and he struck out with it, but it still was a good at bat. This guy in 3 at bats got me excited about where he's going to be. There is no doubt in my mind that this guy is going to be a factor, and I don't know how he's going to evolve as a first baseman. I don't know if he's primarily going to be used as a DH. I don't know. I just want to see more at bats of him. And when they said when he first came up, well, he's gonna DH against left-handed against right-handed pitching, and that's exactly what he's going to do. They had the tough lefty last night, and they sat him. But I want to see him hit. I want to see him every day. I want to watch his PP. I want to watch this guy swing it.
and so just to follow up on that, do you think maybe if you could do it over again, just go ahead and put him in against a lefty? He's so exciting. He's such a threat. Maybe they were being a little too cautious, perhaps?
Well, no. I mean, the season dictates that these are must-win games, and I think that, for a rookie to come in there against a lefty that he doesn't know anything about, I think is a big disadvantage. And I think the move to play him against all righties right now is good because, he can help. Right now, guys that can help. They're still trying to win ball games. That margin of opportunity is getting narrower and narrower every day. So I think that, if they do completely fall out of this thing, you might see him hit every day.
And Mike, obviously yesterday with Wilmer Flores over at first base, we saw what we did offensively, but the question to me is about him defensively. And right now it seems like there's a big question mark with defense over at first base since losing Dom Smith last week to injury. Of course, we've been talking about the question marks with Bryce Eldridge at first all season long. But between Rafael Devers and Wilmer Flores, who do you prefer defensively at first base?
Well, the guy who's got more experience is Wilmer, and I don't ever worry about him over there. Now, he doesn't have the great range, but what he gets to, he can make the play, and he's also got, a little more instinct at the base, at first base than Devers. But the more Devers to me is not an issue anymore. I mean, he made a mistake the other day where, when you're a third baseman, and he was a Gold Glove third baseman, played it for 7 years in Boston. And he also has a cannon for an arm. I didn't have any idea about that. I didn't know what he played, what kind of third baseman he was. And then now all of a sudden he's at first base. Well, he doesn't have instinct for that position yet. He's learning it. At third base, anything you hit to your left, you go as far as you can to try and get that ball. Well, it's not necessarily the case for a first baseman. We saw him the other day go to his right, take a ball that really created a difficult play because it was going to be a pitcher cover play, and he had to make an awkward throw from a long distance away to the pitcher. He did. They got the out. It was spectacular, but it was really unnecessary because he went so far to his right that he cut in front of Casey Schmidt, who would have had the ball. Had Devers held his position at first base, it would have been a very routine play. So those are things he's still learning. He's still learning the instinct of the play. But as far as his hands and his arms are concerned, or his arm is concerned, I like what I've seen in the development of Devers over there. I have no problem with him. And I really don't have a problem with Wilmer Flores. When you get a bases loaded, nobody out situation, and you have speed both in the batter's box at third base, and you get an off balance ball. Once it got past Ryan Walker in last night's ball game, it wasn't going to be a play that Wilmer was going to be able to make. It just wasn't meant to be. It was unfortunate. That's the way they lost, but they shouldn't have had the bases loaded.
Yeah.
They had a walk and a hit batsman.
Yeah.
There's no defense for that.
One observation quickly on the Diamondbacks. They'll put a bunt down. They threw 4 bunts down last night. 2 of them were very effective. I'd like to see more of it, Mike. I don't know. Are you a guy who advocates for more small ball like that?
Well, 100%. I mean, what's happened to the hit and run? That's a great play. That moves a middle infielder out of position and opens up the infield. And we don't ever do that. I love the bunt. The bunt is baseball. And it's playing the game of baseball. It's allowing you to score a run without actually having to get a hit. The difference in this team, in these two teams, are defense, especially in the outfield. The defensive coverage that the D-backs have in the outfield, they have 3 center fielders out there playing.
Dude, yes.
And they're remarkable, the amount of territory that they can cover. Giants can't do that. And, they don't have the best of arms, but they have the best of coverage. And then their ability to play small ball. They have a lot of speed on that team. Mm-hmm. That's what got them to the World Series a couple of years ago. And that's what allows them to contend with anybody, their speed. And the Giants are in the process of looking for more speed.
Mm-hmm.
Have Drew Gilbert. He's an Arizona Diamondbacks type of player.
Yeah.
So as this team continues to grow and change, I think you're going to see more guys like that.
And we'll end it then on that positive note of youth Because, Mike, last night the San Jose Giants won the California League, man. Hey, this is great news. And shout out a couple of these highlight players. They got a 21-year-old outfielder named Carlos Gutierrez who had an 896 OPS. He hit 351 in 248 at-bats. They got a 22-year-old center fielder named Dakota Jordan who hit 14 bombs, drove in 82, had an 875 OPS. He had 311. Their kid, they drafted Trevor Cohen, a 22-year-old from Rutgers. He had 100 at-bats. He had an 840 OPS. He hit 327. Those are only the hitters. I didn't even get into the pitchers. So, hey, that's a little something there now to keep your eye on, right?
You know what's really been great about having Joe Rizzo on the broadcast team is that when Joe comes up to the ballpark, it allows me to go to Joe and say, hey, what's going on in the Cal League? Not just with the San Jose Giants, but what's available in the entire league. And Joe's really good. I mean, when you get around this game every day and you're evaluating a player, you're talking about the story of the game, like broadcasters in the minor league level are, they have eyes on talent, and their ability to assess talent is extremely good. And Joe has really given us some really valuable insight to what's down there, and he says we're loaded. And we're getting the same type of reports out of Eugene. They had a great season. In fact, the only level that didn't have a successful season was Richmond, and they had a winning season at Sacramento. So, this is one thing that we haven't really been seeing. I mean, this past decade's been kind of slim, the amount of everyday players that have failed to come up and make true impact on a major league team, and that's changing. And this is an organization now that has a minor league system that's ready to contribute. And it's happened really this year. I mean, the last 2 years, they've debuted like 35 guys. They've given an opportunity for 35 guys to come up and see how they could do. And there are guys now who are still in the process of learning what it takes to play up here, speed-wise and strength-wise. So that's what you do. When I first got to the big leagues, I wasn't ready for the big league speed. I had no idea how to manage that speed as a pitcher. And I also had no idea how strong you had to be to get through September, let alone October. And those are things you have to learn. And that's what the Giants are doing. In the last 2 years, they're developing, and these young guys are learning what they need to do to make a contribution. It's coming. We're trending upwards, and this may not end out this season where we want to be, but we're going in the right direction.
All right, Mike, there it is. Yeah, the one pitcher I had mentioned, Jacob Bresnahan, 20-year-old with a 1.18 whip and a 2.61 ERA in 93 innings. So there you go. I don't want to mention one starter. All right, so congrats to the San Jose Giants. Bummer game last night in Arizona. Justin Verlander today, by the way. Remind everybody, day game today, 12:40. Justin Verlander will try to do his thing again. So, Mike, enjoy today's game, and then on to Dodger Stadium. We'll talk to you Friday, man. Be good. Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And you're a San Jose Giants guy.
Oh, yes, I am, Murph.
Did you know they won it last night?
I did indeed. I almost went down and drove down to San Jose last night. Could not get out to Excite Ballpark, a.k.a. Old San Jose Muni. But, yes, shout out to San Jose Giants, who actually got the win last night without Dakota Jordan in the lineup, without Gavin Keelan. Both those guys went down with injuries a couple weeks ago. I was worried. But shout out Johnny Level, Walker Martin, and a lot of young talent down in San Jose.
Look at you dropping names. All right, the big hit is the Giants. How I wouldn't say how depressed are you? Maybe that's the wrong phrasing. But what is this 4-game losing streak making you think of this season for Buster Posey in his first year as president of baseball ops? Running out of pitching, is that Buster's fault or just bad luck? Or did you want to see Bryce Eldridge hit against the lefty, or are you okay sitting him? All these questions on the big hit. 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. That'll cheer you up. That'll cheer up all those Giants fans out there, including myself. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pastas, pizzas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. And today, stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to go home with that $100 gift card. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, 49er fans? You know that every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on all your favorite San Francisco Stars and stay faithful to the Bay all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. And why not cash in this weekend on a maximum discount that Prize Picks is offering with Patrick Mahomes needing to have more than one passing yard? It's as simple as that, so sign up for Prize Picks, and why not add some action from today's Giants game, where we will go with the OG, the vet, Justin Verlander, to have more than 4.5 strikeouts. He's averaged 5.8 strikeouts in his last 5 games, so let's go with old man Justin Verlander to get the Giants back to a 500 record. So join me and put together a lineup on Prize Picks by downloading the app today and using a code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-2 pitch. Little tapper out in front of the plate. Kisner goes out to get it, and Bouton jumped in front of him. He grabbed it, made an off-balance throw to first. It goes down the right field line. Come on. That's not his ball, he said, off mic. I guess I said it on mic. Bunted out in front of the plate. Out to pick it up is Walker. He throws to first, not in time. Casey Schmidt was covering first, and the problem was Casey's foot was not on the bag. Little tapper back to Walker. It goes by him. To Wilmer. The throw home. Too late. Walker came off the mound and reached for it, and he fanned on it. He never got an out in the 9th inning. Arizona 6, the Giants 5.
This is some bad baseball.
This is some bad baseball.
To reprise our sound there. Boy, John felt it on the Buto, jump in front of Kisner, throw it up the line. Felt it when Casey Schmidt failed to put his foot on first base, and felt it when.
Come on!
I know. John, you could tell he didn't like that he said that on the mic. He doesn't want to roast players publicly. Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes it happens.
That's not his ball.
Yeah.
He said off mic.
He didn't. I think the story is that John is not happy with his Ruben Rivera one when he said the worst base running ever. Because, it's a hard game and they're out there trying and you roast them and you're there every day in the clubhouse with those guys. But John has earned more than enough credibility through decades and decades and decades.
John Miller wasn't wrong about that one either.
No, everything he's saying is right on point, man.
Come on!
Young Tone, you're hitting us with a sort of a moody instrumental here, buddy. What is this?
Yeah, I've queued up Post Malone, Fall Apart, and then I found Morgan Wallen, Falling Apart.
Well, do I need to go back to my 90s movies, Michael Douglas Falling Down?
Ooh.
Where a guy just snaps. He's stuck in a traffic jam, and he just snaps. And the entire movie is a guy, he's just had it with society.
Come on!
And by the way, this is pre-internet and I can only imagine the new one, Michael Douglas reading comments on social media.
Come on!
Come on!
That's a good sound there. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And the Giants lost their 4th in a row, everybody. Come on!
Come on!
Yes, Tony, no.
Come on!
There you go. If you missed it, Giants scored 4 runs in the first inning to give us think like, okay, you're going to get back over 500. You're going to stay 2 back of the Mets. You're going to be okay. You got Verlander going tomorrow. And instead, Tristan Beck gave it almost all away, almost immediately. And then the bullpen did the rest. Trevor McDonald was not effective. Joey Buteau. Amazingly, Lucchesi and Buteau did some high wire act where they allowed a bunch of base runners and did not score.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Walker came in and just absolutely did not get the job done. That is another blown, well, it doesn't count as a blown save. It counts as a loss for Walker.
Yeah. I mean, you got to love the confidence of Bob Melvin of seeing Ryan Walker just straight up dot Perdomo in the 8th inning and be like, yeah, I want him back out there for the 9th. Let's roll him back out there.
To be honest, that's one of our big hit questions, guys, is how did this happen to the pitching? And does Buster Posey or do JP Martinez deserve any of this blame? Because right now, I mean, you want to talk about a pitching staff that has collapsed right before your eyes and at the worst time. Because their surge, when they got to 3 games over 500 Friday night, you started thinking, well, if they can kind of just hang around, throw a few punches, we're not asking to win out. But you're saying maybe they can get to 85, 86 wins, see where that gets you. And I've said all along, I just wanted to see steps. Some people have made the analogy, I think you did or others did, to the 2009 Giants season when they didn't make the playoffs but showed a lot of promise. Guys like Pablo Sandoval, Buster came up at the end of the season, Madison Bumgarner. There were some thoughts there. Tim Lincecum was doing his thing. So there were thoughts that going into 2010, they might be good. But I got news for you. That 2009 team, dude, they won a lot of games. This is now headed to be, we had that stat yesterday about the last 500 games. They're 250 and 250. I got bad news. In the last 502 games, they're 250 and 252. Dude, so
even worse.
I know. So, guys, it's just, it's amazing that you change leadership and Buster wants to be in the money-making business or the memory-making business and all that stuff, and yet he's going to wind up probably around 500 just like his predecessors.
Yeah.
Gravity. Yeah, gravity. The gravitational pull.
It's the
By
gravity.
the way, that 2009 team won 88 games.
Damn.
There weren't multiple wild cards then.
I'll take 88 right now.
Yeah, in fact, I'll go back and look at this right now. I'm going to
88
go ahead and
most
say
likely gets you in.
I probably have gotten them in. 2009, the standings, let's see, 93, 90. Yes, they would have been the second wild. They would have been the number 2 wild card, bro. Not even the number 3. It was Phillies, Cardinals, and Dodgers won the West. Then the Rockies won 92, and then the Giants won 88. They would have been the 5 seed in the playoffs. So that's why I mean, us talking about jockeying for a playoff spot here. I mean,
it's not the same.
There's 6 freaking spots, dude.
Dude, they have a sub 500 record, and we're sitting here talking about pennant runs.
So I mean,
pennant races.
I mean, dude, as this person here, there's a 510 texted and said, This is the worst pitching I've seen the Giants have in a really long time. And that's true. You have, even in 17, 18, 19, when things weren't going that well, and the 500 years of the Gabe, they did not get tattooed like these last 4 games. They're getting clobbered. Even Tristan Beck in his 3 innings, he was giving up long, loud outs. The outs were like lucky. You exhaled with balls at the wall or on the warning track. Yeah. So I don't know what you do. I mean, listen, we've gone through it. Landon Roop is hurt. Okay. Randy Rodriguez has Tommy John. Carson Wisenhunt is hurt. He wasn't super effective when he was here. Eric Miller is hurt. Hayden Birdsong was a guy you were counting on when you traded away Kyle Harrison. Yeah. You trade. By the way, would you like to have Harrison back? I don't know. Would you like to have Jordan Hicks back? I don't know. You got Devers.
I mean, I'd rather have those 2 guys over Tristan Beck, but not at the cost of a Rafael Devers.
Right.
I still make that trade.
So, I mean, there was a guy who was knocking on the door. They got in the Mets trade, Blade Tidwell. He got injured. Yeah. So do you blame just Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch injuries on this? Or do we blame the Giants, I don't know, farm system organization or hierarchy for rolling out this roster of pitchers? Because it ain't happening, bro. It's just absolutely collapsing right before our eyes. I mean, Verlander goes today at 12:40. We're asking this 42-year-old guy to reach into the fountain of youth one more time after his epic performance on Friday. I mean, I don't know. Is there blame to be assessed here, or is it just bad luck with injuries? And even if these guys were healthy, the guys I listed, Roop, Rodriguez, Miller, Wisenhunt, Tidwell, I don't know if they would have been the guys.
Well, let me tell you what the biggest problem is. It's that in the first half of the season, the biggest problem that we were talking about was Justin Verlander in the rotation. Now we're all hyped up and excited to go see Justin Verlander today. It tells you a lot about where the Giants were pitching in the first half of the season versus the second half of the season. And even circling back to that text you just read about this is the worst Giants pitching that I've seen in quite some time, I think you can make that argument for the last couple of months. But let's not forget, in the first half of the season, they had the #1 bullpen in baseball. Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, we were talking about being the best 1-2 punch in baseball. So to me right now, it's just the left hand's not talking to the right hand. They finally started hitting, but all the pitching has disappeared. But it's hard for me to put blame on Buster Posey in the organization when we just talked about it. All the names you talked about. We went into the season, we broke camp down in Scottsdale talking about 7 or 8 different options. We were arguing, should it be Hayden Birdsong or should it be Jordan Hicks in the rotation? Should Landon Roop get his opportunity? Is Justin Verlander going to limit your young pitchers from getting the opportunity? Now we're just begging for someone to go more than 4 innings. So you can't have your cake and eat it too and say, look, they were set up for success when they started the season. Is it the chef or is it the ingredients? Because it feels like Buster Posey had the ingredients before the season started, but the ingredients have gone stale now, and now you got a bad dish, and now you got a bad pitching staff.
Well, they traded Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, obviously, but you got something in return. I mean, can Drew Gilbert be a piece? I don't know. We see flashes. He's still young. He hasn't truly established himself. He's obviously fun to watch and everything. He's had a couple moments, but can he be a piece? Can Blade Tidwell be a piece? Can Tyler Rogers re-sign here in the offseason?
That's a possibility.
I mean, all of a sudden you get him back in the 8th inning, the Aroldis Chapman special where you trade him and then get him right back, right?
You got a couple prospects, too.
I mean, listen, Doval, they got Jesus Rodriguez. We still haven't seen that kid come up.
Yeah, we really haven't seen any benefits from the Camilo Doval trade yet.
Tomorrow when you want to ask Buster about that, you guys have Buster tomorrow.
Definitely.
Maybe just say, hey, how do you evaluate this trade? I mean, I'm sure he's going to be spinning positive.
Yeah.
He's not going to be like, yeah, we really regret those trades. But I would like to hear what he thinks about Tidwell and Rodriguez and Gilbert, and how he thinks those trades will change the team going into the 26th season.
Yeah, because we know, as we were just talking about with Mike Caruco, that Buster does want to get to a brand of baseball that is more similar to the Arizona Diamondbacks versus these slugging teams that we've seen over the last couple of years where people are just living and dying by the long ball. Buster Posey has realized that type of strategy is not going to work out to the level of success that they want at Oracle Park. So what have we seen from the last draft class? He's focused on guys with higher contact rates than power rates, guys who have better bat-to-ball skills. We've also seen that with the trade with a guy like Drew Gilbert. Like, these are the type of players that Buster Posey is trying to bring in, and it's also year 1 of Buster Posey. Like, a lot of these pieces are leftover pieces from the last regime. So we'll see how this draft class plays out, how the 2025 California champion San Jose Giants can make a contribution as well. Like, we still have to let this process play out. This isn't year 6 of Buster Posey. It's year 1.
Yeah, and I'll answer my own question. Dude, I am 1,000% happy that Buster Posey's running this team, and I liked the midseason trades. I liked the Rogers and Doval trade. I liked getting something for somebody who was coming at the end of his contract. And to be honest, Doval, there were issues about him as a closer for sure. So I was okay with both of those trades. In fact, I liked them. I would just like to see maybe Jesus Rodriguez arrive a little bit earlier. And then when you get to, like, what's he left with pitching in September, a lot of it is bad luck. I mean, Landon Roop in the rotation would go a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, that kid was turning into a dude who could maybe give you 5-6 innings.
We can't blame Buster or Bob Melver or even JP Martinez for Landon Roop taking a line drive off his knee.
So here's some of the people, what you guys are saying in the big hit, as the question is what are you saying about this team sort of fading at the end? This one might be a pretty accurate one from 415. He says, remember, the Giants made the decision to not go for it at the trade deadline. You have to remember that. He says the Giants traded away pitching, especially Tyler Rogers, who was a leader in the bullpen. The fact that they've been in the race this long is just a bonus. We'll get them next year.
Well, I'll say this, Murph. Just the fact that we're talking them being back in the race after they lost 15 of 16 home games in a row, which led to them selling off pieces at the trade deadline.
Here's 323. Says, give Buster a chance. Well, of course we are. He says, we killed Farhan for not selling. Buster has a vision, and I'm excited about last season. Yeah, that goes to my point about saying I really enjoyed it. Like, I was very upset at Farhan for not trading Blake Snell when he had a chance. Very upset at him for not trading Carlos Rodon when he had a chance. Those guys were on short-term deals. Those guys were going to hit the free agent market. They were not going to re-sign here, and you had an asset that you could have netted some decent guys who we'd be probably seeing on the field right now. So that I agree. I liked the Tyler Rogers stuff. 559 said, I've been listening to a lot of New York sports radio, and they hate Camilo Doval in New York.
Yeah, Camilo has not been doing too well out in the Bronx.
415 says, to me, it was over when we lost against the freaking Dodgers. So let the kids play. Eldridge, Gilbert, Matos, so I can relax and find some pitching for next year. There you go.
You won't say Matos.
Here we go. 530 says the pitching disappeared because it literally disappeared. They're all gone. Landon Roop is gone. Kyle Harrison's gone. Hayden Birdsong's gone. Jordan Hicks is gone. Camilo Doval's gone. Tyler Rogers is gone. Eric Miller's gone. Randy Rodriguez is gone.
Yeah.
So those are all guys that either by trade or injury aren't here anymore. Here 925 says, I would rather see Jake Moody back trying game-winning field goals than seeing Ryan Walker in the ninth inning again. Oh, boy.
But Murph, we were joking this morning. Ryan Walker is the only guy that's pitched in the last 2 days that was on the opening day roster. That's a problem.
916 says, how crazy is this? It's the pitching bringing the Giants down and not the bats. Yeah. This is bizarro world Giants.
Crazy.
Especially Buster Posey, right?
Yeah.
He must be, and you guys will have him tomorrow for sure. 707 said, listen, Buster made moves. Farhan would not have taken those gambles. Totally agree, 707. 831 says, when Buster made those trades, Randy Rodriguez was still healthy.
Randy Rodriguez was an all-star when he made that trade.
707 says, I got a fever, and the only cure is winning. All right, well, that makes sense.
I got a fever.
707 says, we'll get them next year, except the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks aren't going anywhere. 925 says, and this is a story we didn't talk about, is there a long-term plan? The third baseman is complaining about the dirt. Yeah, we didn't talk about that story.
The dirt.
That's a tough one. I know Greg Elliott very well, and he's Pecan's brother-in-law, and he's a friend, and I hate to see Matt Chapman taking shots at him. I didn't like it.
Now, explain to everybody not aware of the situation.
So Chapman has now torn up his hand a couple times and on dirt diving for balls. And he went to Susan Slusher of the Chronicle and said it's affecting the way he plays defense, and he criticized the Giants grounds crew for the way they handle the dirt at third base. And Greg Elliott's been here for 18 years, and this is the first time we've heard something like this. Greg Elliott said, listen, man, I got a tough job because the Giants ownership likes to have a lot of off-baseball events, non-baseball events, and that requires a lot of stuff we have to put over at third base. And we have to, we can't have the dirt perfect every game because sometimes we're moving stages in and out of the infield. Now, Chapman actually fired back and said, no, man, I played in Oakland. They had concerts over there, and I didn't have this problem. So it's a little ugly. I don't like to see it, and it's kind of a story that's not pleasant because we all want to like Matt Chapman and chug a beer with Matt Chapman. And Greg Elliott is a proven dude for 18 years, has done a great job out there in San Francisco doing his thing at corner of 3rd and King.
Huh, that is weird.
Yes.
Because Matt Chapman wasn't complaining about the dirt when he was standing on it on the last day of the season, telling Giants fans that the Giants would be in the playoffs.
I just want to echo what Webby said. I want to say thank you to the fans. You guys give us energy every single day. You showed up. I know that this season didn't end the way we wanted it to, but we're going to go home this offseason. We're going to get better, and you guys bring the same energy next year. And when we end the season like this next year, we're going to be going to the playoffs. We're not done.
Oh, man. Oh, look at those cynical morning guys. We're just trying to get you guys through your commute, all right? We all want the Giants to win. They're not winning. They've lost 4 in a row. Nice work there. Okay, time to duck out. That was the big hit. And now what? 49er football. Tracy Sandler, next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We love you, Matt Chapman. You're the captain, dude. We love you. We are also giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
What's up, Giants fans? It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back again on a Wednesday morning to talk to you about Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans, because summer is heating up and it's been warm the last couple weeks here in San Francisco. So there's a refreshing new way to cool down this summer, and that's with Surfside and those limited edition SF Giants cans. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right there on the side of the can. So if you want to grab one of these cans, get down to your local bar or your local liquor store in your area and show your fandom by posting a photo of you in your Surfside Giants can and tag us on social media at KNBR. And the best part about these Surfsides are they only have 100 calories, just 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles, so you can keep that summer body going all summer long. So before first pitch today, which is an early one, but it's always a good time for a little bit of day drinking, grab yourself a limited edition Surfside Giants can today, because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball.
Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweetener. 4.5% alcohol by volume. Stateside brands, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, 49er football. Tracy Sandler, our 49ers insider on KNBR. And we keep saying she's going to do pre and post on the Niners for home games. Pre and post for the 49ers in the home games. They haven't had any home games, but they do this week. So, Tracy, you get to go. You get to show up early and hang out late this Sunday. Good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you?
Hey, morning, Tracy.
I am good. Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good. We're a little. Well, listen, I listened to you yesterday with Greg, and it was great. And welcome back, Papa. He was fantastic and poignant and everything. But he went there. I've made a conscious decision to not talk about your baseball team. It's just not something I want to do, Tracy. I
hate my baseball team right now. I love them, but I hate them so much.
So when you asked us, I'm answering your question. You go, how are you guys doing? Well, our baseball team is losing games, so we're not awesome. But I didn't want to bring up baseball because then we'd have to talk about your baseball team.
Oh, who's also losing games in unacceptable fashion. Don't want to get me started.
Tracy, I got 2 words for you. Go Phillies. All right, that's my 2 words for you. All right. So,
you're breaking up. Bye, guys. Have a great day.
All right. So listen, we're looking forward to the pre and post Sunday at Levi's. You're going to be part of the whole scene, and we have to ask you. Okay, Tracy, you get to guess. You get to push your chips on the table. Who's starting quarterback on Sunday? Just for fun. We're not going to hold you to it on a blood oath. Who's going to start a quarterback this Sunday? What's your best guess?
I'm going Mac Jones.
Yeah. And how you just think it's probably prudent to maybe rest? I know we'll get more information as the week goes on, and you just think it's probably prudent to rest Brock another week.
I think it's probably prudent to rest him another week. I mean, they say that week to week. The report was 2 to 5 weeks. I just think it's probably prudent. And Mac Jones played really well on Sunday, and I know that the Saints are not a terrific football team, but he did play well on Sunday, so I think he at least showed they could trust him to play another game.
Yeah, I would agree. Mac Jones did play well on Sunday, but now some people are saying he played so well that this proves that the 49ers should not have paid Brock Purdy and they should go with a cheaper option like Mac Jones. Tracy, what are your thoughts on this national narrative surrounding Brock Purdy and Mac Jones?
I just don't get this national narrative. The national world, for lack of a better term, refuses to accept that Brock Purdy is just a good quarterback. Yeah, he is in a really good system for him, but very few quarterbacks are not in a good system for them. I mean, there are very few that transcend the system, but they should have paid him that money. Brock has proven long-term, not in one game against the New Orleans Saints, Brock has proven long-term that he is a winner, that he can lead this team to win. He's gone to an NFC Championship game and a Super Bowl. I just don't get it. The national narrative just is anti-Brock Purdy, and I don't get it. I'm not here for it. I don't like it.
Is your number one thing that Purdy, the athleticism of Brock, or the decision making of Brock, or the arms? I mean, what do you like about when you saw Mac Jones play? What did you see as the big difference?
I mean, I think we saw Mac Jones play in one game, and he played really well. And I think Kyle Shanahan does have a great system for quarterbacks. But I think we've seen over a longer sample size leadership qualities from Brock Purdy, decision making from Brock Purdy. Yes, the athleticism. All of it. He can run that offense. And I think the thing with Brock Purdy, and I've said this since maybe his first or second game, Kyle Shanahan trusts him in a way that we've never seen him trust another quarterback. And that's taking nothing away from Mac on Sunday, but it was one game. And I'm not saying he can't play more good games, but it was one game. Brock Purdy has several years behind him to show people what he can do.
And now the 49ers are coming home this weekend with a 2-0 record. Now, speaking of national narratives, some people are looking at the two 49er wins as single possession wins, that they didn't blow these teams out. So, Tracy, what is your breakdown about them starting off 2-0 on the road? Does it matter how they won those games, or does it just matter that they're 2-0 to start the season?
I think ultimately it matters they're 2-0 because they're in the right column. How they win the games is important, but I don't necessarily disagree with that national narrative, but I will say this. This is the 49ers team that's won 2 games that last year they easily would have lost. It wouldn't have even been a question. There's no question last year that these 2 games, you would say with a few minutes left, there's no chance they're winning this game. So they've learned to play some grimy games on the road in 2 places that are difficult to play. Yes, they are single possession games. We have a long season ahead of us. I don't know that these 2 games say, all right, they're going to the NFC Championship. But the fact that they were able to win these grimy type of games on the road without George Kittle for most of the first game and all the second, without Brock Purdy, I think these are important. Losing Kyle Juszczyk really early on Sunday, I think those things are important to show how they won the games. And at the end of the day, if they win them, they win them. But we need we're talking sample sizes. We need a larger sample size to see how that's going to play out for the rest of the season. But I do think it's encouraging for San Francisco.
Well, speaking of sample size, if you're just looking at the team stat rankings, if you just go by yards per game, which is, I know it's not the be-all, end-all, and people use far bigger analytics than that. But the 49ers are top 10 in the NFL right now in yards per game offensively and stingiest defenses, too, whereas Arizona ranks more towards the bottom half on both offensive yards per game and defensive yards per game. Again, I know there are more advanced metrics than that, but it is one to go. That said, Tracy, the Cardinals swept the Niners last year. They seem to have their number. The Niners swept them in 23. The Niners swept them in 22. But the Cardinals swept them in 21. So in the last, if I'm doing my math right, in the last 8 games, they're 4-4 against the Niners. Is that the way you're viewing this game as like, oh, man, I know you should beat the Cardinals, but they haven't totally beaten the Cardinals. What's your take on this matchup?
See, and I don't know that I do think they should totally beat the Cardinals because the Cardinals, as you say, they have given them fits. Even in the years where they've been the much more dominant team and have beaten them, the Cardinals give them fits. They have trouble with Kyler Murray, and I think we don't know yet what the Cardinals are because we're so early. So in theory, they should beat the Cardinals, but I don't know. I don't think we know yet how good any of these teams are. We know the 49ers went on the road and won 2 tough games, and that's great. But we don't fully know how great any of these teams are. And I think Sunday is a tough game because Kyler Murray does give them fits and because it's a division game. That's the other thing. Division games are just weird. There is something about them that you go into them and everything gets thrown out the window because weird things always happen. It feels like always in the National League West. I mean, not the National League. We see where my mind is. And always in the NFC West. But division games are weird. So I don't know that they 100% should beat the Cardinals. This game I have a little more difficulty figuring out than the first 2.
Yeah, and we know that weird things happen also when the 49ers play against mobile quarterbacks. Now, going back to Kyler Murray's career, I think it was his rookie or sophomore year the last time that Robert Saleh was DC for the 49ers. So how much of an influence do you think that he'll have on this game of trying to slow down and keep Kyler Murray in the pocket?
Oh, he'll have a huge influence in that. And it's funny, he talked about that 2019 Halloween game and Fred Warner putting too much on his plate. And I think that was interesting because clearly that's a game that sticks out in his mind. So he'll have a tremendous influence on that. We've seen a very different Robert Saleh just in terms of, I think, confidence and demeanor and just personality in a really positive way. But he knows what he's got in Kyler Murray, and I think he will have a real effect on what they do and how they defend him.
Talking to Tracy Sandler, who will be part of our 49ers pre- and post-game this Sunday as the 49ers host the Arizona Cardinals home opener in the all-whites to avoid the searing sun of Santa Clara. Brother, where have you been? I know you're in the cushy press box with all sorts of cupcakes and buffets and all the things you guys get in the air-conditioned press box. But do you know anecdotally fans and friends that complain about the heat at Santa Clara?
Well, for the pregame, I am on the field. So I am, I don't want anybody to feel bad for me, but I am exposed to the heat. Anecdotally, not anymore. I used to. I used to know a lot of people that complained about it. I haven't heard that many people complain about it anymore. I think people have accepted it. That being said, if I went on social media, I would see all kinds of complaints about all kinds of things. But it's hot out there. I mean, when we're in the press box, you're looking at the side of the field that is directly in the sun, and it is hot. There's no doubt about it. So it's going to be warm on Sunday. I looked yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be a high of 85, and that feels hot for late September.
Tracy, how excited are you to actually do pre and post game from Levi Stadium in our Tasman studio instead of doing it from Tim Webb's apartment?
I'm very excited to have a regular season game. How's that? It was so fun in the preseason because I kind of got my routine down and got used to it and got used to talking so much all day long. I'm sure plenty of people are sick of my voice. But I am really excited about it. I think it's going to be super fun. And because everybody keeps going, how's it going? And like, I don't know what to tell you. They haven't had a home game yet. But I think it's going to be really fun. And listen, Tim Webb's a great guy.
Is he?
I'll just throw that out
Is
there.
he? He is. 20 years.
He's been very nice to me.
20 years of Thinny. Can't be wrong. And then leaving, Tracy, one of the big storylines every week is the rookies. We talked about them since May. We talked about him all summer, and now we're talking about him 2 weeks in. Individually, is there a rookie that you think has been better than expected? And is there one that you're still waiting on? For example, I guess Nick Martin would be the one we're waiting on, but is there a rookie on the field that's catching your eye?
I think there are two that I think we saw improvement from weeks 1 to 2, and that to me is really like the story of the rookies all season long, and that is, of course, Micah Williams and Upton Stout. I think it was pretty cool that Upton Stout had a sack in his second ever NFL game at corner. I mean, I do think that is a pretty impressive thing. And he was so impressive in training camp before he got hurt, and the 49ers are so excited about him. But Micah Williams on Sunday, you just saw vast improvement from week 1 to week 2. And that is a really good sign for the 49ers and their defensive line. So he may be an obvious choice, but he was their first pick, and he was a very high draft pick. And so I'm just kind of excited to see how that continues. And with all of our talk about Kyler Murray and the 49ers giving him fits, or giving the 49ers fits, I think it'll be fun to see on Sunday how Micah Williams affects that.
Yeah, I liked him. He flashed a little bit in that game, too. And, of course, the Niners had those closing plays from Bryce Huff and Nick Bosa in those final 2 drives, which are fun to watch. So, all right, yes. Tracy, like we said, they give them fits. It's a divisional game. We've talked about heck, if I even go back to the last 10 games Kyle's had against them, it's 5-5. The last 10 games.
Wow.
So, but we'll see. We'll see on Sunday, and you'll be there to cover it all. So, appreciate your Wednesday morning hit. Have a great week.
Thanks, Tracy.
You guys too. Bye, guys.
All right, there she is, Tracy Sandler. She'll be on the pre and post. Were they really doing it from Tim's apartment?
Yeah, they were doing it from Tim Webb's apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the games, of course, were on KSFO.
Is he cleaning the apartment? Is he like?
Well, I think they can go to Levi's, but Copes doesn't want to drive all the way down to Santa Clara.
The problem is Copes doesn't have a car.
Is there like? Is he dusting? Is he?
I don't see Tim Webb pulling out the duster.
Let's be honest. Is he cleaning the toilet? Is he cleaning the toilet?
That's a big question. Is he getting behind the toilet?
Can I get really down and dirty at 8:20, 8:30?
Yeah, get in there.
Is he sweeping up the pubes?
Why'd you have to put that image out there, dude? I don't want to think about that.
It's got to go. Are they collecting in little tumbleweeds?
Is he thinning?
I've been in bachelor pads, bro. I've been in bachelor pads.
I guess the question is he thinning down there too?
Oh my God! Actually, this whole generation doesn't even know the word, do they? Yeah. All right. So, all right, let's get out. Cooler of content on the other side. Ron Rivera, 850 on the Sports Leader. Hey, the good people at Marin Health are up there taking care of your health right there in the North Bay. World-class health care. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, the cooler of content. We are always happy to give it to you. It's sponsored by Marin Health. That's right, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. 8:50, Ron Rivera. 9:15, Kruger woofing about his 7th-ranked fantasy football team, which should bore all the listeners out there, too.
Is Larry Kruger the 49ers of the fantasy league? He's not getting pretty wins, but he's 2-0 to start the year.
He's 2-0. It's always been a thing now in points. Like, it's frustrating. What if you're a high-scoring team and you're 0-2? Or what if you're a low-scoring team and you're 2-0? Mm-hmm. I've always thought points scored is the true measure of a fantasy football team.
Here's the thing, young
Wins,
Sony.
losses are rando.
Larry Kruger is taking advantage of a last-place schedule, just like the 49ers.
Because literally, the difference between my team and his team right now is like one Malik Neighbors catch. Like, he has 10 more points than me. That's about it.
But he has Neighbors.
And I don't have Xavier Worthy. He's been out for 2 weeks. All right, guys. But what are you going to do? Cry about it or go to work? We're going to work. Me and Copes locking horns this weekend.
Ooh, big matchup.
Two cellar dwellers, by the way. So,
two guys talking S down in the cellar.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll just continue.
Regardless.
The more Larry talks, I'll continue to talk S. Joe Rizzo is going to bring you good news right out of the gate. The San Jose Giants won the California League. We'll determine whether or not this is good news. Marcus has a thought after this. Wait. Let's first enjoy the moment.
Let's hear it.
The Giants won the California League. Shout out Dakota Jordan. Shout out, what's this guy's name? Nico Mazza.
Nico Mazza.
Nico Mazza.
Lefty.
Shout out Jacob Bresnahan. Shout out
Walker Martin, Johnny Level.
Shout out Carlos Gutierrez.
Mike Holler.
Mike Holler.
Yeah, he got himself another ring.
He's too busy hanging out down there and not following Fred Warner, is he?
Hey, now.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Let's listen to Joe Rizzo, our buddy. Shout out San Jose. Here we go.
The 2-1 pitch, a swing and a high fly ball, deep left center, angling back Diaz. He's on the track in front of the wall. He makes the catch! And the Giants are California League champions! A magical season in San Jose has culminated with a league title! After one of the best regular seasons in team history, the Giants are perfect in the playoffs. They sweep Fresno in the division series. and now complete a sweep of Inland Empire to win the championship. The celebration has begun. The Giants have won their 8th championship and 2nd in the last 5 years. Lisbel Diaz making the catch on the warning track in front of the wall in deep left center. And the Giants have done it. What a year in San Jose.
I mean, if you were watching the video of that on YouTube, these boys were
The 2-1 pitch.
They were emotional. They're jumping all over each other, jumping into each other's arms. One guy sank to his knees, had his head in the grass. So, good for them.
It means something, Murph.
Well, anytime you're competing, a championship is a championship, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, and this is a San Jose Giants team where I saw the stat yesterday on Twitter. I'll have to verify with Mike Holder, but during the regular season, they had a plus-minus run advantage, plus 251, Murph.
Wow. Okay, so that's the good news.
Yes.
The bad news is that you were saying you saw this before.
Yeah, the bad news is, and I don't know if it is technically bad news, but it is news because you heard Joe Rizzo in that final call say, this is the 2nd championship in the last 5 years. Well, I remember that championship because I was down in San Jose Muni in 2021, and I saw that Giants team win the California League, and I was excited about the future because, Murph, on that roster, just off the top of my head, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, Marco Luciano, Grant McCray, like there was a long list of Giants prospects, and I thought, damn, this is the nucleus, this is the future, and here we are 4 years later. And yeah, Patrick Bailey has a gold glove, but Luis Matos has been on a shuttle. Casey Schmidt is still kind of trying to find his ground. So it's not exactly a direct line of success winning the low A championship.
So we were high on the Rizzo call and all the emotions. Then you brought us down because those guys who graduated from class of 21, your Schmidts, your Baileys, your Matoses, your McCrays, they came up here and this was on the boombox in the clubhouse.
Gravity.
Yeah.
It's working against me.
You're like, damn, what's this force I'm feeling in this Giants club? Why am I playing 500 ball over and over and over and over and over and over and over again?
Yeah. And I was sitting there thinking, oh, man, Kyle Harrison's going to be the next ace of the franchise.
Well, he might be for the Red Sox.
Cole Waits was closing out games. I thought he'd be a dude. He's disappeared in the system. But, yeah, good times down in San Jose in 2021. And shout out to the San Jose Giants.
Where do you think those boys went to celebrate, by the way? Where's the spot?
Well,
Santana Row?
I actually got fact-checked. They were out in Modesto yesterday, so it was a road game. They weren't down in San Jose, but I'm sure they probably got back. Maybe hit up SP2 down in San Pedro Square or something like that.
Okay, good stuff. All right, this is a good one. Now, anybody had surgery recently? Gosh, I hope not, but if you have.
Not recently.
You get those painkillers or the anesthesia.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And you count backwards from 100. Yeah. 100, 99, 98. Next thing you know, it's 4 hours later. Dude, you don't know where the hell you are.
You're out cold before you hit 95.
And then you wake up and you're a little logy, as they say. Well, Green Bay Packers' Jaden Reed had surgery on his collarbone and his foot yesterday. Came out of his anesthesia, still on it, and I guess either his girl or somebody in his life was filming him on IG. Please enjoy Jaden Reed under the influence of anesthesia, just kind of tripping out here. Yeah.
You got a whole bunch of people on here. You want to turn it off? Tell them hi. Tell them that you're
pack
good.
Us to the bowl, bro.
Okay.
Bruh.
Tell them you good, and then we're going to go.
I'm good. Thank you for the prayers, bro. But we turned, bruh. Okay. We going all the fucking way, bruh.
Okay, that's it.
Nah, bruh. They can't with us, bruh.
Okay. Good.
Damn.
Packers to the bowl, bruh.
They can't blink with us.
Give me that opening one there.
Oh, man.
Packers to the bowl. If they go,
Packers to the bowl, bro.
That's gonna be the slogan in Green Bay.
Packers to the bowl, bro. Sounds like he just had a couple bowls himself. Yeah, different kind of bowl.
I'm good. Thank you for the prayers, bro.
Anesthesia is a beautiful thing, man.
Dude,
it's a beautiful thing.
They can't with us, bro.
His girlfriend's like laughing. She's like, okay, I got you.
It's not a bad
But she
take,
kept
though, to
rolling.
start the
She
season,
kept rolling film, though, by the way.
You have to.
And then they posted it, too.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, Thin Tim, 20 years at KNBR. So he started as an intern back in 2005, and here he is. He's overcome 20 years of the Thin Tim mistake by the day. We called a bunch of the tributes for this guy.
Hey, start with
Jeez.
Mayoko here. It sets it up perfectly right now.
Yeah, it was like, my gosh, it's like a conquering hero, my God. Who would ever celebrate a 20-year anniversary? How self-aggrandizing.
Yeah. I don't know anybody with an ego that big.
Let's go. Tim's 20th Selly. Matt Mayoko was one of the honorees to call in here.
Hey, Tim, it's Matt Mayoko. Just wanted to express a big congratulations for you. 20 years at KNBR. And I will say this, we've worked closely through the years. Of all the people I've worked with there, you are definitely one of them. What I've especially liked about you is those hot takes on the 49ers. Extremely flawed, misguided, but always entertaining. Tim, congratulations, and I look forward to working with you for at least another 20 years.
There he is, Matt. Nice connection on Matty there, too.
Nicely done, Matty.
Of all the people I've worked with, you're one of them.
Yeah, he's right.
Exactly.
He's absolutely right.
You are definitely one of them.
All right. This one from Raph, the great Raph. By the way, I meant to tell everybody, if you missed Baseball Mensch, we're having a second screening. I say we, like I'm part of the team.
Yeah, you
Well, I'm
are.
in the damn movie.
Yeah, you are.
September 27th at the Vogue Theater. All of you, go to baseballmensch.com if you want to go. Some people are like, how come I didn't know about it? Well, we're telling you about it. Baseballmensch.com, Saturday, September 27th. Second screening. We're bringing it. It's an encore, bitch. It's an encore.
We're going to watch it back to back.
There was Godfather 2. This is the real Godfather 2. All right. Raph, who's all over Baseball Mensch, by the way.
Roll out the red carpet.
Here's a short message for Thin Tim.
Raph here from the KNBR Weather Center. Live from Santa Cruz, wishing you, Timmy Turtles, a happy 20 years at KNBR. 20 more years, bro. Come on.
Okay.
That's it.
That's the entire thing.
I've never heard him be called Timmy Turtles. That's a new one.
Danny Dunn, who does This Date in Giants History, the mug of a Danny Dunn. You can't beat it.
This is really good. Shout out to Danny for this.
He's got riffs here. Let's check it out. Yes.
Wow. 20 years at KNBR. What can I even say? You have made this team better in countless ways. Your contributions over the years are truly valued, not only by the staff, but also by management. You have helped keep these lights on with your hard work and your dedication. And because of all of those things, and your mostly positive attitude, I am really looking forward to recording This Date in Giants History with you. Hang on a second. Oh, wait, sorry. These are my cue cards from Murph's 20-year reunion last year. Oops, sorry. But hey, in all seriousness, Tim, congratulations. Thanks for all of the help you've given me throughout the years. And hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to need next weekend off.
That's my guy, Double D.
Nicely done,
Dangerous
Danny
Dan
Dunn.
Dunn, as
Good
Paul
riff.
used to call him.
Good riffing.
That'll be a good one to end on because actually, when I walk out of the studio, you know he's going to be sitting there, the mug of a Dan Dunn. We have one more week of This Day in
go
Giants
face
History.
off against that mug.
All right, we'll do that. Then we'll face off with Ron Rivera and Larry Krueger. And I don't know, we might get a mystery hit. We might. We'll see. On the Sports Leader.
Oh, wait, sorry. These are my cue cards from Murph's 20-year reunion last year. Oops, sorry.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk El Cerrito Honda, the good people. I got my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. I love it. And I loved how when I went there to talk to Sharif and the good crew, and they're like, well, dude, what do you think? I'm like, I love it. I said, I like his navy blue. It's like I love it. They're like, what do you want? And they, all of a sudden, 2 seconds later, they're wheeling around the navy blue. I'm like, you guys have a selection? They said, we got it all, man. We got all the selection you want. It's El Cerrito Honda. Come on, man. World-class selection. Then the service, second to none. The people there, good vibe. right there in El Cerrito, California, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Or if you want to go online to see what they have, you're going to like it, go to elcerritohonda.com. Once again, elcerritohonda.com. And when you do walk on the lot, tell them I sent you. They're like, why are you here? They're like, because I was listening to KNBR, the sports leader, and the morning guy Murph said he liked it here. And they said, well, then come on in. Your family. So experience the magic at El Cerrito Honda. It is more than just a car dealership. We are family.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Born and raised on the Monterey Peninsula, he was a Cal Bear, a Chicago Bear, and two-time NFL Coach of the Year. But now Ron Rivera has returned to his roots.
One of the biggest things I'm here to do is support Justin and his coaching staff, because this is about getting butts in the seats, getting eyeballs on the television, and re-engaging with our fan base and getting them excited about it, which will help us elevate our programs.
Here's the general manager of Cal football, Ron Rivera, with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
All right. Well, listen, Ron Rivera must love doing this show because every time he does this show, Cal wins. So, by the way, Ron, as we welcome you back to Murph and Marcus here on the UMA guest line, I do Friday morning college picks. I pick 2 games a week. My only pick. And this week, I said, give me the Cal Golden Bears at home. And you guys delivered. Big 27-14 win over Minnesota. So, let's go, Ron. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Ron.
Good morning. Good morning. Don't put the jinx on us now. Remember, we're
okay.
Out one game at a time.
No, you are right. Listen, spoken like a true coach there. I got you. Well, let's reflect a little bit before we move forward into San Diego State. It was a Saturday night game. You guys had you're starting to build a bit of trust with the fan base. And then once again, Ron, it all goes back to the quarterback, and your guy, JKS, Jaren Sangapolatele, is getting a lot of national attention. There's tweets everywhere. What's your feeling on this kid's rapid rise to stardom? What's your sort of advice to him and the offense on how to sort of stay cool, don't read the press clippings, and keep on trucking?
Well, I think the biggest thing more than anything else is as you look at how the game unfolded, it really just kind of showed you that each game has its own personality. You know, we start quick as an offense, and then we had this lull that lasted throughout the second quarter, and then we had the 2-minute drive that resulted in a field goal. And I think we went in at halftime, talked about what we needed to do, and then they went out and did it. I really appreciated the adjustments that were made by the offensive coaching staff. I think the big thing that really showed more than anything else was we played big boy football. I mean, this was a big team coming in. They had an average size of about 318 pounds, I think it was, on the offensive line, just some massive dudes. Our D-line, they bowed their neck and got after them and competed. And we really saw it just kind of flip for us right at the end of that third quarter throughout the fourth quarter. So a lot of positives. For the most part, just tell these guys, hey, you can only play one game at a time. So let's stay focused on that one game. Let's don't go after what's interesting. Let's stay focused on what's important, and that's playing each game one game at a time.
And that strategy has led to you guys starting off the season 3-0 now for back-to-back seasons. And Ron, we saw the momentum you guys were able to build on last year with that 3-0 start. Is there a feeling maybe around the program that maybe you guys can have even more success and momentum now with JKS at quarterback this season?
Well, I think the feeling is we can have success, but again, it all starts with one thing, and that really is taking it one at a time. I think the thing about JKS is what he's given his teammates is a lot of confidence. If you remember, Minnesota came out and took the lead in the third quarter, and then at the end of the third, near the end of the third quarter, he took us down on a scoring drive, and it was one of those things that they punched, we reacted, scored points, and then took over the game, and that's really the thing that you're looking for, because if you don't do those things, if you don't make those things happen, next thing you know, you're behind even further. So for us, reacting and then responding was as important as it gets in terms of getting the momentum back on our side.
Yeah, we're talking to Ron Rivera. The California Golden Bears win 27-14 over the Minnesota Golden Gophers. They are at San Diego. They're playing San Diego State at 7:30 p.m. on the CBS Sports Network. But why would you watch on TV when you could listen to Justin Allegri and Mike Pulaski on 8:10 a.m. and check them out? By the way, you have a little San Diego history. You were down there. You coached you were the DC of the Chargers, right?
Yes. It was probably one of the best coaching stints I've ever had. I really enjoyed my time there. It's one of those things when you got a lot of good players that make coaches even better. And I had some really good players, guys that really stepped up and did the things that we needed to do to give us a chance to be a good football team.
Yeah, and it is a nice place to be, too. It should be very, very pleasant down there. Let's talk a little bit about the non-JKS part of Cal football. And this DB named Hezekiah Massey's, 3 interceptions in 3 games. I mean, you talk about a game changer. Yeah. Cal has that reputation. A little bit of DBU going on here, Ron?
Well, I think one of the things is it's based on the style of play, in my opinion. I always knew that Cal was one of those places that the NFL scouts would go to, and they would look at the DBs. And the big reason is, since probably the last 15 years, the style of coverage that we play is very, very similar to the style a lot of teams are playing in the NFL. They're not playing these static coverages where you line up, you play cover 1, you line up, you play cover 2, you line up, you play cover 3. No, we have different combination coverages, things that we check and automatic based on certain formations. So that makes the players thinkers as well as doers. So when you're out there and you think a little bit more, and then you get into the NFL, and that's part of your game, you adapt very quickly. And I think that's a big reason why so many people have looked at Cal players, especially the secondary, because of that. I mean, Cam Bynum's having another outstanding year. He's got 2 interceptions as well, 2 in a row. So, you look at these guys and you go, wow, these guys really are well developed. Well, because they learn the game, not just, hey, you got this guy or you got that guy or this is the zone you drop into. It's, hey, we got to adjust, we got to adapt. We got to put ourselves in the best position to have success. And that's kind of been the attitude, for at least 15 years. I know most certainly ever since Coach Wilcox showed up.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because before the season started, Coach Wilcox talked about that defensive identity that is associated with his teams. But now, do you feel like maybe this is a program evolving to the point where you're equally aggressive offensively and defensively?
Yes, and I think a lot of it has to do with the offensive coaching staff that Coach has assembled this year. Because if you look at the guys that are there coaching for us, you feel really good about Brian Harsin and what he does as far as an offensive coordinator and play caller. But then you got Nick Rolovich, who's been a former college head coach and coordinator. Kyle Cefalo, our wide receiver coach, is a former offensive coordinator as well. So you got 3 offensive minds that are working together with a good group of support as far as our O-line coaches, our running back coaches, and our tight end coaches. I mean, these guys are all very good. They all have come together. At this point, I understand that our sacks are down. I think we've only given up 2 or 3, something like that, in 3 games. Where last year they were telling me we had 20 already. So we've seen the growth and development of our team because of the offensive coaching staff. And when you're dynamic and you're putting points on the board, now you can cut your defense loose. And that's a big part of what happened on Saturday night. Once we took that lead and the defense cut it loose, man, we dominated the end of the third quarter all the way through the fourth quarter. And that was a Big Ten team we got after.
Yeah, we're talking to Ron Rivera, the general manager of Cal football. We do it every Wednesday at this time. Cal 3-0 now for the second time for the 5th time in 9 seasons under Justin Wilcox. The key is now to finish stronger. They're at San Diego State Saturday night, 7:30. CBS Sports Network. Ron's been down there before. There is, of course, the weekly TV show on NBC Sports Bay Area, Inside Cal Football, and, of course, Cal. Now, listen, I'm looking at the ACC standings, Ron, because your start has me intrigued. And, you know, I already see Clemson flailing. You got Dabo's lashing out. So, you know, we can cross him off the list right now. One of the things that shocks me is, first of all, how many darn teams are in the ACC, all right? You're going to have to climb over about 17 teams to get there. Yep. But how attuned are you? You're watching your Georgia Techs. You're watching your Miami Hurricanes. You're watching your NC State Wolfpack. You're watching your Florida State Seminoles. Are you keeping tabs on all these guys?
No, to be honest with you, I'm not. I really, you know, that whole mentality of being focused on one at a time is probably one of the most important things that we have to continue to reiterate with our players. We don't want to get ahead. We don't want to look towards anybody. We want to just sit here and focus on what's important, and that's the next game we're about to play. So we're really trying to just keep that mantra going. And I really haven't looked at anything yet. I mean, there'll be a chance probably when I really think about what's going on throughout the league, but early in the year, those things aren't as important. It's when you start getting to the middle of the season, now you start looking at where are you situated, you know, what do you got to do to take the next step, all those kind of things. But right now, we're just focusing on putting ourselves in that position. So, again, the approach is, and guys, stick with it, one game at a time.
All right. Well, I got two last college ones, and we'll ask you some 49ers questions. But one is, first of all, Marcus, this is one we should have just led with. You know, Marcus is one of his favorite rappers of the last year, local guy, and I've come to love him too, is LaRussell. He's been on our show twice. Mm-hmm. Marcus.
Yes.
He's performing October 17th before the Bill Belichick game, the Friday night game at the Memorial Glade, a live performance at Oski's Village. So that's pretty cool, Marcus. There you go. There's your game, Friday night, October 17th. Ron, you know your LaRussell?
Yeah.
Do you know your LaRussell?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, I believe me, I don't know, but one of the things that I learned from John Madden was that you got to be up on what's going on, what's hip with your players. So that's what I try to focus on. So when we heard about this young man and his style and how it fits, I thought, we thought, God, we got to get him to be able to come out and do something. Well, you know, getting him to come out for that's going to be a big boon for us as far as, you know, what's going on at Oski Village with all the new tailgating areas we've created. And then the other thing that's really cool about it, too, is, guys, you know, we've tried to re-energize. We've reached out to the folks at the Black Hole and see if we can get them to come be part of the Black Bear. So we're working on that as well. So a lot of cool things going on here.
Now, Ron, I have to ask you, have you seen the LaRussell music video where he's on the field at Memorial Stadium driving around in a cart with Marshawn Lynch?
Oh, I hadn't seen that. Is that for real? Because I know I've seen the Marshawn one, but I haven't seen that one.
Oh, yeah. Check it out. The song is called Musty by LaRussell. We'll send it over to you guys. I'm sure you guys will be playing it throughout the weekend and throughout the season. But, yeah, he has Marshawn Lynch in the music video. It's pretty damn cool.
Oh, I'll tell you what. God love Marshawn because dude's everywhere doing his best to he works at it, and that's really impressive. It really is to see who he is and who's he become as an entertainer now. I mean, the dude's phenomenal.
He's a special guy, man. He definitely has it. And, of course, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Ron, I know they're no longer in your conference, but they will forever be your UC rival, and that's my alma mater, UCLA. Yes. And I know that just the mere mention of them makes your skin crawl, right? You want to pound the Bruins, right? But I just needed your thought as a man who's devoted to college football right now, that the decision UCLA made to fire Deshaun Foster after 3 games, I mean, it's a big decision, and it kind of sets a program back, or it resets an entire program. I don't know. When you see something like that, is it, it's unfortunate for Deshaun, obviously. Do you feel like it's good or bad for college football, good or bad for UCLA? What's your observation on that firing?
Well, it's like you said, it's good or bad. It's the perspective that you take. Now, to make it a good firing, or quote unquote, there's really not a good firing when a head coach gets fired, but to make it something that they can build off of, they've got to go out and they've got to find a general manager, somebody that's going to come in and then give that person the opportunity, the autonomy to put it together. I'm very fortunate here. I'm working with a chancellor that has really bought in into supporting football because he understands just how important it is for us to be successful. I've got our co-athletic directors that are supportive of us and working with me as far as, leading football. And I think if you do that now, okay, empower this whoever you bring in as your general manager, and give them the directive and the ability to make, critical decisions, that's going to give you an opportunity to reestablish your team. But to me, I think it starts off with, culture. Is their culture good? They got to figure that out. They got to do an assessment of their athletic department, assessment of their football program, and figure out where they are and is it good enough. If it's not, they're going to have to change things, and now's the time. I mean, you've made a decision. Now you got to follow up. You've got to change things. You got to find the right guy, the guy that believes in the same thing you do, not some hot, flashy name, but a person that truly believes in what you're doing and what you expect and what you need, and then go from there. That's what I see they need to do.
I love it. So you know what that means? That means if we're going to get like our Ron Rivera, like the hard-hitting defensive stud, Kenny Easley. What do you think? Bring him in.
Oh, a guy like that. Well, again, you got to be careful going after the popular name. What you got to do is you got to find the name that's been around the game, that understands the game today. It's a different game. I mean, Kenny would be a great guy to come in and have him get involved with re-engaging with the alumni and donors. But, again, there's an aspect of the game that's a little different from back when we played.
I was just trying to find my Ron Rivera. That's all. That's the closest we can get. So there's some good. We had some good defensive players in the '80s. Although Kenny's a little before you, isn't he? He's about a year or two before you, isn't he?
No, he was. I think it was a year before me. I mean, Kenny was one of the guys that we idolized. I mean, he was a big physical guy, played downhill, blew people up, like they did back in the old days, and it was kind of cool to watch guys like that out there play. I mean, you wish he were on your side, but unfortunately he was at UCLA instead of Cal.
All right. Well, there you go, Ron. Ron Rivera here is Cal, San Diego State, 7:30 Saturday night.
Yeah, Ron, just switching over to the 49ers for a quick minute. I mean, it's a good time to be a Bay Area football fan. Yeah. Cal Golden Bears 3-0, and the 49ers are 2-0, return to Levi's this weekend. But just talk to us about how impressive it is for this 49ers to go 2-0 and win that game down in New Orleans with a backup quarterback with Mac Jones in Kyle Shanahan's system.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, and you mentioned it perfectly. The Kyle Shanahan system is very conducive to good quarterback play, especially if they're running the ball successfully. And I love the tandem of running backs they got. They're two guys that I used to work with at one point. I think Christian and B-Rob are a great tandem as far as their offense is concerned. I do like the fact, though, that in Coach's system, he feeds off of that running game because he uses play action so well. He really does. And you saw Mac Jones step in and play. Remember, this is a guy that, was highly regarded, struggled initially, but I think you find a home when you have a guy that's, and again, I'm saying it with all respect for Kyle, is a guru. Really, truly understands the game, understands how to develop quarterbacks. He's done a terrific job. But the other thing that's also been very impressive, in my opinion, is the return of Robert Saleh. He's a guy that I really think is one of the finer defensive coordinators right now in the league. And he's going to get his shot again to be a head coach, but right now, he's the 49ers defensive coordinator, and he's done some really good things. And you see it by the way they play, the way that, Fred Warner plays with the confidence that he lacked last year. Now, all of a sudden, this dude's out there whacking everybody, making plays, and the other players are feeding off of that energy. And that's an important thing. So right now, really love what they're doing with the 49ers. And, again, this is a team that, as they get healthier, in a few more weeks, as they get healthier and these guys get back on the field, Kittle gets back out there and Brock Purdy get back out there, they can be an even better team. But right now, they got to focus on taking them one at a time, keeping Mac Jones, in control. Where all he has to do is he has to be a game manager, and at the appropriate moment when a big play needs to happen, he's got to be able to make it. So again, I'm a big fan of Kyle's. I really am. And again, I'm another big fan of Robert Saleh. I think those two guys are a great combination as far as head coach and defensive coordinator.
Right, and as you were talking, Fred Warner was just named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. So there it is, right? We just got that alert, right?
Did I call that or what?
And it's nice to see, you being a defensive guy, to see so many Niner defensive rookies starting to find their footing a little bit. This Michael Williams kid out of Georgia, this little Upton Stout nickelback out of Western Kentucky. They're starting to find their way a little bit, and I know you love that defense too. Just a quick word on your old buddy Jim Harbaugh, your old teammate. He's starting off strong. He seems like he's doing something again down there. He hurt Marcus's Raiders on Monday night.
Yeah, but I'll say this is the one thing I'll say too about this is, when you have the quarterback, if you can get that guy playing well and within your system, everybody else falls in. Again, it goes back to what we're doing right now because of the young quarterback. Those guys give you an opportunity to win. They increase your chances. This is a quarterback-driven game. If you have a guy that can go out and manage, you give yourself an opportunity to continue to roll. That's what we're seeing right now. Jim's done a masterful job of getting the guys to buy in and believe in, but then the way he's handled that quarterback has been really good. I mean, Herbert has done a great job assimilating to the style of play that Jim wants. Jim has reinvigorated the physicality that you need to have when you're playing football. That's a big deal. That really is, especially with the Chargers, because they're in a very tough division. The 49ers, the Raider game, the Raiders are okay. They're not yet at the quality they need to be as competitive as, to be more competitive. So it's going to take them a little bit more time. But I think Pete Carroll can establish and find that identity. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with as well. So some good football going on right now as far as West Coast football in the NFL.
And then finally, we know before the season started, you told us in person that you and Andrew Luck are really trying to raise the profile of college football. We have you here on KNBR, Andrew and you. But the real test will be, after Stanford beat BC, did you call and congratulate Andrew or ghost him?
Oh, yeah, I sent him a text. I sent my guy a text.
God, you guys are too friendly.
Hey, trust me. Oh, no, hey, dudes, I'm telling you, we have to do this together. This is not being separate right now. The only time we're going to get after each other is when we play. Okay, when we play back in November coming up, that game, we want that game to be very important as far as the standings go. You want it because, again, there's about 5 million viewers in this Bay Area. And if we capture those folks, think about that. Just think about what it does. It raises our profile.
I think, Ron, you should just send him 2 emojis, a bear head and a middle finger. All right? And then maybe the third emoji would be the axe. How about an axe? How about that, too?
Well, you know what? We'll save we'll save those 3 emojis. And I'm gonna tell you, you guys influence me, but I'm gonna send it when we play them. The week we play them, I'll get after Andrew a little bit.
You talked about Kenny Easy. You talking about Kenny Easy blowing people up. You want to go out there and blow up some big game hype there. All right, listen, fun. Thanks for playing along with us. We appreciate it, and it's fun, man. It's fun, and we'll see what you guys can cook up on Saturday night, and JKS doing his thing, and Massey's out there picking off passes, and we'll see. So, have a great rest of the week, Ron. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
All right, appreciate you, Marcus, and go Bears.
There he is, Ron Rivera. Yeah, man, I was trying to think, he's right. UCLA doesn't have a GM, and that's been one of our things. It's now the thing in college football. You got to have these guys who run the program because it's now a business, dude. It's a full business. You got to manage a salary. You got to manage payments. You got to get bags together to recruit players. I mean, the coach can't do this. No. It has to be somebody else. And the AD's trying to run the frickin', 27 sports, right? So they can't do it either. So you got to have a GM. And I was thinking, well, if Cal went to a big old honking, hard-hitting linebacker from the 80s, I started thinking, who's our big old honking, hard-hitting? Now, he was a safety, but Kenny Easley was a dude. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Okay. He was a dude. So, just threw it out there. Yeah, we have some other guys, too. Ken Norton Jr. is a possible. I've seen people actually talk about Ken Norton Jr. possibly coming back being
now,
GM.
Is the success of Cal and Ron Rivera's role as the GM influence you to want a linebacker over a quarterback?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I need somebody to blow somebody up.
You want a linebacker.
And you know what? We had some good defensive players through the years, man. So Kenny Norton, Kenny Easley, any of these guys, come on down. But right now, Cal, I got to tell you guys, duh. Cal football is in a significantly better state than UCLA football.
Yes, they are.
How about that? I got to wear that S.
Yeah, you do.
I got to wear that S.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, man. And that's why we have Ron Rivera on the show.
And we don't have any UCLA GM on the show because they don't have one.
They don't have a damn GM.
Yeah, there you go.
They don't have a coach.
We have Larry Krueger, who likes to talk mess about fantasy football. And I don't know, maybe a mystery guest, too. I don't know. If the mystery guest doesn't call, we'll at least announce at the end of the show who it was.
Ooh, what a mystery.
Because we have some news.
Ooh.
But that's at the end of the show.
Stay tuned.
On The Sports Leader. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Oof. Serious stuff is life insurance because if you have a family, you got to take care of them. And sometimes say, it's complicated and, I'm still young. No. A lot of excuses get in the way. You can do it. Ethos Life is the online easy way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes. Once again, Ethos Life. You're like, is it that? Yeah. Go to Ethos Life. There's an example. A 40-year-old male could get a $500,000 term life policy for just $30 a month. That's $1 a day. Now, the longer you wait in life, the rates go up. So if you're younger, jump in. With Ethos, you can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions all online. You got to ask yourself the heavy questions. If something happens, who takes care of the family? Who pays the mortgage? Who pays the kids' education and all the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. I'm getting hungry, but you need to stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, well, we occasionally check in with this guy, and I usually say they're not booing, they're saying Krug, except for this time, they are booing. Oh. That's right. The man's sending out fantasy football smack talk at midnight. You got to love the deranged mind of a Larry Krueger. Week 2, Krug. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Larry?
It's actually worse than that because I was in the Central Time Zone, and I was getting up. I was getting up for my early morning flight, and then I said, you know what? Maybe Murph's probably getting up right about now.
Oh, yeah.
Let's communicate.
Let's poke the bear a little bit. Yeah, I got you.
Let's
well,
communicate.
Congrats on your Week 2 status as the 7th highest scoring team in the league, and the trophy will be arriving by FedEx shortly. All right.
Sounds like it sounds like an argument about should we have each state vote, or do you like the way we vote now, right?
We're going to electoral college on fantasy football. Is that what we're doing?
I think Murph just brought up electoral college right there.
I mean, the crazy thing is, boys, you don't even play each other until week 6.
Oh, you looked it up?
I just looked it up right now.
Maybe
I was like, when is this big showdown going to happen?
Maybe I'll have the wheels on by then.
Yeah.
Maybe
the great Xavier Worthy will have returned by then.
Oh, God, it's just a
and
couple
got re-injured.
Couple of worthy catches, and my entire season is different, buddy.
Well, here's a question for you, Larry, to kick it off, because I believe you have Brock Purdy on your bench right now. So will Brock Purdy be back by the time you face off against
Did you
Murph?
not check the transaction wire this morning?
Did he drop Brock Purdy?
Obviously, he's not current.
Did. I checked the transaction wire.
I said goodbye to, Mr. Aaron Rodgers. You're just a little too weird for me, and said, "Come on down, Mac 10."
Look at this guy. He's going on Mac Jones.
So now
I'm going Mac Jones against Arizona this week.
So you have Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. So who's playing Week 6 against Murph?
You know what? Brock and I and Kyle and Mac, we have to huddle on that.
By that point, Drake May will be establishing himself as the right-handed Steve Young, and I'll be soaring up the standings, dude. All right, enough of that smack talk.
Yes.
Here we go, man. 49er football in New Orleans. It doesn't get much better than that. And it came down to another defensive stop. Larry, are you pumped that the Niners are closing out these games when they have to? Or are you a little worried that these games have been so close against, maybe not the best teams in the NFL?
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, this isn't college. You don't just roll everybody by 48. These teams are good. All these guys get paid as well. I mean, the Saints have some really good players on their defensive front. So no, I was very encouraged though by Bryce Huff, because I've been talking up Bryce Huff in that addition all this entire offseason. And I just think that in the first 2 games, you see that if the Niners can get to the fourth quarter with a lead, and especially if they can play some complimentary ball and win the time of possession, they are going to dial up some serious heat, because Bosa and Huff off the edges alone is good. But then you throw Mikel and you tier Gross Matos inside, and now you've got 2 interior rushers that are just way too quick for the guard. The other thing I love about Huff is he's such a speed edge rusher that he just spreads out the line that much more, creates so much more room, and that's where Mikel dominates. He dominates if you give him a lot of space against the guard. So I think it's a well-conceived front. and one that is going to be really good against the pass all year, I think.
Larry, we did not get a chance to talk to you last week, so I want to tie this into the question, too. And Nick Bosa closing out the game in the fourth quarter up in Seattle after we saw Bryce Huff close it out in the fourth quarter in New Orleans. Do the 49ers win both of these games without Robert Saleh?
I don't think so. I think Saleh, not only that, Saleh, when you talk to Saleh, I mean, I don't know if you saw Fred Warner's quotes, Marcus, but I mean, Fred's like, hey, man, this guy's a genius. And, it's more than anything, it's like they believe in what he's selling, right? I mean, he's selling it, but they believe it. I'll say this. I've asked him 3 or 4 tough questions, and he's given me some incredible answers, and I walk away going, okay, I believe him. So he's just a very strong football man with a strong resume, and he's in the right place at the right time with the right guys.
It really has been fantastic to have him back, and you can see the way they're closing it out. Let's talk a little bit on the other side of the ball and the guy you picked up on the waiver wire, Mac Jones. Where are you coming in, Larry, on the national narrative? You didn't need to pay Brock Purdy because Mac Jones can do the same thing.
Well, I mean, I guess you could make that argument, and I understand the argument. I will say this about Mac Jones. There is, from day one he showed up this summer, there is a very sobering, serious look on his face. He's a loose guy who likes to have fun, and he's still a loose guy that likes to have fun. But this is a smart guy, and nobody needs to tell Mac Jones that it's now or never. I mean, if he lays an egg here, his career is a footnote. If he blows it up here, which looks like what he's going to do, he's going to be a rich man with, a mansion and multiple cars and lots of wealth. So he knows it. What opened my eyes, guys, he told us before camp that in June he practiced by himself in Jacksonville outside in pads, just because he ran the plays, he learned the book, he learned the full breadth of the Kyle Shanahan playbook, sweating in Jacksonville in full pads by himself. I mean, there's a level of all in with that little anecdote that really shows his mindset. He knows it's go time for him.
Larry, we have to ask you about the boys up front blocking for Mac Jones this past weekend, and I want to ask you about Connor Colby. And I don't want to overreact because it was just one game against the New Orleans Saints, but did John Lynch possibly find something in the 7th round with Connor Colby?
There was a moment this summer, Marcus, and I walked up to Chris Furster, the offensive line coach, and I was asking him about Colby because I saw Colby just getting destroyed in the one-on-ones as a pass blocker. And so I asked him, I said, Chris, what do you think of Colby as a pass blocker? And he goes, he's great. He looks amazing. And I'm like, what? Is Furster losing his touch on reality? And I said, Chris, those one-on-ones. He's like, oh, yeah, that stuff. Yeah, right. He's getting beat in the one-on-ones. It's the 5-man pressures that I care about, and he is fantastic. He immediately compared him to Dom Pooney, and he said, he reminds me of Pooney from last year. Once we realize that a guy can pass protect, that means he can play right away because it's a passing league. So that he told me, hey, you know what? Colby, believe it or not, the book on him coming out of Iowa is great run blocker, not a great pass blocker. In reality, it's the opposite. He's a great pass blocker, and he needs some work on his run blocking. But I thought Chris gave me the indication in early July. This guy's got starter potential, and I don't think he's ever going to give that job up. I hate to say it. I mean, I love Ben Barch, but I think Ben Barch is going to be hard-pressed to get that back.
And the film was great on Colby. He really played well, and we'll see what he does this week. Finally, just kind of looking ahead to the game, Larry. I mean, Arizona and Kyle and the Cardinals and their coaches have changed, but they're 5-5 in their last 10 against each other. The Cardinals have 3 big injuries, 3 DBs. Will Johnson, Garrett Williams, Max Melton all got dinged up. They're all questionable. Now, they all might play. I don't know. We'll learn a lot more today and tomorrow and all that. But just your view of the matchup of what the Niners are right now in their situation without Kittle and without Ayuk and maybe not without Purdy against an Arizona team that is also 2-0 but has some injuries. So to you, what's the controlling storyline going into Sunday?
Well, the Cardinals have won in San Francisco recently, and they come in with a lot of confidence, I'm sure. It's going to be about what it's always about, which is, you got to have a 4-man tied together rush of Kyler Murray. Last year in the game, you guys remember, Murray got loose down the sideline, or wasn't even down the sideline. He went off tackle, and Devondre Campbell was like standing right there, and he ran right by Campbell for 50-yard touchdown run. So you got to keep him hemmed in. I mean, they have James Conner and Trey Benson. Conner's off to a little bit of a slow start, but you got to control Kyler. You got to keep him hemmed in. I think it'll be interesting, guys, to see if Saleh dials up some 5- and 6-man pressures involving some smaller people. I think the prevailing wisdom is that you should the best way to rush Kyler is with smaller guys that can break down in space. So that's what I'm expecting to see. I expect it to be an absolute knockdown. All these NFC West games are going to be hard. They're all going to be hard, and this is going to be a hard game.
He's brought Upton Stout a couple of times, and it'd be kind of fun to see a moment in time when those two are face-to-face in the backfield, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And then the other thing is, Trey McBride is a terrific player, and he's far and away Kyler's number one target. And so, how well do the Niners defend McBride and tight ends this year is going to be a big narrative.
Yeah, and that brings to mind Fred Warner, who was named NFC Defensive Player of the Week this week. So well deserved. That was a Freddie football game, man. That was pretty. That was one for the highlight reels. Fred Warner, 54.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. He's I thought he couldn't get any better. And to me, if there's one thing, the Niners kind of dodged a bullet. Me and others were like, dude, how could you guys say goodbye to Dre Greenlaw? Oh, Dre Greenlaw. And I love Dre Greenlaw, and the Niners love Dre Greenlaw, and he would have been amazing, but he just can't stay healthy. And it was that would have been more of a decision made with emotion and not your head. Because right now, Winters, is absolutely playing fantastic football. And Winters and Warner together, with Warner at the top of his game, it creates a deadly duo in the middle.
Fun game Sunday. You're right. Divisional games are gnarly. The Cardinals are weird, so don't take anything. Niners are 1.5-point favorites. Both teams 2-0. 125 kick on 8-10 and 107.7 The Bone. Krug, I'd say good luck to your fantasy team, but I wouldn't mean it. So
we don't need it. We don't need the luck.
You're going against Young Tony. You want to hop on and get in, Young Tone, on this? You want to talk a little smack?
I'm all business. I'll let the players do the talking.
Okay, all right.
Look at that.
All right, we'll see. Kruger versus Young Tone.
Yeah,
this week.
Young Tony, this is crazy. I feel like I'm at a barbecue and my drunk uncles are like fighting and arguing while I'm just sitting here in first place in the KNBR Fantasy League.
Oh, man.
We're forgetting who's in first place.
No love
here.
for Marcus.
What's going on here?
Krug, he just called us drunk uncles, by the way.
Uh-huh.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I was in New Orleans all week. I can't.
Did you have a hurricane? Is that still on the play sheet? A hurricane at Pat O'Brien's.
I had a hurricane at Pat O'Brien's.
Yeah.
I got one for my son.
Ooh.
He had one as well.
Oof.
We had the beignets at Cafe Du Monde, and we also had a little fried alligator bites at Cochon.
Dude,
I recommend them. I recommend them highly.
Father-son hurricanes.
Nice,
that's life at its best, buddy.
Living life.
All right, Krug,
Yep.
be good. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
See you guys. Have a great day.
Larry Kruger. You ever had have you been to New Orleans?
No, I've never been. Unfortunately, not. I don't know if I'd make it back, to be honest.
Young Tone?
Fried alligator?
No, New Orleans.
Oh, I've never been. No, we've been over this.
Yeah.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I made my trip to New Orleans. My very first trip was 1994, NFC West. 49ers Saints. I was 20. I just turned 27. Can you imagine, Young Tone?
Dude.
Yeah, your boy here,
I can
27.
imagine.
And you imagine 27, not married, not even having a girlfriend at that point in time, actually.
Hey, now.
There was still a
Are
little
you
stuff.
describing me right now?
There were things going on. There were things in the hopper. There were things working, but nothing really serious.
In the hopper.
Let's put it this way. It was an extremely eventful weekend that was so memorable that when I came off the plane, dazed.
And confused.
And I'll go ahead and name check a rival host who I love dearly, my great friend Matty Steinmetz, who was hanging out at our apartment. And he said, "How was your trip?" And I said, "All American cities must answer to New Orleans." He loved that line, and it became like kind of our rally cry. All American cities must answer to New Orleans.
Damn. Well, I need to start asking the questions to get these answers. I need to get down
So
there.
much so my buddy Kennedy Cosgrove, Doc Cos, got married in New Orleans just about 2-3 years ago. Do you remember I went down there in 22? And I went down there for a wedding. And at his wedding, in front of the whole crowd and tuxedos, he quoted that. He goes, "My friend Brian Murphy is here," and he said it. He said it all those years ago. All American cities must answer to our. We all raised a glass.
Yeah, all raised your hurricanes.
Well, the hurricane is for the. That's for, it's kind of the quote unquote tourists. Go get hammered. Go get a hurricane. You kind of have to do it. Next thing you know, you're flying.
Is it like a Fat Tuesday you get in Las Vegas?
I don't even know.
Like the big icy drinks?
Every time I've had them, it's been a blur.
Yeah, every time you had them, it sounds like you forgot about
It's a bonker city, man. It's a bonker city. It's not for the faint of heart. It's not for the faint of heart. But you can have a good time down there. Put it this way. No, I won't tell that story.
Yeah. Careful.
Let's do that. I've already got people mad at me for the Thin Tim bathroom story.
Don't bring that back up.
Okay.
Don't bring that back up.
All right. What are we doing? What do you want to do to finish here, buddy? Giants or Niners?
Good question. You pick. It's your Friday.
It's Niners. Let's talk about what Kruger had to say, what Tracy Sandler had to say, what Ron Rivera had to say on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, look at you, Tone. I think I know what you're doing here, buddy. I think you're telling people that we got a Michi's $100 gift card for the pizza.
I just want some pizza.
A big pizza pie. New York or Detroit style, pastas, flame roasted chicken wings. Call Curly right now. Caller number 10. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. $100 Amici's Pizzeria, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card furnished by Amici's. And again, any of the 12 Bay Area locations, dine in, takeout, and delivery. Always order online at Amici's.com. Sounds good to me. What kind of pizza would you get right now, Tony, if you could get one right now?
I'm a pepperoni and black olive type guy.
Ooh.
That's the way I was raised. That's the way my brother and I always ordered it. I don't know why.
No deviation, just going straight ahead.
I mean, pepperoni and sausage is always a good call, too.
That's my go-to. Pepperoni and sausage.
I think we've come to a consensus.
Yeah, there's something about those damn sausages,
I
Murph.
got a thing about olives.
Walt just made that riff.
The
sausage.
You talking about the old soundboard? Or
I'm talking about our guy, Paulie Mack, going out East Coast and sending us that video. There's something about those damn sausages.
Oh, look at those
Something
damn
about-
sausages.
Look at those damn sausages.
Unfortunately, I can't go olives, believe it or not.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
I'd
an olive
have
guy.
to leave the room. So I think we could all concur pepperoni and sausage.
Yeah.
Will be the order.
I don't know. The black olive thing, it just kind of
That's
happened.
fine.
Yeah.
You do you.
I agree with you, though. I don't really eat a lot of black olives, but on my pizza I do.
How about people who pop a jar and just start eating them?
I've never been an olive guy.
Hang on. Just a second. You talk to Tony for a second.
All right, young Tony. It feels like it is almost time that we get some pizzas danced into
Okay, I'm
the
back.
DC studios. We have not had the honor and privilege of having Amici's down in Daly City.
We are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Okay, what I think I'm going to do, though, I've gotten news here from our possible mystery guest that he might be calling in 5 minutes. So do you think we should do a quick little hit and then duck out and then clear the decks for him?
Yes.
How many Why don't you talk me through this, buddy? Should we duck now or should we duck in a minute? Should we vamp on the Niners for a minute or get out now?
How about
Why don't we get out? I hate to do this to the people,
About
but
a 5-minute break.
okay, then let's duck out now.
Yeah,
Let's
real
duck
quick,
out now.
though. I should give you the breaking news. Bryce Eldridge is back in the lineup today for the San Francisco Giants.
Give me some applause.
I
on
got
that
you.
there,
I
buddy.
got
There
you.
go. What kind of pizza does Bryce Eldridge want? All right. Hopefully our guest will call in. I think you'll be happy.
You want to tease at all? Like, I mean, mystery guess. You keep it very vague.
What do you want? I mean, what do you want to do? What do you want?
Is this about the Niners, the Giants, the Warriors?
It's about life, Tony.
Okay. All right. I tried, audience. I'm sorry.
Sports leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here at The Sports Leader, a whole array of flavors. What do you want? English breakfast, chamomile, Earl Grey? We got them. I love them all. I really do. Perfect for someone like me who makes a living behind a microphone. Nice and soothing. So keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at The Sports Leader. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Young, back to throw. In trouble, he's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again, goes to the 40, gets away again, to the 35, cuts back at the 30, to the 20, the 15, the 10. He dives, touchdown, 49ers.
Ah, Lon Simmons sounding so great. There it is. As we're making the connection right now here, the return of Bro, not the Tim Ryan Bro. Number 8, Steve Young. Give me that applause, Marcus, because starting next Wednesday at 9:15 a.m., Steve Young Show returns to the Sports Leader, and we're going to alternate mornings and afternoons. So it'll be great. One week he'll do us at 9:15. The next week he'll slum it with the afternoon crew. Then the next week he'll come back to the penthouse and be with us at 9:15 in the morning. And Steve Youngster, he just called John Joe. So we played the preview here, and then he said, "Bro, I gotta call you back. I gotta call you back, bro." So there it is. But we're so happy to have Steve back. Obviously, you know, when Tommy left, it was a big deal, and he had been with Tommy for so long, and we were like, "What are we gonna do?" So we talked to Steve in the offseason. He's like, "Gotta think about it, bro. Gotta think about it." And you know, I've known him since my very first year covering the beat in 1994. So gosh, that's over 30 years now, and whether he's at Pebble Beach or whether he's in the locker room or whether he's just doing his thing, or he's called in sometimes just when he has a thought he wants to get off his chest.
Yeah, he's called in before from Pebble.
Yeah.
Just like harassing me, like, where's Murph at? He's not down here.
Where are you guys?
Yeah, what's going on? I don't see Murph.
Somebody hasn't called back yet. So anyway, we'll get going here on the 49ers chat with Steve starting every Wednesday at 9:15. So we'll be talking to him after the Arizona game. We'll see what he has to say. And if he calls back in the next couple minutes here, we'll see what he has to say in the next video. In fact, we could do What Did Young Tony Learn Today right now, and I could tell you what you learned. Go ahead, play it. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And what you learned is that Steve will call in at unexpected times, right? That's what you learned. On the Uma guest line, number 8, Dude. Welcome back for football season. Murph, Marcus, Steve Young.
What's up, Steve?
Good morning, brother.
The greatest Boucher. Look, do you speak French?
No.
Or you just fake it?
Just a little bit. I fake it, Steve.
Sonoma State Sea Otters?
Sea Wolves, yeah.
I can tell you something.
Wolves. Oh, there's lots of wolves in the sea. Yeah, that makes sense.
Definitely, Steve.
I tell you what,
That's
Steve,
awesome.
off mic, he does speak a kind of French.
Yeah, uh-huh.
It's the old pardon my French.
Yeah,
You know that one?
Yeah, he's got some swear.
Yeah.
He's got those down. Yeah, you guys, Smurf, good to talk to you, man. We've been together a long, long time.
Dude.
We know too much.
We
know
do.
too much,
We
and
do.
it's gonna be fun.
We do. It's great to have you, man. First of all, thank you. I know you're a very, very busy guy. You're in freaking Korea. You're at airports. You're on the road. You got a family. All the things that you do. So we appreciate you, man, and the KNBR family's psyched to have you back, man. So you ready to do this morning, afternoon little seesaw?
Yeah, you okay with that little dance back and forth? I feel like we got to help out the boys in the afternoon. You know, they're young. They're aspirational. Let's try to help them out a little bit.
Is that like the 49ers? Are they young and aspirational, Steve?
Yes. Well, in some places, yes. But, they're trying to transition like the 49ers and turn the ship in the right direction. So we'll try to help them out.
Look at the text pouring in right now. 831, best surprise ever, 562. This is fantastic news. A different 831. LFG, I've been waiting for Steve all season. So your fans are out there, buddy. Your fans are out there.
Great.
How's life
Thank
been?
you.
Life's been good?
Yes, great. We got my daughter was jumping track for BYU. She was a heptathlete, so she had a good season. And my boys are in school. My oldest is in Brooklyn trying to get on Broadway. He's a music theater major and went to Manhattan School of Music, so he's trying to do that.
Does he want to be on stage or like behind the curtain?
Oh yeah, no. He went to a game with me last year, and he's like, Dad, football's got kind of a, the pregame, and there's the main event, and it's like we're doing the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. This is a big show. It's a big show, bro.
It's show business, man. It's show business. All right. And by the way, your daughter, I remember last year.
My littlest one's home dancing, so I gotta mention her.
Is she still at high? Is she still in high school?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys have one left at home. Is that right?
I know. I swear, I was telling Barb the other day, you get to this place, you're like, I wish I had 10 kids, because, I would be hard to raise them, from 0 to 4 or 5, but when they get to be teenagers, they're your best friends, you're like, where are they going? Wait, what? You're leaving me forever? What's that? This sucks, man. This sucks.
We have a senior in high school, Steve, and
the
lovely Candace is feeling what you're feeling. I think every day one
Good
tear
luck.
rolls down the cheek because we're one day closer.
Brutal. Brutal. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, are the Niners? I'm trying to transition from empty nest to the 49ers. I don't know. How's the Niner nest looking? Is it full? Is it empty? How are we looking, man? How are you feeling about this 2-0 start?
We've talked about it. Yeah, we've talked about it all off season, and they had to transition. A lot of money was spent to try to go for the most open window you're ever going to find, and try to jump through it. Didn't get it done, so now they have to kind of find. You have to transition. You have to transition players. You got to get. It's a business, so you got to figure that out. You can't just keep overspending. So it's like all of it, and I give them credit. Felt like it was as good of off season as they could have, and now they jump into where you need young players to be great. And the league's found that to be easier than in the past. There's just the nature of the league and how it's changed. Young players can get good really fast. And so we've seen that already a little bit. And we need more of it. And I've always said, if we're going to, if this is a Super Bowl year, this Super Bowl has to be because we're wearing 2 or 3 jerseys of players that we're not wearing right now, by Christmas. And then because they become superstars in 3 months and can take us the distance. So I think that's kind of the way to look at the season.
Steve, not only did the 49ers start off 2-0 on the road, but they went down to New Orleans and won with a backup quarterback. So what were your thoughts on Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan's system this past Sunday?
I've told you guys many times, if I had a kid or if it was me, if I could go play again and I get to choose anywhere, I'm sprinting to Santa Clara, for a quarterback. And you've seen that. You've proven that. And I know there's some – look, tactically, situationally, you can go after Kyle a little bit, but you cannot. He's the best at getting people prepared to play, quarterbacks, to make it as easy as possible and see you thrive. You're never going to be a better quarterback anywhere in the league than you are when you're in San Francisco. So in that way, Mac, we've got my dear friend is his dear friend, so we've kind of connected on that, and think that he's he's excited. He's a good player, and now he gets a chance. Trent Dilfer, remember when he finally got to Seattle with Mike Holmgren? He's been roaming around the league with terrible coaching, terrible places for quarterback, and then he gets to a place where it's kind of the Bill Walsh, Randy Reed, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay kind of tree, and it's like, Steve, it's just night and day. And you think in the NFL, oh no, there's great coaching everywhere, there's great offensive coordinators, there's great play callers everywhere. It's like, no, there used to be 3 or 4, now there's probably 10. And so Mac gets the benefit of being here and seeing how good he can get, because that's the promise. If you can come here, we'll see how good you are. And he's willing to take that chance, so it's good for him.
That's the Steve mantra, man. See how good we can get. That's like your stride. You wake up every morning. That's your thing, man. It's a little Ronnie Ladd influence on you there, right?
Oh, big time. Yeah. Absolutely. Ronnie was he was a genius. He was the one that showed me the competition's a sacred ground. Remember when he went after Phil Simms? Yes. Because Phil was disrespecting competition. He goes, Steve, if it's just winning and losing, I don't want to do it. It has to be about learning. It has to be about growing. If we're going to lose, you got to give me space to grow. And if you're going to try to shame me, then we're not going to. And that was a great lesson. Ronnie is a sage man.
Oh, he's incredible. And I love that we're still talking about him and teaching you things and doing that thing, man. So I love it. Listen, dude, here's the deal. We're going to do it every Wednesday with us. I don't know if you've sorted out your afternoon time. We'll get the word out as soon as we can.
What I hope to do is do it every other week with the afternoon.
Right. I don't know what time. Did you guys pick a time yet, or you guys used to do 5-ish?
So I got to figure that out. I got to call. I got to call the dirty workers.
And then there's the carpool. At least the carpool's drying up a little bit because I know through the years.
I'm done. It has gone completely
used to be,
bone dry.
Steve, it used to be like Tommy and the boys would be calling you, and you'd be like, bro, I got to drop this. I got to drop some kids off. I got to pick some guys up. And you're like.
It was awesome. The kids learned. They grew up watching for dad to be on the phone.
But now with only is it Summer, the last one left? Is that it?
No, Lila.
Oh, Lila. I'm sorry. Summer's the jumper.
Yeah,
she's up at Summer's the jumper.
She's driving now, so she's out. So.
Oh man, so Lila's got to. Dude. Maybe you would just carpool Barb around town. Just call her a carpool.
Really? Well, I that's always been the case. That's always been the case. I am.
All right.
I miss Daisy, man. That's what I do.
Listen, the text line is exploding with joy. People are fired up. We're fired up. You are the Niners, dude. You are the Bay Area. You are KNBR Talk. So you're where you should be. We're delighted you made time for us. We're home. We're glad we had some space. We're glad you're back. Go have a great Wednesday. We'll let you fly, and we'll chase you down next Wednesday, brother. Great to hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Yeah, you guys are the best, and it's really are the best. And Murph, we've been together a long time, great friends, and so it's nice to connect and nice to be home. So it's good.
You said it all. Drop the mic. Off he goes. Steve Young, every Wednesday at 9:15. How about that?
The youngster's back home.
Young Tony, what did you learn today? That the youngster is the man?
Absolutely. I already knew that. Let's be honest.
He's great radio. He's 49ers till he dies. He loves the game. He loves talking about the game. He loves talking about offense. He loves talking about just life, carpooling, you name it.
Dude,
so
I have no idea how the hell Steve Young even knows what college I went to, let alone had riffs about the Sea Otters versus Seawolves.
He's a sharp cookie,
That's
man.
Steve
now,
for you.
People just checking in. 650. This is absolutely amazing. 415. Can't wait for those morning, bro. 831. It's about freaking time. 707. Steve, ask him if he set up his Christmas tree yet. If you know, you know. So we got to get caught up on all because we never had him in the morning.
I know. It's going to be a competition to see who gets that tree up first, Young Tony or Steve Young.
All right, man. Perfect way to end the show. And by the way, everybody, you're welcome. That's us to you because we love you guys.
And that's a nice little gift for yourself to sign off on a baby Friday because you're off the next 2 days.
It's a Friday. I gave you guys Steve Young, then I'm leaving.
Thank you.
So Todd Husak tomorrow. A lot of football talk with him.
A lot of quarterback talk tomorrow.
I think my flight leaves. I may be in the car when you guys have Buster, so I'm ears glued as I'm driving to SFO.
Yes,
or
Buster
Oakland. I think I'm actually
Posey
leaving
and
Oakland.
John Lynch join the program
And then
tomorrow.
Friday, Dieter. Okay, so
we'll see how he reacts to Saturday Murph.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to make my picks, and we're going to tape them.
Brian and Bobby will be here this Friday.
All right.
One way or another.
Young Tone, John Joe, have a great weekend. Marcus, I know you're not even thinking weekend, but have a great weekend,
Thank
buddy.
you, brother.
I'll
You
see
too.
you Monday.
Enjoy LA. Go get a win.
I'm bringing the Giants.
Go get a win.
I'm going
Go
down with the
sweep the
ship.
Dodgers.
I'm going down with the ship. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Pack us to the bowl, bro. They can't with us.
Timmy Turtles, 20 more years, bro. Come on.
Of all the people I've worked with there, you are definitely one of them.
Oh, wait, sorry. These are my cue cards from Murph's 20-year reunion last year. Oops, sorry.
Come on! That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Wilmer, it's a high drive. Left center field. This one is gone! Just over the left center field wall. Wilmer Flores, his 16th of the year. 5-3 Giants.
1-2 pitch. Little tapper out in front of the plate. Kisner goes out to get it. And Bouton jumped in front of him. He grabbed it, made an off-balance throw to first. It goes down the right field line. Come on. That's not his ball. And he squares around to bunt. The pitch to him. Bunted out in front of the plate. Out to pick it up is Walker. He throws to first, not in time. Delivers. Little tapper back to Walker. It goes by him. To Wilmer. The throw home. Too late. Walker came off the mound and reached for it, and he fanned on it. He never got an out in the 9th inning. Arizona 6, the Giants 5.
That is a tough one out there in Arizona. The Giants even hit on all their rules. They scored first, and they won 52 games when they do that. They scored at least 4. We all know that's been our favorite stat over the past couple of years. The problem is, it's the issue that has not been the issue the last couple of years. That is the pitching staff losing a little bit of steam. Players getting traded away. Players headed to the IL. They're all decimated. And look, they are certainly not out, but time is running thin. John Miller, you said it best. Come on with a couple of those late inning errors. It's all good, though. We're going to get there. 11:40 short show today. Giants pregame taking on the D-backs. And my guy Greg Papa said it best yesterday. After yesterday, it was a great day. I had such a fantastic time. And all the messages I got both during and after the show were so kind. But let's just do a good 100 minutes today, huh? Why not do the full 4 hours? Good morning, my friend.
Man, I feel great. I'm back at it after 4 hours. We'll do a short show, and it's good to have a day game in the desert after last night. So the number is 4, is lingering in our minds. This 4-game losing streak, I think, ultimately will cost the Giants a chance to get into the postseason, which they probably don't deserve. They're a sub-500 team. They are who they've been. But last night summarized when they, and I was saying, it's a fortnight of fundamentally flawed, playing like the 62 Mets, and then a fortnight of being the 27 Yankees. But really, it was a 2-month stretch that killed them, where they just played shabbily in a lot of ways. And last night was that. First of all, the 4 is the number we look for, not a 4-game losing streak in the final 2 weeks of the year to kill your season. But score 4 or more, saves, and you win a game. And the Giants did it Saturday against Clayton Kershaw in the first inning, left-hander. Clayton's not Clayton anymore, but still effective. Rodriguez, they had a hard time with him the last time, Eduardo, and great approach. 114 off the bat to open the game from Ramos, and John and Flem were all over it last night, 112 from Devers, and the opposite field approach to score runs. And we know the number. They are 59-24 when they score 4 or more runs in a game. 59-24. That's a 7-11 winning percentage. But they've lost their last 2 at the most inopportune time. Why? The infield defense, just all around. And ultimately it was Ryan Walker. But really, the first base defense was just befuddling. I'm not going to blame Wilmer Flores on the play at the plate. They wound up with a really strange runner's interference. You see how far Wilmer was off the bag, by the way, on that, to get in front of the runner? It was a strange position. Like, where are you? Never quite seen a lineman like that. But I don't think he was he going to the bag at first, or was he just trying to get a base to throw home? Maybe a little bit of both, and he didn't get there. We've been praising Casey Schmidt, who is a Gold Glove caliber, and he won one of the minor leagues, third baseman. He's not as good at any of the other positions, but he still is better than most, and he's figuring out second base, first base, the whole right side of the infield dance. But just the subtleties over there are completely different than playing over at third base. He had his foot on the bag. It was on the bag. He took it off the bag to give a lane for the runner and avoid contact at the most inopportune time. And then Arizona's playing small ball, and you see the whole thing. I mean, the defense is really what you're looking at here. And Adames started slowly, but he played better. Chapman's great. What do you do with the right side of the infield ultimately? Is Casey Schmidt just a second baseman going forward? Has he shown you enough to do that? Maybe to bring to spring training? Or do you dangle him in a trade and make a move and go out and get somebody else? And then ultimately, we talked about Devers, we talked about Bryce Eldridge, and playing Wilmer was fine last night. That you still want to win these games. They still are competitive. And Wilmer had a great game. He had a bomb of a home run later. He was a part of the 4-run first inning. He was effective. The first base play minus Dom Smith is what it's going to be now here. But ultimately, to score 4 and lose the game, 2 of these 4 at the end, the numbers are not great. What's going on here? I watched the Mets game, and they went out bombing last night off of Michael King. My guy Brian Anderson did it on TBS. I watched the entire game, and the Mets had a hideous, 4-game losing streak. The Giants, they had an 8-game losing streak. And they just couldn't get out of their own way. And then they would walk off from Alonso. They're hitting bombs last night. And, they're going to we'll see. Arizona has passed the Giants. The bottom line in here, Greg, when we started the year at the Presidio with our roundtable, we talked about where the Giants fit overall in the National League. And when you look at the playoff teams from year to year, damn, it doesn't change much. Even the Milwaukee Brewers are a perennial. How's that? But they had to take back, I don't want to say ownership, but not getting run in their own division. The Dodgers have run this division, with the exception of 21, for how long? A decade and a half. But, losing last night now, you lose the season series to Arizona. The Giants are 5-7 against Arizona. They're 3-6 against the LA Dodgers. And each of their wins came in the very first game of a 3-game series. They won the first game of the series. That fateful game, June 13th, when Casey hit the grand slam off of Yamamoto. The Giants moved into a tie for first place. They lost the last 2 games of that series on Father's Day weekend, made the Devers trade on June 15th on that Sunday. They're 3. I'm looking at this. Is this right? They're 3-10 against the San Diego Padres?
Oh, yeah. No,
Is
Padres
that right?
came in and punked them. And JD and I did a show
noticed.
after that 11-1 game when Cronenworth hit one that bounced off of second base. Then there was a wild pitch. Then Ramos tried to throw it and basically spiked the ball in left field. And that felt like it was truly the end before they got it together and the Mets started collapsing. And it was like, hey, maybe there is something here to this playoff. But the Padres, with the way they loaded up at the deadline, and then the Giants with the way that they ended up selling off, the Padres have just taken it to the Giants every which way this year.
I mean, that 3-10, though, that is just, you cannot get beat 10 out of 13 times against San Diego. So you added up 11-23. Yes, they beat up on the Colorado Rockies. Who doesn't? But if you're going to be 4th in your division, and right now they are 4th, and go 11-23 against 3 teams like this, I mean, it is what it is. It's just hard to understand. I don't even know how they end the year and assess their team, honestly. It's just took Devers a while to get going. It took Adames a while to get going. Do you dangle any of that money in a trade offer? I don't think you can move either one of the guys. What do they do with the right side of the infield? What do they do with the entire outfield? It's just last night, they look slow. Everything they're trying to revert from. And give them time. Randy Wynn will figure it out. And the San Jose won the Cal League last night. Congratulations to them. So they got some young guys coming up, hopefully. But Arizona's outfield defense is just they've got guys running, bang 8s and 9 routes and post routes. I mean, they're just flying down the field, catching everything. They play small ball. They had 4 bunts last night. And, what happened to the Giants? The ground attack. Last night, you sunk into the ground. Your infield defense right to the end with Ryan Walker, and was probably lost before that. Leadoff hit to Carroll and a walk right away. But, Casey just not stepping on the bag. So, brother, 4-game losing streak at the worst possible time. And to score 4 runs in 2 of these 4 in the top of the first. I mean, the motto around here was score 4 and 7 wins ago. Now it's it'll be off to the spring training in 7 months from now. But last night represented the Giants when they were at their worst this year, which we have seen for 2-week stretches all too often, but that 2-month stretch did them in. I mean, just really sloppy baseball last night.
And you said it well with not capitalizing on your division opponents, excluding the Rockies. The Dodgers, they've won the first game in every series and then lost everything thereafter. The Diamondbacks, that's a team that was third and then fourth and then third and then fourth, and you've been flip-flopping places with them in the division, but they've got an advantage on you. And then the Padres, 3-10 on the year, just absolutely brutal for this team that maybe a little bit too little too late. But we got the next 90 minutes to get there. Pre-game at 11:40, first pitch going to be at 12:40 today. And appreciate everybody checking in on the text line already. 408 says, great to hear you again, Papa. And with the hashtag ZZ Pop, our nickname that we deemed at the very end of the show, I'm going to be Frank Beard and ZZ Top, who ironically is the one who's on the drums that doesn't have that bushy of a beard. And Papa's going to be some combination of Billy Gibbons and Dusty Hill. You should look those guys up in those images. They got the full beard going here. It's Papa and Silver. We got John Shea joining us around 11:15, 11:10 or so after Bob Melvin speaks in the dugout. And we got a little Niner stock coming your way as well. Let's keep it right here on the Giants as they look to snap a losing skid. Verlander on the mound today. Let's get into it on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants will look to snap this 4-game losing skid today with a day game in Arizona. Justin Verlander going to be on the mound coming off a stellar Friday night. And for the Diamondbacks, it's the righty they've already seen twice this year, Brandon Pfaadt. Can the Giants provide ample run support for a pitching staff that's starting to lose steam? Pre-game starts on the Sports Leader here at 11:40.
He's alive! Greg Papa back with a live read for Golden State Lumber and Showroom, and they've supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade, or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combined recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days like today. Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Then you should check out Trex for sure. They have transcendent colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trex decking at Golden State Window and Door Showrooms, or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-2 pitch. Little tapper out in front of the plate. Kisner goes out to get it, and Bouton jumped in front of him. He grabbed it, made an off-balance throw to first. It goes down the right field line. Come on. That's not his ball, he said, off mic. I guess I said it on mic. I mean, Kisner's right there facing the play. And Bouton stepped right in front of him and made a blind spin and throw. Did not come within 10 feet of first base, throwing it in the dirt. So now the possible winning run is in scoring position.
Oh, man, John Miller is the best. But what was not the best was how it went down for the Giants last night. We got John Shea joining us in about an hour, short show today. But it was the pitching, it was the infield defense, and the Giants end up collapsing, not getting an out in the bottom of the ninth. They lose 6-5. They have lost the series, and they're going to try to salvage it today before they go to Dodger Stadium 4 times. It's Papa and Silver, our guy Greg Papa in once again. By the way, that call by John Miller brought something to mind where I'm thinking, in the many, many games you've broadcast in various sports, have you ever had a moment like that comes to the top of your mind where you just had an instant reaction like John Miller did with the, come on, that's not his ball?
Chuck you! What are you talking about? I watched the 30 for 30 where Charles Woodson's playing billiards at Tom Brady, and they go over. You know what they did at the end? They changed the ending where the proper play was, and it was a fumble, and Beaker dived out and then the stove out on the snow, and they changed my call to the Raiders win the Super Bowl and everything. So, yeah, I mean, so many times. So, John, I've been down this road, 162 games a lot, and these guys rotate to get their brain and their mind cleansed. But whether it's an 82-game season in the NBA and your team loses 62 or 162 in baseball, and they lose 90 or 95 or even 100, and last year's Niners season, it just fell apart at the end. The frustration comes out, and John is extremely honest in his assessment of what is going on. And I listened to the beginning of the game with John and Dave, and the Giants got off to a great start. I mean, Ramos double and Devers single and just whack and a lot of solid hit balls right away. And then the frustration comes out in all forms, and you can hear it in John, and he's very honest. We've seen him go off on base runners, and you've seen that. That's why, as you assess this team, and at the end of the year, Buster will get them all in a room, and they're not going to change anybody in the front. I think we'll get into it with Shea. The coaching staff and the fundamentally flawed play at times. I don't understand it, and I saw it a little bit with Bob Melvin's teams in San Diego, to be frank about it. Kapler's teams were tight. 21, you can say what you want. Those teams were tight. They didn't make errors. They didn't make mistakes. This Giants team, what happened to stealing bases? They don't steal at all. The fundamental flaw play. Now, when you're moving people around a lot, here, there, and everywhere, and you've had some injuries, certainly come into play. But the outfield defense, I mean, what do you think Randy Wynn thinks when he watches his outfielders chase a fly ball occasionally, including Jung-Hoo Lee? We thought Jung-Hoo Lee was a fly chaser, and he's, wow. Sometimes he looks good. Sometimes he's befuddling. Is Matos gone? Is he not going to be a part of this team? He's out of options now.
Yeah.
He's not here. So, I mean, Ramos is a train wreck at left, and John gets, his base running. And so, you can hear it in John's voice. You can hear it in Dave because they know the game so well, and it's supposed to be played well. And how the hell is Arizona back in the race after trading everybody away at the deadline? And because they play the game the right way. They run them down. They put them down. They bunt. They play small ball. That's how they got to a World Series a couple of years ago with 83 wins, the Giants. So that's the point I'm making is, break it down. Well, why, what happened to us? Well, we were 11-23 against the other three teams in our division. Are they all better than us? They're all different than us. Why are we not stacking up in either areas? But forget them. It's us. Let's just internalize. Honestly, I don't know. You stand up in a meeting, go around the room. Greg Silver, How would you assess the 25 Giants? Why were they so fundamentally sound? The first 6 weeks, 6 weeks, 2 months? Opposite, remember, the runners in scoring position, the opposite field approach. They stole bases the first month of the year. They had a plan. And obviously the way they're rebuilding the roster and the way they're drafting and Drew Gilbert types, they want bat-to-ball skills. They don't want buggy whippers. And everybody's striking out. These guys do strike out, but they strike back with Devers and Adames. You can't have 8 or 9 of those guys. You got to have guys to put it in play.
Right.
So how is it we look so good for 2 weeks and so crappy for 2 weeks, and then we're right here. We're on a Saturday where the Mets are giving it up. They get 4 in the first inning, and they can't get anybody on base the rest of the game. They lose 8 in a row. They're giving it to us. We're going to get in with a 500 record or a little bit above, 82 and 80, and we're good. And then you just can't. And then the pitching is obviously tired. I mean, the staff, the bullpen, which was the best in baseball. That's all we kept saying. Baseball's best bullpen. They don't have anybody left from the bullpen. It's all gone.
I think the only pitcher to pitch in this series so far who was on the opening day roster is Ryan Walker.
Ryan Walker. They only got 2 left that were on the team earlier. I honestly, so as you assess it, what do? You got to rebuild the outfield. I don't even know where to start. Everywhere. Is Casey Schmidt your everyday second baseman next year? Do you have to go out and get somebody? Bo Bichette in Toronto. Now, the Blue Jays just paid Bad Vlad. They're having a hell of a year, so we'll see. I think they got money up there with the Rogers Center and the people that own that team, and that's a national team there in Toronto. They love it. I think they'll bring him back. I don't know. But I was never a big fan. I'd move Bichette to second, not play him at short if he was willing to do that. Maybe he wouldn't want to do that. Who's a better? I mean, Adames is probably a better shortstop than Bichette. Anyway, there's other people out there. Kyle Tucker all of a sudden has this crazy injury.
Yeah.
What's up with him? I mean, that guy was looking at a huge payday at the All-Star break, and now he had a terrible second half. And is he seriously hurt? How much money? Maybe his money goes way down for the outfield. I'm thinking. I don't know, but I can't assess this team other than they're the streakiest baseball team I've ever seen. They look great. They look awful. And last night you got a little bit of both, where they took the early lead. And they're just tired right now. They're tired. The bullpen isn't, the arms are, it's just coming down the stretch. They're not pitching well. Even Webb and Robbie Ray to some degree. But I think that's the real assessment. When you get in and the baseball people come in and, the season's going to end probably on a week from Sunday, September the 28th. You give them a couple of days. You call a meeting for September the 30th. And, all right, what happened? Honestly, who are we? And I know they do that throughout the year, but you really do self-assess, and we got all the numbers and all this and all that. But what caused us to be so wildly inconsistent? And it's the fundamentals of the game, where they played them so tightly and well when they were tight and winning, and then they lost it all. I don't know. I haven't seen many teams that can look that fundamentally sound and then all of a sudden look like a completely different team. Now, baseball's, a day-to-day sport, rhythm and timing, it's different. Games get on top of you. But I honestly, as you look back, I know the one-loss record. I know how it all breaks down. I know what they did in the National League West. I really don't know who this team is. Are they capable of more? And you have, older players on big contracts. Do you expect them to ascend, descend, plateau? And then where's the youth coming from to have you, run down balls in the outfield the way the Arizona Diamondbacks do? So I think that's the assessment. Buster's, and that's where you like a guy like Buster, because he did it as a player. He assessed what he saw. This is it. We know the numbers, but who exactly are we? Why were we a screaming roller coaster ride for an entire baseball season? Where's the consistency?
It brings me back to a discussion that we had on this show in April, where we got into how well they were doing the little things. And you could look at their lineup top to bottom, and it didn't compare to some of the other top teams in the National League who you're now seeing clinch playoff spots or being on the verge of it right now. But we're talking about running out that ball on a grounder that could be an out or it could be an infield single. We're talking about the occasional stolen base early on. Granted, they were also an incredibly clutch team, and if they were within reach, then you let the bullpen do its job, and they found a way to get a lot of clutch hits in the 8th and 9th innings. That might not be sustainable over a full 62. Then I remember we had another little things discussion after that blown game when Randy Rodriguez had his one really bad outing in the first half of the year in Colorado at Coors Field, snapped the 7-game losing streak. And Bob Melvin talked about how they didn't do the little things well that day. And I came back and said, yeah, he's right. But you know what? It was also another indicator of how well they have done the little things in this first half of the year. And then the All-Star break happens. Everything post Devers trade, really, the little things just disintegrated in front of them. The defense was a mess. Great call on the outfield. And then last night it was the infield. And you're seeing a decimated pitching staff due to injuries and some sells at the trade deadline that now is looking a little bit gassed here right now. In this 4-game losing streak alone, the Giants have allowed 57 hits, 37 runs, and 20 walks. In the previous 10 games before that, 39 runs in 10 games. So they're going from 3.7 runs a game to now 9.25 runs a game. Really falling apart right in front of them. I do want to hear a clip from Bob Melvin coming up in a bit, and we also got a couple on the phone lines. Big Sam in Lake Merced. We'll take your call coming up in just a bit, and John Shea is going to be joining us at 11:10. Let's continue to get into this Giants and this late season collapse we're seeing right in front of us. They've lost 4 in a row. Try to salvage that today at 12:40. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, it just depends on the break. I mean, it just depends on what kind of break you get. And now, as far as Buto, the runner's in the line, first baseman can't see it. It's kind of a perfect storm as far as, and then you have to rush the throw as a pitcher. So it looks bad when you make an error like that. He got through it, but that's one of those plays where you just get blocked out at first.
Nice contrast there, Walter. We got Here Comes the Sun, as it is getting a little bit brighter here in Daly City. Still a pretty thick layer of fog. City's been warm, though, the last couple days, so the sun has been out. But we also got Bob Melvin talking about a bad error by Jose Buto, and it looks like the sun may be setting on the Giants season right now. Either way, we'll take you up till 11:40. Short show today here on Papa and Silver. And Papa, to revisit the three pillars of Buster Ball, right? Pitching, defense, timely hitting. And 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says it pretty well. Why has the pitching been inconsistent? Well, you lost Kyle Harrison. Landon Roop is on the IL after taking a line drive to the knee. Jordan Hicks traded. Hayden Birdsong really fell off not that long after our interview with him on the patio. Randy Rodriguez has to get Tommy John. Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall were also traded away. Eric Miller's been injured, etc. Why has the defense been so consistent? That's one is a little bit tougher to explain. And why is the timely hitting sometimes been there and sometimes not? Again, a lot of different variables, a lot of different individuals. Devers and Adames, obviously your two sluggers who have picked it up in a major way, but your guys like your Jung-Hoo Lee, your Dominic Smiths, your bat-to-ball guys, sometimes it's very much there, and sometimes the team as a whole has nothing to show for it right there. So you think about if it all ends in a couple of weeks, September 28th, what are they going to do to look at in the mirror? The pitching, I think, is an easy one to point to as round out the roster, get more consistency, get more arms. Hitting and the defense, that's going to take a little bit of a deeper valuation.
Yeah, it's interesting when you trade away pitching, and we talked about it. It was so obvious early in the year, and they had a surplus there. And, Kyle, I thought it was more of a bullpen arm, and you also threw Jordan Hicks and a couple of others in the deal to get Devers. And Devers is an interesting player. He makes a lot of money. We'll see what he does from the start. You're not going to be able to move that contract and Adames and all that. So to trade, pitching for defense or for hitting seemed like the move to make, and at some degree it did. But that's not, the basics of what built the Giants. So the lineup is out for today. Brandon Pfaadt will go the righty for the Diamondbacks, who are the Diamondbacks going to make the playoffs if they make it over the New York Mets. And the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks all make it. That'll be like, whoa. It could have been. Moving on. So Ramos, Devers. Devers will be at first. Adames at short. Chapman. Eldridge in the lineup, DHing. Encarnacion in right. So you got Ramos in left and Encarnacion in right. Enough said about your outfield defense. Patrick Bailey will catch. Justin Verlander today. That's why he didn't catch last night. Christian Koss. Interestingly, he'll be at second base and not Casey. I like Casey everywhere. I love his bat speed. I don't know where to play him, honestly. He's a third baseman. He could be a Gold Glove, and I don't know if he'll be an all-star third baseman, but if he plays every day at third, he could run into 20 homers a year, and he's a good player. Everywhere else is just awkward. Will he figure it out? Do you want him to be a super U? I don't know. So as far as the hitting, we'll get into it with Shehey. And they did pick up Bob's option, right when they were spiraling. Everybody made a big deal. That's just a way to put a vote of confidence in a guy. It's not a lot of money for ownership to eat. Well, we'll see what they do. I don't think they're going to move Bob Melvin. But when you have this meeting, you come in at the end of the year, you make changes to the coaching staff. And so why is a team goes to spring training and they harp on fundamentals and they come out of the gate and, man, they're fundamentally sound. They're hitting behind runners. They're sacrifice flying. They're taking the extra base. They're actually stealing bases. They're playing the small ball. They're playing high. You have to win at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. And then they can't do any of that. A lot of it is injuries, obviously. Tyler Fitzgerald at second base. Just went on and on. Wilmer can't play much first base, and Encarnacion's injury. It's just so there's a trickle down there, but the fundamentals of the game is what concern me. And I know they've got great baseball people there. You've got Matt Williams there. You don't think Matt Williams harps on basic fundamentals? And I know Matt said when they were having a hard time scoring runs early in the year, was trying to jam guys in at third base. Ron Wotus, our friend, the Silver Fox, did a good job on TV last night. Do you want him to go down? And I don't even know if he wants to do it anymore. But actually be on the bench during games and tighten this up. Could one guy from the bench watching fix it? Do you basically, why are you a bad defensive team? You have bad defenders is where it starts. You don't think that way. But I think Buster, like Christian Koss, is a really good defensive second baseman. Casey can be. And some moments he has, wow, look at the range. The ball that he made on Marte, right to end the previous 8th inning when he fumbled the ball a little bit, the 360 spin. He does things second basemen don't commonly do because he's such a damn good third baseman with great feet, and he's got a closer's arm, but stay on the base. So there's just little things that you're lacking. We'll get into it with Shehay. Will they ask him to make profound changes to the coaching staff? Would be my assessment. And who would you hire? Who would you let go? What do you do with Pat the Bat? You got 3 different hitting coaches. J.P. Martinez, we hardly really know the guy. He's obviously around, but he's not as out there as some of the other people they've had in the past. Just overall, when you see a team like this, you wonder. And then, they have leadership. And I know Chappie was gone for a long time, and that's where it spiraled out of control. But when you see a team that I honestly, and Shea wrote, one of the streakiest teams we can remember. I want to know. This is the streakiest baseball team I've ever seen. It has been a wild up and down ride. That's why it's hard to assess. Man, we're pretty good. We're awful. So how do you get a pull back? Why are we so inconsistent? Who are the leaders in the clubhouse? Buster was a leader without saying anything. He just gave you that look, like that's not how we do it here. Clean it up. Chappie can be that guy, but he was gone for a long time. After that Atlanta, when they swept the Braves and he dove back into the bag at first base, things started to slide a little bit. Adames started to hit after that. But anyway, Devers is not an overt leader, but he leads by. Do you need leadership? Adames is obviously out there. You got a lot of young players. The miscommunication in the outfield. Do they all know? I know they don't speak a universal language, but there's a baseball language. Can Jung-Ho Lee and Elliot Ramos communicate a little bit better somehow, some way? Give them a third language they both can share. I got it. You got that one? I mean, it's just when you see it all. So I think the question would be, I assume they're going to keep Bob Melvin, but what do you do with the coaching staff? And how do you assess to me, it was fundamentals. When they were playing well, they were fundamentally sound. Yes, they hit bombs. They homered every game for, going back to the 47 Giants. But that's a part of it, obviously. But it's just the basics of the game. When they lose, they look bad. And they don't run the bases well. They don't defend well. They don't cover well. That's just a lot of different things. So that would be the next question is, Bob, we need to make changes to the coaching staff. And would he be open to that? I mean, you get rid of Matt Williams? Do you want to get rid of Matt Williams? Do you want to put him in a different role? Do you want to bring Wody in? Do you want to bring up fresh eyes from different levels of the organization? I don't know. But I think that would be my concern is once you lock into fundamentals in baseball and you play it every day, I mean, why the Milwaukee Brewers? The Milwaukee Brewers have the best record in the league still. How?
It's incredible. They do this every single year, man.
They have a lot of young, dynamic talent, but they play the game the right way.
Yep.
Whether you're talented or not, if you just play fundamentally sound the right way, you're going to win your share. And right now, the Giants have lost more than their share. They're a sub-500 team. So how do you assess the coaching staff would be, I think, the ultimate thing. Then you get into player evaluation. But this is a really, when you do the autopsy on the 2025 Giants, it's going to take a while. Forensics going to be out there for a long, long time.
That's a good call. And look, when the Padres came in and had that 11-1 spanking and swept the Giants, we were having that discussion the next day of if the Giants fall apart for the rest of the season, maybe Bob Melvin won't be back, even if his option was picked up. And at this point, I expect him to be back in 2026, just between the late surge of the Giants and how much the players have stuck up for him publicly over and over again. That being said, I also would probably forecast some changes on the coaching staff, whether that's a Matt Williams, whether that's a Pat Burrell. I don't know. I think JP Martinez, his staff obviously had a really good first half of the year. And again, we can point to reasons why the pitching has fallen off a little bit and been more inconsistent. Traded away guys that were productive players, sometimes even more than productive in the all-star conversation. Then you had brutal injuries like Eric Miller, Randy Rodriguez, and others. And even some of these other guys who have come up late, like a Joey Lucchesi or a Yoel Peguero, have had some really nice contributions and could be pieces that the Giants will need in 2026. So lots to discuss here. We'll catch up with John Shea. Let's get a quick bit here on the 49ers. Fred Warner won NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Not too much of a surprise there because he is all-pro Fred. Let's talk about the Cardinals a little bit. We got a 2-0 versus 2-0 coming. And before we get to that, I'll let you know that Papa and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Because whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. Giants pregame in less than an hour. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okuwano, West, Collins and Bosa. Rattler, play action, looking right, throwing, complete, somehow catches it along the helmet.
That ball's
and the
out.
ball's out. They're saying it's...
Well, Fred Warner says that's our football.
Third down.
I mean, they're saying third down by contact is Kamara. He had the football, made a football move, went down, the football got loose, and Fred Warner had it.
And they will not show the replay, I wouldn't think, here in the Superdome. They're going to have to count on the upstairs. There's the hit, that ball. Oh, that ball, that's a fumble.
That's a fumble.
Fred Warner punching out the ball on Alvin Kamara. Fourth time Kamara fumbled against the 49ers in his career. And Fred Warner, for the fourth time in his career, is your NFC Defensive Player of the Week. He had 11 tackles, a pass defensed, forced that fumble, and, of course, the recovery in the 49ers' 26-21 win over the Saints. Lots to get into here with the 49ers defense. And real quick, want to give Big Sam in Lake Merced a little bit of time with us because he's been patiently waiting on the phone lines and wants to give a quick welcome back to our guy, Greg Papa, and maybe give a take on the 49ers. What's up, Big Sam? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, Greg Silver? Hey, you're doing a good job, man. I enjoy if I'm doing my hikes or I'm doing a jog or I need to cut some weight down and I'm doing a nice walk or jog at Lake Merced. I enjoy listening to you guys. You're really good.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. What's on your mind today?
Hey, look, I wanted to call yesterday, man. I got choked up. Yeah, I love Greg, Pops, man. I love you so much, bro. I love you so much. I went to church when I had heard and asked the priest and lit a candle for all who were not doing well and ailing, whether it's relatives or close friends or family or. So I'm so glad to hear you back, man. And look, man, we go back and I remember the convo that we had on the patio. I said, you know what? Just my prayers are with him, and by the grace of God, you're back, man. And you guys were talking beards yesterday. Before I get to the Niners, how can we forget about the 1989 National League champions when Erosion Bedrock was sporting that beard? Come on.
Right, Steve Bedrosian. Gotcha. That was a good one. But Brian Wilson, as far as giant closers around here, you got to go with B. Weezy. But Bedrock, Steve Bedrosian, former Atlanta Brave, was key. Key. What are your thoughts on the Niners? We got Arizona's good, brother. Last game I did last year, I can still see running backs running through the 49ers secondary for 200-plus yards. And their defense has gotten tighter. Arizona's a better team. We'll get into it. But this is 2-0 versus 2-0, bro.
And I appreciate it. Look, I just got back from the gym and biceps. Let's go, bro. Honestly, I think that I think Arizona's love my Niners. I'm 50 years old. Been watching this team since 1979. You and I are fellow Libras, so I'm coming up a couple more weeks. So I want a birthday, early birthday present and see a win. Honestly, this Arizona team is better than the Niners, but the Niners can win this game. Having Robert Saleh, let me
Wait a minute. Back up. Back up. The Arizona Cardinals are better than the Did you say the Arizona Cardinals right now are a better football team than the San Francisco 49ers?
On paper, because we got a lot of injuries.
See, that's what I was going to ask. I was going to say, you're counting for the Kittle, the Purdy absence, because that makes sense. I'll give you that, yeah.
Yeah, just from the injury aspect. But I'm looking from years past how, the little squirrel has come in and run all over us. And last year they got us 2 games. I really think that home opener, return of the pop, everything, this team is emotionally going to get another. And I hope they destroy the little squirrel so he doesn't run around us. You mark my words. And you heard it on Thursday, September the 16th, that the 49ers will defeat the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. Thank you so much, guys.
Who called him the little squirrel
Greg
first?
Papa, I love you, man.
Who called him the little squirrel first? Was it DeForest Buckner or Eric Armstead? One of those inside guys called Kyler a little squirrel. Remember that?
Yeah, I want to say Buckner, but I got to fact check myself on that one. But yeah, by the way, appreciate the call from Big Sam. Big Sam, good dude. He think he called into Dubs OT. I screened his calls a while ago, back when I was running that board on the Night Warriors post game. So one of the best, and guy getting fit out in Lake Merced, man. He's awesome.
Yeah, Kyler Murray, what he's talking about, and I remember the game well. Remember that my first year of the Niners in 19, it was 8-0, bro. And then we lost to Seattle on the Monday night game and came home on Sunday, and D Ford was trying to chase down the little squirrel in open space, and he just wasn't the same. He left the game. I don't know if it was a hammy or groin or something, and he just lost the edge. And I think if D Ford had stayed the way he was the first half of the year, he would have beaten his former team, the Chiefs, in the Super Bowl. He wasn't the same guy. So Kyler's been a problem. I'm not here to say the Arizona Cardinals are a better team than the 49ers, even with the injury, but they're a better team than they've been. And I could see their rise last year, and they're a solid team. The one thing, and going back to the Fred Warner play, Fred's playing great. You just watch everything he does pre-snap and the way he's taking ownership of that team. And but Jair Brown made that play on Kamara on the check down to tag him first, hold him up, and he had the ball pinned to the side of the helmet there, the David Tyree on the ear hole. And then Fred came over, and it was an easy punch for Fred. I've seen him do a lot harder punches than that one, but Jair Brown held up Alvin Kamara, and then the ball was just right there like on a tee, and Fred can just hammer it, speed bag it, like Johnny Holland teaches. So that was a big play by Jair. The reason I bring it up is the Niners did change their secondary a lot in this game. And Tim Ryan told us going into the game they would break out the big nickel, which they do, and they had a 3-safety package on the field for a lot of snaps with Siegel and Pinnock, and they brought Jair Brown down against a certain 11 personnel package that New Orleans had. The big wide receiver, 14, who caught the touchdown on the goal line against Pinnock, was the guy they wanted to go big nickel against. They used Upton Stout in other packages, so they had two different packages in the nickel. And the way they're blitzing Upton Stout out of that cat blitz is really something. But Arizona, it's Marvin Harrison Jr. He's a different guy this year. And, fourth overall pick in the draft. And his first game, I remember, go back to where the season collapsed last year against them, that fourth down catch that he made. If they do not come up with that fourth down, the Niners win that game. Jake Moody got hurt, but, how does it change the season? But he just did not fight for balls last year. He didn't have enough body to come back to it. He thought he was his dad and was going to run into the Hall of Fame. This year he's gotten bigger and stronger. They are moving him around a lot more. That safety package I was talking about, the Arizona Cardinals run more triple tight end formations than any team in football. They got Trey McBride, who is a tremendous player, but they got Tip Ryman, they got Elijah Higgins. They run what's known as 13 personnel, one running back, 3 tight ends on the field, a lot. How do you match up with that? And we do love Eric Branch and his breakdown. Luke is going to be the Niners' nickel, the third linebacker. There's no doubt. Luke Gifford. I think he'll play a lot in this game. I like Luke Gifford a lot. He's not just a special teams player. The Niners wanted to play a lot of nickel, big nickel, small nickel, because New Orleans was going to be heavy 11 personnel. We'll get the breakdown when we do the football hour tomorrow, and I'm going to cry when we get Tim Ryan on tomorrow to be reunited.
That's going to be so much fun, man. Set those clocks for 11 o'clock. Football hour, Tim Ryan. We did it last week with Carlos Ramirez, and now we got Papa back in the building for it. It's going to be amazing.
And it's, I won't be in the building. I'm not going to go down there, but I'll be here anyway. But Arizona does match up with a lot of multiple tight ends. So, and James Conner's always been a problem. They've improved their defense, obviously, and their pass rush from the outside. The young guy, Will Johnson's a heck of a player. But I'm not here to say Arizona, when you go down the roster, and they've had some high, draft choices the last couple of years because they've been losing. I would not say they're a better football team than the 49ers. I think they're a better football team than they've been, and they're very capable of winning this division. I will say that. The best teams don't always win. There's a long way to go. Injury is going to be a factor. but it ultimately comes down to dealing with Kyler, and Kyler's been a problem. The other part of it is basically, and this is installation day. So Kyle's talking to the team, and they'll get on the field, and they'll meet the media in a little bit. We'll be off to Giants baseball during that time. I mean, we're burying the lead here. Who's playing quarterback? I think from what I'm hearing, it'll be Mac Jones again. Well, Brock, I mean, when Kyle goes through the designation in the medical hour with Branch, what's Brock? Is Brock going to not practice at all? Is he out today for practice? Today's installation day. So you'd like your quarterback to jump in day one to get him ready for the team. So will Brock, practice at all today? If he doesn't, that's an indication that it would be Mac Jones. I think they can win with Mac Jones in this game in the home opener. But obviously, I mean, that's the story. We gave you the Arizona offense. We'll get into it more tomorrow and Friday. But, I mean, the bottom line is here, Arizona is going to heat up the quarterback. They have improved their pass rush a lot. One thing that Mac's got to do is get the ball out of his hand a little quicker and process quicker. He sees it. There's no doubt the guy sees the field. But there's sometimes he's waiting for things and he holds it a bit. You can't hold it against this team. They'll make you pay. So, I mean, that's the point. And we'll find out in a couple of hours if Brock is going to be able to practice today with that toe.
Yeah, and I mean, look, by the way, it was DeForest Buckner in 2019 who called Kyler Murray the little squirrel, and that little squirrel is going to be a tough test here for this defense. It's a new kind of look that they haven't seen. Obviously, we know the talent of a Sam Darnold, and they know him well from some of these guys, having him as their former teammate right here in the Bay Area, but Spencer Rattler was a little bit different. Robert Saleh was very complimentary of Spencer Rattler going into the week, and then reading Eric Branch's game review yesterday, very interesting. It wasn't that he was insinuating that the defense has a long way to go and really struggled, but it was rather just asking the question that we'll find out in the coming weeks of, was Robert Saleh right to say that Spencer Rattler, pretty good quarterback who just got off to a pretty slow start, or might there be something wrong with this defense after they helped make Spencer Rattler look really good? It's very clear with Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Deommodore Lenoir that they have an elite player at all three levels of this defense. Outside of that, though, you got a lot of unproven players, whether it's youth or whether it's a new situation. Bryce Huff was great to see him get into the fold and make that game-closing play. Michael Williams, much better from week 2 than he was in week 1. Obviously, guys like Upton Stout, you see the flash, you see how pesky they are, but he's been dinged up for some penalties and didn't get a preseason snap, so it's an adjustment. Marquise Siegel, another one of those rookies, and Jason Pinnock, the other safety, getting that starting role while Malik Mustafa waits to come back. So this is going to be a different kind of test here for this defense in Arizona. Stopping the run is going to be paramount, not just because of James Conner and Trey Benson, who's a pretty solid running back too. Well, the second play from scrimmage last year at Levi's in the game where you were wearing shorts because we were all melting up there in Santa Clara, Kyler Murray got one little move and started pointing to the end zone when he was at about the 40-yard line. That was a Devondre Campbell play. Yes, it was.
Yeah, so James Conner is tough.
Yeah.
Love that guy. Runs upright, going back to his Pittsburgh days, and he's been a hard guy to tackle. Benson gives him a little something else. As far as the Niners, Spencer Rattler was fine in that game. He had some throws where he bounced throws. I think they're going to make a quarterback change and go to Tyler Shuck at some point. He had some open reads and clear, openings with the 11 personnel and the tight end and Chris Olave. The issue, I would say, with the Niners, and we'll get into it more with T-Rock tomorrow, this is not Robert Saleh's 2019 cover 3 snap after snap after snap. Tim will have the breakdown of what they're doing. They're obviously blitzing a lot more. Upton Stout is blitzing like crazy out of the nickel. I love the one where he got through Alvin Kamara. And Alvin met him, and he just got around him and made the play and was able to get the sack down. And they're bringing him a lot. So they got to identify him in pass protection that he may come a lot. But there have been some holes in the secondary, even in winning in Seattle that Sam missed on, and plays where they attack. So you've got, Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man's gone. Demo has changed sides now. Deommodore Lenoir is not going into the nickel, and he's not over on the other side at right corner on the offensive left. He's taken the hot spot. He's taken Richard Sherman's spot. He's taken Mooney Man's spot. He is your left cornerback on the offensive right. They're all right-handed quarterbacks. They're coming at you. The other side is Renardo Green. They've been going at Renardo Green a little bit. And then obviously Seattle had a bullseye with Jackson Smith and Jigba, and even other people, going at Stout in the slot. But they're going at other people as well. Not so much Demo, but more so Renardo Green. So you've got to tighten that up. That's where the pass rush comes into play so much so you don't have time. Kyler is a serviceable pocket quarterback. And we saw him the last game of the year last year, and he lit the Niners up. He moved the ball around, but can he stay in the pocket and get the ball out on time? How do you squeeze him down? How do you deal with the different zone reads? You got to pay attention. Michael Wilson, the Stanford kid, has been a problem. They got Greg Dortch and Zay Jones, but this is a different Marvin Harrison Jr. He's just different to me. He's physically stronger. He's added a lot of muscle. I think he got bullied last year as a rookie. His numbers were okay. He wasn't Malik Neighbors. There were so many great rookie wide receivers that ran by him, and I think he took the game a little serious. When you go into your rookie year a lot and you're going to be a high draft pick and you're waiting to be drafted, it's just, it's one event after the other where you're really not preparing to play a season for a team, and now you're in their building. I think it's a different deal. So you got to deal with him. But interesting comment that Arizona's a better football team. Right now, they're the same. They're 2-0. The Niners are 2-0. It's a big football game. They are going to have their starting quarterback. The Niners they got guys they can win both games with. How will Arizona and Jonathan Gannon, their head coach, and he ran Philadelphia's defense, how will he attack Mac Jones if he thinks it's Mac Jones versus Brock Purdy and the pressure they can supply? So I think the one thing, the Niners defense has certainly played well enough to win these last games. They have closers on the D-line, Greg, but the secondary has got a little bit of holes in it as you piece these guys together. Demo's in a new role. Renardo Green's in a featured role. Upton Stout's a rookie. The safeties are pairing together. You're playing some 3 safety packages together. You may do more of that against all these tight ends of Arizona. So, those are the holes you're seeing a little bit that they've taken advantage of some, and frankly, the opponents have missed some opportunities to take advantage of more, I think.
And tomorrow we got a lot to get into here as far as previewing this matchup, the Tim Ryan Football Hour between 11 and 12. We're also going to have Marcus Thompson joining us later in the show, and we're going to have the return of 2 Gregs, 3 Mikes. That's right. Yeah, the other Silver, I promise, is not going to be that excited to talk to me because most of our conversations in the last couple of months, it's been, hey, how's the other Greg doing? You're fine. So, no, he's really excited about that, and we were texting a bit yesterday, and I know he listened to a lot of the show, so that's going to be fantastic. Giants pregame coming up in about a half an hour, so let's get right ahead to the guy that we talk to every Wednesday. I tried doing a Shay Hay once. JD tried doing it once. Wasn't good. We don't need to do that again. There's only one guy that can do a Shay Hay, and he's back on the show. It's Papa and Silver with John Shea next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants will look to snap this 4-game losing skid today with a day game in Arizona. Justin Verlander going to be on the mound coming off a stellar Friday night. And for the Diamondbacks, it's the righty they've already seen twice this year, Brandon Pfaadt. Can the Giants provide ample run support for a pitching staff that's starting to lose steam? Pre-game starts on the Sports Leader here at 11:40. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football season and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle both those indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in colors to impress guests or intimidate rivals if Big Sam's got people over to say that the Cardinals are a better team than the 49ers. Yeah, no red and white. We're going red and gold. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. Change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game this year, let us help you extend the life of your home for years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we're feeling good. Not even 30 minutes left here on a short one today. Giants Day baseball in Arizona at Chase Field. 12:40 first pitch. Pregame getting going at 11:40. And I got to say, Wednesdays always hit hard, and it's a nice little turning point. It's our official hump day indicator when we get to talk to our good friend of the San Francisco Standard, John Shea. And he is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. On the Yuma guest line, he is John Shea. What's happening, my friend?
What is going on, fellas?
Yeah, dude. Why so much excitement in your voice? It's got to be me, right? It's got to be somebody named Greg, and surely it's me. I'm guessing, right?
Hey, so 2 Gregs today, right?
2 Gregs indeed. We got him right here, the bearded man, the Giants flag. We had a full 4 hours
fabulous.
yesterday. It was amazing, and I know how happy you were when I've been texting you off the air about the fact that we were probably going to get this happening on a Wednesday. So we got both of them, and man, he's thrilled. This is great. I'm just so happy.
You realize I'm not dead. I'm listening to everything you're saying, by the way.
Wait, he's here?
For the first time since late June, let me bring this in. Shay, hey!
Oh.
Brother, the text you sent me, and I'm reading
Life is good.
The text you sent me right now, I'm reading from September the 5th, made me cry. So just so beautiful. And you've been a friend for years and years. I don't do the best Shay Hey. Willie would always do it. Whenever Willie was around, I'm like, you let him be called Shay Hey? Come on, you must get something for that, Willie. But love you, brother. Thank you so much for all your thoughts and prayers. You've been there for me for the last couple of months.
This is kind of a big, right? Giants pull up Bryce Eldridge. Go around the horn. 49ers finally got a guy who can kick a field goal. The Warriors say all is well, even though they haven't made a transaction all offseason. The Valkyries are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But the biggest news of the week, Papa's come home. Beautiful. Beautiful.
All right, so the Eldridge situation is interesting. And he's back in the lineup today. He's going to DH, and Devers will play at first. I mean, you know the history of this franchise as well as anybody. You've written books about it. I mean, Cepeda came up in 58. McCovey came up in 59. They had an overload in first. They stuck one in the outfield. They wound up making maybe the worst trade ever for Ray Sadecki. Ultimately, how do you see this piecing together? And he isn't even, he's played one game. We'll see where Eldridge is at. But long haul, how do you think they piece this together with Bryce Eldridge and Rafael Devers?
Yeah, just a few moments ago, I was watching him pretty much all alone at a big old baseball field here in Phoenix, taking ground balls at first. Matt Williams hitting them rapid-fire ground balls, and a coach was playing first base, signifying a pitcher covering, and then he was making some big throws to second base. The dude is tall. He's athletic. He's quick to the ball. One thing is, I was talking to Damon Minor yesterday, who was also a 6'7" first baseman, by the way, who said, one issue for a big old tall guy like that is getting down on the ground huggers, the low, sharp ground balls that are going to be hit his way. Of course, he's never played first base still this year. He was just a pitcher and a DH in high school. They worked him in the outfield his first year of pro ball. That didn't go well. And talking to Bob Melvin, weeks ago, he said, yeah, we have 2 first basemen of the future, meaning Devers is just underway as the first baseman himself, and he's looked really good there. But yeah, there is some redundancy, like McCovey and Cepeda. The great benefit this era has is the DH. You could put them both in the lineup on any given day. Right now, you're right. He's only playing against right-handers. The Dodgers series will go right, left, right, right in the 4 games down there. So he'll probably get 3 starts. You won't face Kershaw in game 2. But the way the Giants kind of knocked him out, maybe he'll see action later in that game. Kind of surprised he wasn't pinch hit for, but yesterday. But you're right. It was sad and beautiful to have McCovey and Cepeda on the same team, and different managers came and went. They tried Cepeda at third, he didn't like it. They tried him at left, he didn't like it. They put McCovey in left, he wasn't great out there. So unfortunately, they had to trade him. You're right; it was an awful trade. He goes to St. Louis, wins an MVP, wins the World Series in year 1. Worked out well for him, but he kind of came home later. His statue out in front of the ballpark. We've lost both of them. They're both iconic legends in the Bay, both with statues. But I see this working a little better. Like someone told me yesterday, you can never have too many good hitters in the lineup, and you just find a place for them. That doesn't mean they're going to put Eldridge in right field or left field at Oracle Park. It's probably the easiest outfield position to play, even though Ramos has had some issues out there this year. But it is kind of fascinating to kind of monitor this, and I assume they're not calling him up here to showcase him for a trade in the offseason. put it that way.
Shay, did you speak with Buster back on August 26th when you asked him about Eldridge and he said most likely not going to come up? Did you speak with him about his own September call-up experience in 2009 and if that shaped his perspective on why at the time he wasn't going to plan on bringing Eldridge up?
I did. He doesn't look at that September call-up very fondly. He didn't do well. He hardly played. And he thinks it really did him no good. Remember, that was 09 September. Then 10, he didn't come up till late May.
Yeah.
And they eventually traded Benji Molina, and he became the everyday guy and won a World Series right away and became basically Derek Jeter, winning championships every other year. And, yeah, he looks back at his first at-bat. And just the other day, he was talking about how he just was really nervous. I think the difference now is, even though Buster went to college, this guy's only 2 years out of high school. This guy has the confidence I compare to a young Will Clark, who came up 3 years at Mississippi State, played in the '84 Olympics. Will was more brash than this kid, but this kid has no less confidence than Will Clark did when he came up in '86 and helped turn around that franchise after they lost 100 games a couple years earlier, and then in '87, division winner, '89 World Series. And that was all about Clark and Thompson and all these other young players that Roger Craig and Al Rosen brought up. And that's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to, I mean, I kind of wrote and talked about in the preseason this year that if this team reaches 500 again, which is mediocre, that's the definition. You win some, you lose some, you're right in the middle, which we've seen the previous 3 years. I thought at the time before the season started that it would be okay with fans. It would be better with fans because they have more faith in Buster than they had in the previous administration. If they have enough guys making their mark in September and if the future looked good. So, I mean, now we're seeing a 2-week, course with Eldridge, who's kind of under the gun, and he has very little time to showcase himself for the front office about next year. But the good news is he's getting reps, he's gaining confidence, he's comfortable out there, and he looked really smooth at first base when I was watching him there taking ground balls. So I think they wouldn't hurt themselves by playing him at first base, and they certainly won't hurt themselves with him in the lineup because he's at bat. Even though he went 0 for 3 the other day, we're pretty good. He wasn't a free swinger, and that pitch he hit to left center, 406 feet, caught at the wall in front of the 413 marker. That ball was a bit inside, and he's got such quick hands for a tall guy at 6'7" that he was able to drive that ball the other way. And watching his batting practices here, they're pretty epic. I mean, his exit velocities on everything he hits is tremendous, and it goes to all fields. He's not pull happy. And that's the beauty of him. And I think he'll be fun to watch, especially at the home ballpark. He'll probably try to pull a few in the Bay, and I think he will.
Well, he's in the lineup today. He's going to DH again in bat fifth, and Devers is over at first base. So the Giants are a 75 and 76 baseball team. But how they've gotten here, you wrote one of the more streaky teams in recent memory. They are the streakiest streaking team I've ever seen in my life. Going back ever. Yeah. Well, I want the final autopsy. I mean, they as you noted, they won 14 of 18 going into Saturday. Mets lost 8 in a row. The walk-off by Bailey on Friday night was epic, and they lost 4 in a row and scored 4 in the first inning and gave it up. Last night, they just so fundamentally flawed in just the basic elements of the game. So my question to you is, and you've been doing this forever, you don't see teams look fundamentally locked in the way they were, the first 6 weeks of the year, runners in scoring position hitting behind runners. Adames struggled defensively, but they were decent defensively, base running. It's all stopped. And then they had a 2-month crater, and then they've taken turns where 2 weeks they're really good fundamentally, 2 weeks they're really bad. Now, who do you blame? Players that don't have the proper instincts for the game? The coaching staff for not being able to bring out the consistency in the fundamentals? Why is this team so fundamentally up and down?
Well, I do think everyone is to blame, but I think mostly it is the players. I mean, they're big leaguers. They should know. Like Casey Schmidt, for example, he covers covers first base on a bunt, and he didn't have his foot on the bag, and that loaded the bases, for the walk-off roller. And the next guy, check swing, he's fooled. Ryan Walker was the slider away, and he rolled it to the right side, and Walker didn't get down on the ball. He gets down on the ball. It's an easy out at the plate, and, the game's still going on. But instead, the Diamondbacks are celebrating, and Walker's slamming his mitt in the dugout. So it's these are grown men, and they're major league ball players. They're the best in the world, at what they do. There's 30 teams, and each team has 26 players. And you don't get here by doing these fundamentally, awful things that we've seen too often the last 4 games. And I think it's everybody. I mean, the Giants, for the second time in 4 days, put 4 runs on the board in the first inning, and the pitchers didn't hold it. It was Logan Webb on Saturday, and yesterday was the whole heap of relievers giving up runs. And against the Diamondback team, they couldn't score those final 4 innings. They went 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3, and they were quick at bats. And the Diamondbacks have one of the worst bullpens in the majors. I mean, they were second from last in ERA going into this series, and now they jumped up a couple of notches because they're dominating Giant hitters. So it's not a good sign. Everything's happening at the worst possible time. And it's a combination of hitting, defense, fundamentals, pitching. I mean, the bullpen has given up, 22 runs in 19 innings during these 4 games. And the starting pitchers haven't been much better. So it sometimes makes no sense. And it's killing Bob Melvin. It's just absolutely killing him. He was livid after the game. He was frustrated. It's like, he draws up a lineup every day, and for the most part, he's been managing the bullpen fine. I mean, the bullpen did have the best ERA in the game well into August, and now they're third or fourth. But again, they only have 2 relievers from opening day still on the roster. Bivens and Walker. Yeah. So not a lot of firepower, not a lot of heat, not a lot of guys who can dominate batters like we saw early in the season. So that's not exactly on the manager and coaches as much as turnover. And, Buster Posey traded a couple of relievers at the deadline. A couple other relievers got hurt. They're out for the season. And that firepower is now gone. So they're kind of pitching on fumes, and it just ain't working. I mean, they got to pretty much win out. They're losing all these must-win games. And that's not the way to approach October baseball.
Shay, we'll let you go in just a second because we got to wrap it up and get to Giants pregame in about 10 minutes. But we've talked a lot about Justin Verlander throughout the season, and that's the one guy that's not running on fumes right now. Did you expect this kind of post-All-Star break resurgence? And actually, let me back it up. I don't want to call it a post-All-Star break resurgence because that first outing out the break in Toronto, he was awful. And then from there, it's really been a different kind of pitcher.
Yeah, 10 starts in a row here, 2.7 ERA, 2.4 ERA, somewhere in there. And I think 7 of the 10 starts in the past couple of months, 1 or 0 runs. So he's been dominant. He's their best starter. And who would have thunk it in late September, because Webb and Ray kind of had flunkers against the Dodgers last weekend. And they're going to pitch again, this coming series in LA. But it's fascinating to see him up close. He puts in so much work, spends so much time in the video room. And my goodness, 20 years in, he's still tweaking things on a start-by-start basis. It could be just some tiny mechanical issue or, the way he approaches certain batters. He's constantly studying the lineup that he's going to see next. So he's been, even though had that great game Friday against the Dodgers, he's been spending the last few days getting ready for today's start against the Diamondbacks. And I don't remember so many, so much preparation out of a guy who's already a first ballot Hall of Fame. He's already have a whole bunch of wins. He's trying for 300. I don't think he'll be back here because it's not easy for a pitcher to win games at that ballpark because things happen late in games after they come out. It's always 2-1, 3-2 at that place. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to a team and will get a lot of offers. Go to a team that has like spectacular offense that can put runs on the board for him because it just didn't happen this year for him. But he's going out strong, and it's just fun to see. I mean, he's a big dude at 42, the oldest man in the game, oldest man in any sport, you know, whether it's basketball, football, or baseball right now. And he's basically in his prime, even though he's not throwing 98 and 99. He's getting by as a pitcher, not just a thrower. But mechanically and the way he uses his mind and brains and maps out what he's going to do, it's kind of cool to see. And he doesn't show emotion when things aren't going right. And even in the post-game interviews, he never throws anybody under the bus. I mean, he's been, 6, 8, 10 games he's left with leads only to see them get wasted by the bullpen or the offense not picking it up in the later inning. So anyway, it's been a pleasure to see, and it's amazing that on this staff, he's the best starter, and you know he's looking to be the stopper today.
We appreciate you. We would always love to talk to you for like 2 hours on a segment, but we'll definitely have more time next Wednesday without the short shows. So go enjoy that day game. We'll catch up, and it was great to have you back on Papa and Silver in full form.
Hey, great to hear your wonderful voice, Papa, and keep going, brother.
Papa.
Say hey!
I was waiting for it. Dang it. I jumped in at the wrong time. Appreciate you, Shay.
Love you, brother.
Let's wrap up the show. When we come back, get you ready for pregame on the Sports Leader. Hey, everybody, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live. And if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about them and how they can be protected. Over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So with all the motorcyclists, bikes, Waymos, cars, children, you know the drill. There's chaos. Let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. And if something happens, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Last minute here on Papa and Silver, and we are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. That's going to do it for us. Big thank you to John Shea. Good luck to the Golden State Valkyries tonight down at SAP Center in San Jose. And Papa, this was fun. This was quick. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, Justin Verlander started at 262, so did Brock Purdy. Now they're up to 265. Verlander in wins and Brock in millions. We'll find out about Verlander, and we'll find out if Brock Purdy will practice today, Greg.
Giants pregame against the Diamondbacks starts now.